1. Lucinda's Day. It was Lucinda's day, the day every Sobian hoped would never come. The castle horn thundered across the kingdom like the warning of doom. All across Sobia, the last remaining people on the streets quickly dispersed, vanishing into the shelter of their houses. Entire streets were already deserted before the last phase of the horn ended. The only ones outdoors were the soldiers stationed at the castle gates, ready and armed. In the last quiet moments, a cold wind blew across the kingdom, reinforcing their fear of the oncoming dread. Slowly, like a silent wind of death, the black mist spilled from the woods at Sobia's borders, the kingdom of darkness, a land doomed by a deadly curse. No men who entered it ever returned. It was forbidden to all Sobians. The mist swept across the land like an evil smog, and wherever it went, the surrounding grasses, flowers, and crops withered and died. It traveled down the streets as the last light of the sun faded behind the roofs of the houses. Within the houses, the residents held their breaths, trembling as the looming monstrous silhouette passed by their windows. The soldiers at the forefront raised their weapons, with spears, swords, and arrows aimed forward at the deadly foe approaching the bridge that led to the castle. Fire! Arrows shot from the castle walls and rained down on the mist of death as it moved toward the castle gate, letting out a blood-curdling growl. The soldiers at the gates charged at the abomination, wakening the silent night with battle cries that soon led to desperate screams of soldiers meeting their untimely end. Deep beneath the castle at the farthest end of the dungeon was a thick, huge door made of impenetrable steel. In the room behind that door stood the last princess of Sobia, Fate. Fate suffered the unbearable silence of the dungeons that only made the waiting worse. She wondered how the battle had gone above. Although she could not hear the screams, she knew the king's men were laying their lives to defend her. She hated herself for that. She wanted to fight alongside her own people, even if it meant she would die, but at least it was more honorable than hiding in a fortified room while others took the plunge for her. Her father, King Eterers, however, did not share her opinion and would do anything to protect his last daughter from the fates that befell his former 6 daughters. For the umpteenth time, Fate leaned her ear against the cold steely door and listened for any signs of movement outside. It was quiet. The door was made of mithril, the strongest material that ever existed, capable of withstanding the hottest fire and sharpest blades. But against the demon of death, nothing was certain. Then came noises and vibrations from behind the door. Could it be? She backed toward the center of the room, grabbed the burning torch from the wall and shifted her hand to her waist. The door clicked and opened, and she poised to attack when her knight, Julian, entered. She peeped through the doorway to the dark dungeon corridor lit by golden torches on either side of the walls. Soldiers lined down the corridor facing the narrowing perspective. Her view was blocked out as Julian pulled the door closed. "How's the battle?" Fate asked. Julian shook his head with racing breath. "It is here. Inside the castle. It will reach here any time soon." "What about father?" she asked. "The king is safe," he said. Fate was relieved. "Those soldiers outside, they are going to die when it comes." "Open the door, I want to fight," she said. "No. You are to remain here by order of the king. This door is your best defense now." "How do you know?" "None of our weapons have outlasted the black demons so far." "Not mithril. You will be safe here." "Safe? And let my people die while I hide? Where's the honor in that?" "Please, my grace, I promised the king I would protect you with my life, just as the soldiers did with theirs. If the armies above could not hold the demon back, these soldiers do not stand a chance. If this door can protect me, then it can protect them as well. I won't let them throw their lives away like this." "Julian, there's no time." A pained expression crossed Julian's face before he looked back into Fate's eyes. Turning around, he pushed the door open. Just as he was about to call out to the soldiers to enter the room, a distant scream echoed down the corridor and a torch at the end of the corridor went out, followed by the next and then the next. The darkness flooded down the corridor like an ominous black cloud, sweeping the soldiers in its way. Julian pulled the door with every ounce of strength he could muster just before the monster reached it. As the door closed shut, he moved and stood before Fate, facing the door, sword at the ready. Tremendous force rammed the door again and again, and Fate could feel the ground tremble under her feet. The glimmering light of the mithril door began to dim under the relentless impact. The door won't hold much longer. Impossible, Julian said, and quickly crouched down and lifted a trapdoor behind Fate. We must go. Wait, Fate said. There's no time. Julian yelled. I have to try and kill it. Go. I will follow right behind you. I promise. What are you? Go. Julian vanished into the trapdoor. Fate backed, walking down the first few steps and took out a strap of firecrackers around her waist and held it near the torch. The mithril soon lost its magical light, and the door crashed to the ground under the monster's merciless force. As the black demon stood in the doorway, she shuddered at the sight of the fiery red orbs that were its eyes, etched into the long, dark tilted sockets. Its head was gigantic and lion-like with naught but jagged bones. It appeared wider than the doorway when it squeezed through it in its former misty form. Fate hurled the already lit firecrackers at it, and as it was mid-air, Fate raised her free hand at it. At once, the firecrackers exploded. What began as a small explosion multiplied and became a full-blown explosion within few short seconds. At once, Fate closed the trapdoor above her as the room above ignited. The underground stairway shook. What did you do? Julian asked, standing few steps below her. No time to explain. Run. Fate was familiar with the secret underground passage as the king had made her come here personally several times, so she would remember its layout well enough when the day came. Today was that day. They ran at length when a growl echoed through the dark passageway. The black demon had survived the explosion and made its way past the trapdoor. They hurried ahead and soon emerged at the end of the passage onto an open grassland. 2 horses awaited them near the mouth of the passageway. The king had arranged for them to be there in case the demon made it this far. Julian mounted his horse and Fate hers, and they rode into the night. Fate looked back and saw a patch of green grass turn brown around the corner of shrubs. Hiya, she rode even faster. That's not the right way, Julian said. It is for me. Take care of my father. No. Julian cried as Fate's horse sped across the vast grassland that revealed a blue and greenish hue under the moon. The withering of the grass trailed behind Fate. The full form of the demon was visible now. It was the first time Fate actually saw how it looked like. She was always forced to hide herself when the demon took her sisters. It looked like a dark manticore pouring with black mist and with an eviler look. Tendrils like long, thin spikes extended outward from its arms and body in various directions, forming its dreary silhouette. Ahead, the ominous woods loomed in the horizon. The one place no Sobian would tread. Fairy unsheathed her sword, ready for what might be her first and final real battle. As the shadow blanketed the moonlight, the black demon growled and sent shivers down her spine. Hey! Julian shouted, flying an arrow at the demon's forehead. It pierced through its dark form but soon dislodged on its own and fell off like a broken needle. He fired a second arrow, and a third, and the demon turned and charged toward Julian. Julian! Fate shouted. Go, Fate! I will be all right. Fate had wanted to turn back and help her knight, but he had chosen to distract the black demon to give her a chance at escape. If she turned around, she would likely not save Julian and the demon would end up killing both of them. Her only way was onward into the kingdom of darkness. She was certain the mystery to the demon lay there, and only there would she find the way to defeat it. She rode into the shadow of the woods, steering her reins left and right to avoid jutting roots and tree barks in her way. She felt something slashed her calf and winced. It felt like a different world the moment she entered the woods, like she had entered through a portal into another realm. The silence was eerie and the darkness suffocating. There was something amiss with the air too, as if an invisible weight was slowing her down. Arg! A distant scream echoed through the woods. It was Julian's voice. A tear escaped from her eye and she blinked it away, letting it fall onto the land of the dead. The image of the dead faces of soldiers and Julian flashed in her mind. How many have died fighting to protect her and her sisters from the black demon? She was its final prey now. She must not let them die in vain. The sudden halt of her horse drove the image away and she held on tightly to the reins to prevent from falling. The horse appeared frantic as it took a few steps back. Fate looked around at the gloom around her, but it was hard to make anything out amid the messy silhouettes of wicked trees. Fate dismounted and felt her boots stepping on unfamiliar soil. It was nothing like the ground in Sobia. This was extremely hard and dry. It was said man-eating monsters dwelled in this accursed land. She just hoped her horse's sudden reaction had nothing to do with them. She touched the painful spot on her right calf and felt wet liquid on her fingers. She was bleeding. The fallen branches must have cut her when she galloped through the forest. She bent and placed her right hand near her right calf. A soft yellow glow shone around her wound like a candle in the dark. She felt a sudden slight pain on her wound and then a soothing sensation took over. Gradually, the light glowed brighter and the skin around it converged until it completely covered the wound. Distant noises broke out and she looked around to check for signs of the black demon. She quickly continued on foot, guiding her horse with the reins. Ahead, something on the ground shimmered under the pale moonlight. Holding her sword, she moved closer to whatever reflected the moonlight. As she came closer, she saw it was a soldier's armor, marked with Sobia's insignia. All that remained of its wearer were no more than dried-up flesh on bones. Strangely, a part of his face was bitten off. There were holes on the armor as well. Normal beasts could not have had the force to puncture armor in this manner. He must have lain here for at least 6 years, as that was the last time Sobian troops entered this cursed realm. That was the time the demon first came, and Sobia's nightmare began. 2. Tempest and Fate. The air in the room was cold and dark. Outside, the sound of the night wind blew like a lullaby to the girl tucked warmly in her bed. The only light in the room was golden, cast against the wall and floor along the window the girl was facing. A shadow disturbed the stillness of the room, blocking out the golden light before her. The girl perceived and commanded her heavy eyelids open. She turned around to check the room. Nothing. It must have been her imagination. Then, she felt something hard on the back of her neck just as she was about to turn back to sleep. The girl's eyes widened. There was someone in the room. "Don't move," said a voice, steady and stern. The girl held her breath and slowly turned. "Who are you?" "That's not for you to know, Fate Aurelianus. I am here for one purpose only." "What is that?" "To get you out of bed." Fate sighed. "For a moment, I thought you were." "What? An assassin?" "Yes." "Now, Tempest Aurelianus, can I get back to sleep?" "Not unless you want me to become a real assassin." "Get up, it's time to train." "No, it's time to sleep." Fate lay back on her pillow. "It's still dark, you know." "Well, it's almost dawn, sleepy Fate. Come, I am going to teach you a new move today." Tempest lifted Fate's blanket and pulled her out of bed. "Hey, stop pulling." All right, I will go. That's the spirit. You will thank me one day. The sun had barely woken when the sisters were out at the castle garden. The chilly wind made Fate miss her bed even more. As she was lost in her thought of sleep, the approaching figure of Tempest broke her out of her reverie and she stepped back to duck her attack. Focus, Fate, Tempest said, and Fate raised her sword in position. Tempest struck again, this time at her side. Fate managed to block it with her stick but was hit on the knuckles. Tempest stepped back into position and struck Fate's left this time. Fate attempted the same block and Tempest's blow caused her grip on her stick to loosen. Tempest struck her stick again and this time it fell off her hands. Tempest pointed her stick at Fate's chest. That's not fair. You hit my knuckles. A sword is useless without a hand to wield it. Remember that. Okay. Fate pretended to look tired as she picked up her stick. While straightening up, she hit Tempest's knuckles with her stick. Ouch! That doesn't count, Tempest said, twisting her features into a forced, disgruntled look. Fate ran away from her, jumping onto her horse, and Tempest mounted the one nearby and gave chase. You are not going anywhere. Fate rounded the side of the castle and headed through the castle gates into town. Tempest followed, not sparing a moment of delay as she pursued her playful sister. A woman carrying her basket of laundry dodged the speeding horse as Fate pulled the reins left to avoid her. I'm sorry. Passers-by turned to look at the approaching riders and stepped back after knowing it was their princesses who caused the ruckus. Fate looked back to check Tempest's pace and rode even faster, knowing she was catching up. As she turned to her front, she saw a fallen cart in the middle of the path. At once, she raised the reins and her horse leaped over the cart and continued on. At a junction ahead, Fate turned left toward a path that led out of town, passing a standing sign that read, "Meandering River." The rows of houses vanished behind as the view opened up to a vast landscape of green grass and a winding river that cut through it. Fate's horse continued slightly downhill, followed by Tempest's, and they rode across the bridge that connected the grasslands. As Fate came to the end of the grassland, she pulled her horse to a stop and peered at the dark woods ahead. Tempest joined her. That's the furthest you can go. She moved toward Fate with her stick in hand. I surrender, Fate said, laughing. You led me on a wild goose chase. Your riding skills have improved, no doubt. Same could be said for yours. You know, Father is going to get real mad if he knows we are here. Tempest rode past Fate as her attention turned to the woods. I wonder what's in there. Dark magic and horrifying monsters? Didn't they say it was a terrible curse that befell that land? Fate said. Yes. A land of darkness next to a kingdom of light. Don't you feel like there's got to be some kind of meaning behind this? Meaning? Now that you mention it, maybe there is. But it's hard to know for sure. There's too much in this world we can't explain, like our magic. Something tells me our magic is not an accident, that it has a purpose to fulfill. And it fulfilled that purpose when it helped Father defeat the evil king. Yet the darkness remains in that land. What if the enemy is still there, waiting to return? You can't be serious. The land looks like this because the evil king dabbled with forbidden magic and unleashed the curse upon it. Wait, is that why you have been training so hard? You fear the evil king might return and come after Father? I just hope I am overthinking. To be honest, I get a strange feeling whenever I look at the forest, like it is calling to me. Calling to you? Don't you feel the same way? At times, perhaps. But maybe it's just my fascination with the unknown. I don't know. Talking about this is making the hairs on my skin stand. Haha. Are you scared? It's not like we are really stepping into Forbia. Don't say things like that. Promise me you won't do it. No one comes back from that place. Don't worry, I won't. If I would, I will surely leave a trail so that you can find me. Provided I can spot it, haha. I will make sure it's obvious enough. Is that your stomach? Fate smiled widely, showing her teeth. We haven't eaten anything since you dragged me out of bed, Fate said. You should thank me, or you would have overslept. Today's the big day, remember? Oh gosh, I almost forgot. The dining hall table was seated with 5 girls on either side. They turned to look at Fate and Tempest as they entered. Good morning, sisters, Tempest said. There you both are. We were just talking about you, wondering if you snuck out to town again, Talia, the second eldest princess said. Judging by your attire and sweaty exterior, it seems we were right. Well, actually, we went farther than. Well, pretty much, only we didn't sneak, Tempest interrupted Fate, giving her a look and eyeing for her to sit down. They sat down, facing each other next to 2 of the sisters along the table. You know father will be displeased to see you like this. Isn't it easier to just lay down the sword and enjoy the life of a royal? The castle can be stuffy at times. I need the fresh air. You can have fresh air without getting all dirty and sweaty. I am born for this. Just like you, my sisters, are born with the brains for the kingdom's affairs. Forget it, Lucinda, you can never outtalk these 2. Well, used to be only one until Tempest brought our youngest Fate under her wing. Lucinda just feels it isn't fair that any of us should be spared from the duties of a princess. It will please her to see all of us go through the same suffering as her. You talk too much, Marion. If only you are this talkative when you are discussing important matters with father. Marion pressed her lips and got back to her food while the other sisters giggled. I'm done, make sure you get yourself prepared, especially you 2. Lucinda eyed Tempest and Fate. There's not much time before the ceremony. She walked away from the table while the rest continued their breakfast. The horn of Sobia sounded as crowds of people gathered at the castle grounds, awaiting the king's speech. Fate and Tempest were hurrying in their uncomfortable dresses to join their sisters at the balcony. 1 minute later and they would have been late for the ceremony. Luckily, the king was preoccupied with the crowd that he didn't notice. There, at the center of the balcony stood the king, gazing proudly over his people and land. Thank you all for gathering here to celebrate this joyous and significant occasion. Sobia is known for its peace and prosperity, but we should never let this truth blind us from the other important truth. 13 years ago, this land was plagued by famine and unrest. Crops were dying and the people were suffering. The land was diseased by the dominant power that ruled in the east, which is known as Forbia today. The evil king sought to seize control of the land by creating a dark army of monsters and demons. He thought he was wise, but light and destiny were wiser. With the magic of life, we defeated the evil king and ended his reign of darkness. The fallen kingdom that remained in the shadow of his demise will always serve as a reminder of our darkest days and to treasure our hard-won peace. This day marks our victory, and this I say to all of you, my honorable Sobians, that Sobia, the kingdom of light, will stand, always. Cheer burst from the crowd as men, women, and children applauded. Fate and her sisters applauded, and Fate's gaze turned from her sisters to the distance. A strong, cold wind blew across the kingdom and the king's gray hair waved wildly. Gradually, the smile on his face faded. The distant sky turned black and a shadow spread across the land like a dark mist. Screams broke out in the distance and the crowd went silent. There was black smoke near the castle gates and the crowd moved away from them. From her spot, Fate could not see what they saw and assumed a fire might have broken out. She followed Tempest as she hurried down to the lower level to check what was wrong. When Tempest and Fate reached the ground level where the crowd gathered, soldiers were running toward the gates as the panic intensified. The crowd dispersed to reveal a moving mass of black smoke. When Fate exited the castle door, a gloom had spread over the castle ground and she found Tempest standing in the sea of fleeing civilians ahead. Tempest peered upward at the balcony where the king stood and saw it. The black aberration was up there, and before Fate could take in the whole situation, it landed on the castle ground, the end of its tail curled around something. Only it wasn't something. It was someone. Father! Lucinda yelled helplessly. Tempest stormed after the black demon as it headed for the castle gates. Mounting a nearby horse, she went after her sister. As she caught up with the demon, she swung her blade across the demon's tail, but the blade rebounded like it had just hit against steel. Tempest nearly dropped her sword at the recoil, but she held onto it dearly. "Tempest! Help me!" Lucinda cried. Tempest positioned herself beside the demon's tail and jumped, clinging onto it. She climbed with all her might toward Lucinda at the end of the tail and reached her hand out. "Grab my hand!" Tempest screamed as Lucinda reached for it. After several attempts, she managed to grab Tempest's hand and Tempest pulled her toward her, but the tail's grip was too tight. "Tempest! Don't let go! Please don't let go!" The tail suddenly waved wildly and swung Tempest to the ground. Tempest could do nothing but watch Lucinda vanish with the demon into the darkness of the evil woods. Soon, soldiers on horses reached Tempest and they rode into the evil woods to retrieve their princess. The rest of the day crawled on after Tempest returned to the castle. The ceremony had ended untimely, and the people had returned to their houses. At the throne room, the king stood with his 6 remaining daughters, praying for Lucinda's return. What felt like hours went by before a royal guard came in through the door. "Your Majesty, there's still no word of the dispatched troops ever since they entered the woods." "Well, send more men. The princess must be found at all costs." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard bowed and took his leave. "Father, I'll go," Tempest said. "No. I will not risk another daughter's life to the monster." "You won't. My magic will protect me and defeat the monster that took sister, like how you defeated the evil king. My word is final. No one is to enter that forest without my approval." "But Lucinda, the soldiers will find her." "What if they don't? What if they die out there?" "If it comes to that, then Lucinda is already lost. I need to rest now." The king walked off, looking tired. Days passed and no word came of the troops sent into the evil woods. Since that day, Sobian Day was named Lucinda's Day, because it wasn't just to celebrate the rise of Sobia but also the death of its eldest princess. 3. Beyond the woods. Fate laid the broken shield down beside the dead soldier. He must have been killed when he was sent here to search for Lucinda. The question was what could have killed him. Fate felt for him, but it was no time to grieve. She was in great danger herself. Something stirred above her. Whether it was the rustling of leaves or the breaking of tree branches, she wasn't sure. She looked up at the dark canopy, which were wide and grand, appearing even creepier in this perpetual gloom. The stars overhead seemed to have hidden themselves away from this accursed land. The noise came again, growing closer, and she swore she saw a shadow closing in on her from above. But another sound distracted her. Something was moving among the trees not far behind. A large menacing shadow with shapes like snakes flowing out from its silhouettes. The black demon. Fate pulled her horse by the reins and hid behind the thick bark of a nearby tree. She felt her heart pounding and tried her best to silence her breathing. Slowly, she inched out to check, and the black shape was gone. As she heaved a breath of relief, a black arm appeared out of the corner of the tree bark and slashed her right shoulder. She turned to face her attacker as it towered over her, standing on both hind legs, appearing much taller and fearsome, like a massive man with the head of a lion. Fate drove her sword right into its black chest. The demon growled and clawed, breaking her sword in two. Fate fell back, holding the remaining half of her sword. She gritted her teeth as the sudden movement triggered the pain on her wounded shoulder. Placing her free hand over the wound, she mounted her horse and sped through the trees. She sped past tree after tree, going deeper into the forest. All she could see were the ghostly trees and landscape before her. The monstrous growl shook the entire woods. The demon was gaining on her. Fate steered left to regain some distance between them and her pursuer, dodging an approaching large tree bark in the process. She went on this way, swerving to avoid oncoming trees. Ahead, the shadow of trees began to thin. Every second began to crawl now that Fate was so close to getting out of the forest. There was no knowing what lay beyond the mouth of the woods. Perhaps a place to conceal herself from the black demon, or a place filled with bloodthirsty monsters waiting to feast on her flesh. Fate soon rode into an open area lit by the pale moonlight. Fate pulled her horse to a stop as the ground came to an end, revealing a picturesque dark landscape before her. It was a dead end and the only way was back. But she couldn't turn back. She dismounted her horse. Behind, swirling black mist expanded between the trees. A monstrous arm reached out to grab her. She stepped back to dodge and missed her footing. Before she knew it, she was falling off the cliff and the demon above shrank. Then the cliff vanished and fog appeared. She crashed onto something hard and expected herself to be dead, but instead of death, stabbing coldness enveloped her. She struggled to swim to the surface as the current washed her away. After spending some time figuring which way was up, her head emerged out of the water. She had fallen into a river. The current carried her as she looked around for something to grab onto. But being in the middle of the river made it harder. She swam toward the shore while doing her best to keep herself afloat. If she used up her energy before reaching the shore, she would drown. The misty landscape around her fleeted by. On one side was a towering cliff and on the other were a rocky embankment with thin and densely packed trees resting atop that were too high to get to. She had covered a fair distance along the river before the shore was low enough. Grabbing a nearby branch, she crawled her way to shore and lay down on the soft mud. Freezing and drenched, she felt utterly exhausted. Distant noises sounded from afar, and it was unclear what made them. They were clearly not the sounds of birds, crows, or owls. What terror lay in this godforsaken place? She wondered. Unwillingly, she pushed herself to her feet, scanning the area of tall grasses that littered the shore. There were no sign of trees in this area, only tall grasses that led away from the shore to low undulating moss-filled terrain. She cringed as her right shoulder burned. 3 long gashes tore her skin as she turned to examine it. She placed her left hand above her wound, but before her magic began, she heard rustling nearby. She hid under the grasses, her muscles tensing as her shoulder hurt under the sudden movement. She remained still and quiet. Was it her imagination? Maybe it was just a squirrel or something. But it was wiser not to assume. In any case, she decided not to use her magic as its light would arouse the attention of anyone nearby. After waiting long enough, she finally stood and made her way across the tall grasses with her sword in hand. The place was dimmer the farther she went, and she soon came to a spot where the terrain to her left and right started going uphill, and at their center was a dark opening, a tunnel. It was too dark to see what was inside. Looking up at the pale moon hanging in the black sky, she faced her left palm at the moonlight. Her palm glowed as the moonlight collected in it, and she directed it toward the dark tunnel. The silvery stream of moonlight extending from her palm fell on stained and old ceiling and walls, with weeds hanging down at random spots. Fate could not see the end of the tunnel as the moonlight she multiplied with her magic could only shine so far. The only way to find out how far it went was to go into the tunnel. Keeping her left palm faced in front of her and the sword in her right hand, she entered the tunnel. Compared to the outside, the air here was tense and heavy. Going farther in, the soiled walls began to turn into stoned walls. As she moved closer to examine the left wall, a vertical shadow fleeted past the light on the stone walls. She turned but did not see anyone. Her breath raced as she aimed her left palm around the tunnel. As it shone in the direction of the entrance, it fell on a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the tunnel. The figure held his hand up to shield his eyes from Fate's light as she directed it from his feet to his face. The man had a sword in his hand. "Who are you?" Fate asked. "Before I tell you, can you please point your light somewhere else?" the man said in a slightly anxious voice. Fate lowered it so it was shining on his body instead of his face. "I'm Mohort." "And you?" the man said. Fate thought it was better not to reveal her real name to anyone in Forbia. She tried to think of an alternate name as she stared at the silvery moonlight shining from her hands. Silverlight. The man studied Fate under the gloom as she spoke. "Why are you here?" "I was lost," she said. "Lost?" "For someone who's lost to make it here, that's a first." "And what's that light in your hand?" the man said, staring to her bright palm. "That's none of your concern." "What are you doing here?" "Hunting." "Are there still animals in this place?" "Wasn't looking for animals anyway." "What are you looking for then?" "That doesn't matter." "You are from Sobia, aren't you?" "Tell me, how did you end up in the woods? Did you see anything on your way here?" The man walked closer to Fate, and she could see his round face and eyes under her moonlight. I was curious about the woods. I mean the king forbids us from going there, but no one seems to know what is inside." So, you took the liberty of witnessing firsthand the horrors of this place? And has it lived up to your expectations so far? "I don't know what." "There's much you don't know about this place. Horrors you can never imagine. When you witness them, you would be dead in a nutshell." A chilly wind blew through the tunnel. Mohort turned and stared at the tunnel's opening, which was not visible from his spot. "What's wrong?" "We have to go now." Mohort moved past Fate and started running. Fate followed him deeper into the tunnel. Mohort stopped as he reached a metal gate of some sort, and he searched his cloak and pulled out a chain of keys and slotted one of them into the keyhole. He rushed in as soon as he opened it. "This way." Fate went through the gate. As Mohort locked it swiftly, Fate asked, "What's wrong?" "Save your questions for later." Mohort ran on, leading Fate past several turns in the dark tunnel with Fate's moonlight showing the way. Clearly, this Mohort guy must know this place well, and as he seemed to know which way to go. The tunnel expanded the deeper they went and the ceiling became even higher. It felt like a labyrinth as the paths branched out. They heard the sound of falling metal echoing through the emptiness of the tunnel from behind them. Something had broken through the gate. Mohort led her down a straight long passage. They ran for a long time before coming to a tall and wide archway leading to a circular area where a huge dark blue door stood at the end. It had a carving of a rose at the center. Moving to the door, Mohort fumbled with the keys with his trembling hands. Fate waited behind him, looking back at the passage, shining her silvery moonlight on a black form in the distance. It was the form of a lion's head. The door unlocked with a heavy click and Mohort pushed it open. Fate squeezed through it as the monster emerged from the passage to the circular area right before the door. Mohort pushed the door to close as the monster rushed toward the door gap. The door closed shut with a loud thud. Mithril could not stop the demon, not to mention this ancient-looking door that seemed no different than any ordinary castle door. Fate stepped back from the door and kicked against something hard. Turning round, she saw a short flight of stairs leading up to a cellar lit by torches placed on the walls. She looked back at the blue door and Mohort standing next to it. To her surprise, there was not a single sound or movement behind the blue door. 4. The castle. What is this place? Mohort heaved a sigh of relief and walked up the stairs to the cellar above. We are safe now. Where are we? You will find out soon enough. Come, I will answer your questions later. The cellar led to a corridor and then another stairs leading to a door. Past that door, Fate was amazed to find herself in what seemed like a wide and once grandiose hallway where a red carpet lay across the floor and paintings and thick round columns lined the walls at intervals. The hallway was dim, beautiful and haunting all at once. The place looked like a castle. Fate could hardly take her eyes off the magnificent hallway. This castle is huge. Please stay close to me if you don't want to get lost again. Whose castle is this? This is the Darkwood castle. Mohort continued down the hallway and stepped into the main hall. Fate peered across the vast space and at the cascading walkways of the levels above. Despite the blue ambient that filled the entire place due to the lack of lighting, it was a breathtaking sight to behold, as was everything she came upon in this dark and mysterious land so far. This castle seemed bigger than her own. Who is the owner of this castle? The Darkwoods, of course. Come along quietly. Mohort led Fate up the wide stairs at the center to the second level. There shouldn't be any need for that. Mohort gestured at her hands that were still glowing with the moonlight. Fate was careful not to diminish it as it would be a problem if she couldn't find another source of light to multiply from. Also, she was too preoccupied by the constant darkness and the demon that she had forgotten to withdraw her magic after entering the castle. She closed her fist and the moonlight shining from her left palm went out. As Mohort led her into another corridor, golden spheres of lights coming from lamps hanging on the walls greeted them. Despite the dimness, the lights warmed her heart and reminded her of home. She had only been in the realm of the evil king for less than half a day and it already felt like a month. Mohort stopped at a red door slightly past the midpoint of the corridor. He knocked and when no response came, he opened the door and revealed a dark room with pale blue light shining through the still curtains. Mohort took some clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to Fate. Here, change into these, he said and passed her a dry cloth with his other hand. He then walked toward the door. Turning back, he said, "Don't go anywhere, I will be back shortly." He closed the door. Fate stared at the dry clothes in her hands, careful not to moisten them with her damp ones. There were so many questions she wanted to ask Mohort about the demon, himself, and this place. Who were the Darkwoods? Why didn't the monster bring down the door to hunt her? Surely the blue door with the rose design was nowhere as strong as mithril, or at least it didn't look that way. She had asked Mohort, but he didn't seem too keen on answering questions before. She wondered who else lived here? Did Mohort know anything about the demon that she didn't? As far as the tales went, Forbia was supposed to be cursed, a most dangerous place once ruled by the evil king. She hadn't expected to see anyone alive here. So how did Mohort survive this long? Could he be trusted? Questions only led to more questions, and she was going crazy just thinking about them. It didn't take her long to change, as she was more than happy to free herself of the sticky wet clothes. Feeling warm and dry in her new clothes, she examined the room under the gloom. The brightest spot was at the windows where moonlight shone in. She walked over and lifted the curtains. Peering out, she saw a dark and ominous landscape. Down below, overgrown plants paved across the castle grounds. The floor tiles formed some kind of a design that was red and gray. It was beautiful despite the fact that most of its colors had faded. Farther away, the tiled floor led to a long stone bridge built across a wide valley. How far it went she could not tell due to the strange mist in the atmosphere. All she knew was a tall dark wall with uneven top lined the horizon. The uneven top must be the trees of the evil woods. She thought of Stride, her brave horse, and wondered if it managed to find its way back to Sobia after she fell off the cliff. She hoped the demon did not harm him. She then thought of Julian, who gave his life for her, and her father back home, who must think that she was already dead and be grieving for her. Based on the usual customs, they would hold her funeral within the next few days, the last of the princesses. But it was no help thinking about the affairs of her distant home. She needed to have her wits about her in this foreign land. Then, a knock came on the door. Mohort must be back. She opened the door but was instead greeted by a stranger. Mohort's face wasn't really friendly to begin with, but this was worse and grimmer. The man standing by the door had rather long and sharp-looking eyes that seemed to stare at her like she was a prey, ready to be feasted on. He had a long, black beard and wore a long, dark blue robe. Before she could let out a word, a force choked her, like an invisible hand gripping at her throat. "How dare you trespass this place?" "What do you want?" the man said. "Stop. I didn't trespass." Fate squeezed the words out of her mouth, struggling to breathe. "I was lost. He led me here." "Who led you here?" Hort." "Liar. No one enters here without the master's permission." The force around her neck tightened and she could hardly speak or plead. Her eyes flicked to and fro, looking for some way to get out of this situation. Her whole body shook from the lack of air and her attention fell on the lamps that seemed to shine even brighter in the dark. She extended her hand, facing it at the lamp several meters to her left. The lamp's fire grew, bursting out of the glass and trailed toward the man. The man curtly turned, staring at the approaching flame. His hand shot up and the flame rose before him, like it had hit an invisible barrier, before it diminished. The force around her neck let up and she panted to catch her breath. "What's happening?" Mohort said, hurrying toward the grim man, glancing between him and Fate. "Who are you?" the grim man asked, keeping his sharp fierce eyes on Fate, though they were mingled with disbelief. "She was lost out there. We met at the tunnels. Lost or not, we do not let strangers in here. She could be one of them." "Nikolai, you don't understand," Mohort said. "I understand it all too well." The grim man named Nikolai turned to Fate. "Get out of this castle. If you don't, I will kill you." We were chased by the Damascus. Nikolai suddenly fell silent and continued eyeing Fate. Both Mohort and he exchanged glances. Fine, just make sure you keep 2 eyes on her, so she doesn't do anything stupid. He turned and walked off. Are you all right? Mohort asked, looking at Fate with subtle concern. I'm fine. Fate nodded, staring at the back of the grim man as he walked into the distance. Who is that? He's Nikolai. He can use magic? Fate asked. Yes, he's a mage. One of the last few remaining. But he's not what you should be concerned with right now. Come, let me show you to your room. That wouldn't be necessary. Why? I'm leaving. The Damascus is still out there. It will kill you the moment it sees you. You heard what the mage said. He will kill me if I stay here. That was because he didn't know. Anyway, I will make sure that doesn't happen. How can you be sure of that? You weren't gone that long and I almost died. I apologize for leaving you alone earlier. But leave him to me. Just don't go out there. Please follow me. Why can't I just stay in this room? I'm afraid it's already taken. Mohort said, and Fate turned back to look at the door, puzzled. Who stays? Before she could finish, Mohort was walking away. Fate followed him to her room located further down, right at the end of the hallway. Along the way, Fate could not help but notice the intricate designs of the hallway moldings and ceiling. Who could have thought such a beautiful castle existed in this evil realm? Her room was as large as the previous one, though this had a different layout and was stuffier and dustier. Fate coughed as dust tickled her nostrils. The air in the room was heavier too, hinting that it hadn't been occupied for some time. Fate's stomach growled, and Fate pressed it with her hand, looking down. You must be hungry. Wait here, I will get you something to eat. Make sure you stay in this room, do you understand? Mohort said. Fate wanted to ask why but agreed instead. Mohort went out and closed the door. Fate walked over to the bed, which was covered with a deep red blanket, and sat down. Weariness began to take over. It had been a long day, after all. She longed for nothing more than a good sleep, and although Mohort had brought her here to hide from the demon, she still had her doubts about this place. That mage, Nikolai, was opposed to her staying here, but his attitude changed when he heard Mohort mention something called the Damascus. Was that what they called the demon? If so, they most likely knew about it and might have the answer to how she could defeat it. She lay down, staring at the dark ceiling and listening to the soft noises coming from the far-off landscape through the window. Slowly, she gave in to the weariness and silence and felt the weight on her mind lighten. 5. The next prey. Julian called to Fate and they hurried down the hallway of the castle. The horn echoed all across Sobia like the sound of doom. Fate's heart raced. The demon was coming for one of them today. The question was which one? Would it be Tempest or her? Either was as frightening as the other. But if she were to choose, she would rather it be her than Tempest. They hurried up the spiraling staircase of one of the tallest towers. Guards were stationed at intervals and ropes attached to levers tied to barricades above. The king was doing everything he could to slay the demon if it made it here, or if not, cause as much damage to it as possible to force it to retreat. At the top, the staircase ended and Julian inserted the old giant bronze key into the keyhole and pushed the wooden door open. The room looked like a storeroom of sorts that once used to be a bedroom. Hide here. Julian said, opening the doors of a large vertical metal box with giant chains wrapped around its sides. Where is Tempest? Fate said. She's safe like you are. Wait, my lady, you are not supposed to be here. Outside, a soldier said shortly before the door opened, and Tempest entered the room. Fate! Tempest called. Tempest! Fate said. My lady, you shouldn't come here. The demon might take both of you if it finds its way here. I won't let fate face this alone. If it's me it wants, I will accept it. If it's fate, I will fight it to the death. I will do the same. Fate said. But there's a problem, the box can only fit one of you, Julian said. Tempest looked at Fate. You can take it. I will hide under the bed, Tempest said. No. You will be safer in there, Fate said. The demon is unstoppable. Nowhere is safe anymore. Besides, I am the better fighter, so I have a better chance of escaping, you understand? But... My lady, time is running out. I need to secure the chains. Julian said. Quick, go inside. Tempest said, and Fate reluctantly obeyed. Tempest watched Julian secure the chains around the metal box before she hid under the bed at the edge of the room. Outside, the horn subsided and an eerie silence followed. Sobia became a ghost town. The silence was so intense that Tempest could hear her own heartbeat. Inside the box, Fate could see nothing but darkness. Her heart pounded harder in her chest with every passing second. Sweat wriggled down her forehead and every sensation felt magnified. She waited under the heavy air, hearing no sound or movement beside her own. Then, she heard low noises, muffled rumbling in the distance. In her mind, she pictured the black misty demons storming up the spiraling staircase past the defending guards that were launching the traps and attacking it with every weapon they had. The noises loudened. She feared for Julian, wondering if the battle had gone ill. Outside the metal box, Tempest could no longer see Julian's feet from the gap under the bed. The last thing she heard was the clashing of steel in the room. The only thing that was moving was a black monstrous feet and the mist surrounding it. Its feet thumped the stone floor like a war machine, and it let out a fierce growl that made the hearts of the toughest warriors tremble. It turned toward the other side of the room, and Tempest heard violent clashing. The demon was striking at the metal box. Fate gasped as the interior of the metal box vibrated. The demon had come for her. She clasped the hilt, ready to strike as soon as the doors gave way. Her breaths accelerated as faint light seeped through the door's widening gap. Fate could see fine black tendrils through it. The door was bending. It would break any second. The demon growled and Fate closed her eyes and covered her ears. As she anticipated her doom, the box suddenly stopped shaking. The black tendrils through the gap were gone, replaced by a soft, dull light. Fate waited. For how long she did not know. Eventually, she tugged at the doors. After several attempts, it flew open and Fate pointed her sword at the opening. Strangely, there was no sign of the demon. She stepped out of the metal box and saw Julian lying unconscious beside a cracked stone pillar. The wooden door was wide open and scattered fires burned along the staircase littered with fallen guards. Fate ran to the bed at the edge of the room and looked under it, only to find a dark, empty space. Tempest was gone. 6. The Damascus. When she opened her eyes again, the room was as dark as before. Her eyes were wet with tears. Tempest, she cried. Why did you come out? She thought about the dream she just had. Of course, it wasn't just a dream. It was what had happened a year ago on Lucinda's day. After she noticed Tempest was missing, she looked all over the castle for her. When she was nowhere to be found, she knew the worst had come true. The demon had taken Tempest, who had chosen to reveal herself to the demon so that she could live, even if it were only a year longer. This must be Tempest's true plan when she came to hide with her. It wasn't so they could face the demon together. She had planned to face it alone. Fate wondered how much time had passed since she fell asleep. Mohort was not in the room. Had he not returned? As she observed the surroundings, she saw a plate of food on the small round table near the corner of the room not far from her bed. The food was still warm. There were eggs, meat, and some leafy vegetables. Her mouth began to water, and she tucked in, savoring the sweet meat and the warm runny egg yolk in her mouth before sending them down her throat. Food had never tasted this good, but she knew it was because she was starved and tired. She lifted the wooden mug at the side and drank the cool water in it. Within minutes, the plate and mug were empty, and she felt renewed strength. There was nothing else to do here, and she didn't want to go back to sleep. She moved to the door and opened it. After the previous horrible encounter with the mage, she made sure to open it slowly so she could have ample reaction time if anything happened. Luckily, there was no one outside. She stepped outside and peered down the deserted hallway. What was in this castle? Who were the Darkwoods? Maybe she could find out something if she looked around. More than once, her own shadow moving along the wall startled her. Most of the doors were locked. She had wanted to explore those unlocked but did not want to risk being caught by anyone again. The space dimmed as she walked toward the main hall. She peered down over the metal railings to the huge doors down below at the center of the hall. That must be the main door, the way out. She heard something, like a rhythm of soft thumping. As she listened carefully, she realized it was coming from downstairs. She peered beyond the railings, scanning from the left to the right of the staircases but did not see anything. She intended to go down to check it out when a louder noise stopped her in her tracks. One of the main doors opened, letting in a thin pale light that began to expand. It was later blocked by a large shadow outside. The shadow moved past the door and Fate ducked behind the railings beside the stairs. The door closed with a loud thump and the former gloom returned to the main hall. The demon had come for her. She glanced toward the hallway she came from, unsure she could make it there without being seen. Fate waited for the sound of the next footsteps but none came. She remained in her position for a while before peeping from the top of the railings. The large shadow was still standing near the castle doors. It flinched and began rushing toward the stairs. Fate dashed for the hallway, nearly tripping in the process. Instead of going for the end of the hallway where her room was, she turned into another hallway to stay out of sight. One hallway led to another, and each was darker than the previous. At last, she came to a narrower hallway with statues housed in niches lined along one side of the wall. The nearby doors were all locked. She headed into one of the niches and hid behind the stone statue. The distant footsteps were getting louder, and the approaching shadow intensified the darkness. Crouched at the back of the statue, Fate saw what looked like thick black fur moving down the hallway. For the first time, she could hear its heavy breathing. Fate stayed utterly still, knowing it was certain death this time. But death did not come to her that night, for the demon passed the niche. Long after the footsteps died down, Fate emerged from her hiding spot and hurried back to her room, observing every turn and making sure the coast was clear before continuing. Back in her room, she kept her eyes on the door, expecting them to open any time. Minutes crawled by and anxiety was taken over by drowsiness. Light, silver light, a voice called and she opened her eyes and saw Mohort's face before her. Fate sat up on her bed. It's you. Is it morning already? There hasn't been a morning here for many years. Mohort looked toward the windows with sadness in his eyes. Fate stood up. The surroundings were as dark as the time before she slept. Is it because of the curse? Curse? I guess you can say that. By the way, was everything okay last night? Well, yes. Fate recalled the terrifying pursuit at the hallway. Did Mohort know about the demon's presence in the castle? If he did, he must be hiding something from her. It was best she played it by ear. Where were you last night? I had to settle some things. When I returned with your meal, you were already asleep. Didn't want to wake you, so I left it on the table. Glad you've finished it. Thanks for the meal. You said the demon cannot enter this place, right? Yes. Why? Mohort looked away. A spell lies over the castle. It keeps the demon out. What spell is it? And who cast it? Is it the mage? No, Master Darkwood did. Is this Master Darkwood a mage too? No. Fate could tell Mohort wasn't really fond of elaborating on this Darkwood character. Yesterday, when the mage attacked me, you mentioned something called the Damascus. What did you mean? That's the name of the monster that chased us. What do you know about the monster? Why does it keep coming after us after the princesses? Fate said. Mohort sighed. Fate was about to speak when he spoke. It's a most evil creature bent on a single purpose and it would not stop until it's achieved. Which is? Revenge. Revenge? On whom? Surely you know the answer to that question. Fate knew in her heart the person Mohort meant was the king, her own father. The only person the evil king would want revenge on was her father, the man who foiled his evil plans. How do I stop the demon? It can't be stopped. There must be a way. If the evil king could conjure it, there must be some way to undo it. Mohort did not speak, as if her words triggered something in him. Come, we have to go. Go where? To meet Master Darkwood. 7. Master Darkwood. Fate followed Mohort down the hallway and up the hall stairs to the 6th level. The other levels were dim, but this level was even worse. Not a single lamp or candle lay in sight, except for a single torch placed near the stairs. Mohort took it and led her down the long dark hallway. The design of this level was grander than the other levels, though. The peeled walls and dented wooden floor panels made Fate wonder about their cause. Finally, they came to a double doors with a unique frame. The light from Mohort's torch revealed a familiar symbol on them. It was the same rose design on the blue door near the cellar's stairs. Mohort knocked on the door before pushing it open. She noticed large long candles lit at either side of the room. Further in, at the center, was a platform. Master, I have brought her here, Mohort said and bowed. Fate strained her eyes but could not see the person on the platform that Mohort was addressing. Whoever this Darkwood person was, he had little love for light. So, you are the girl wandering in the tunnels. What is your name? A firm and deep voice said. I'm Silverlight. And what are you doing alone in Forbia? I was lost. That is not I asked. Then what are you ask? I asked how did you end up in the woods? Darkwood said. If fate told him the truth, that she was trying to escape from the black demon, or the Damascus, he would know she was the princess of Sobia. Until she found out what connection this Darkwood and his people had with the Damascus, it was more cautious to keep her identity secret. I was trying to save the princess. How, may I ask? Do you intend to wound the princess slayer with your good looks? To some, that might have sounded like a compliment. To her, it was an insult to her true innate quality. That's none of your concern. I have my ways. Who are you to the princess? Why do you want to save her? That demon is a threat to all of Sobia, and it has taken so many lives. It must be stopped. Your bravery is admirable, but you don't stand a chance. I won't know if I don't try. If you know so much about the demon, why don't you find a way to defeat it? Master Darkwood did not reply. You are quite the talker. Do not forget you are only alive because we let you stay here. If it wasn't for the sins your king committed, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Silence. Darkwood's figure moved in the gloom, but he remained seated. Fate had thought he was about to attack her. Mohort tugged Fate's arm, seemingly to discourage her from agitating his master. Tell me more about your magic, Darkwood said, regaining his usual calm tone. What do you want to know? Fate said. How does it work? Revealing that it was life magic might cause him to know she's a royal, as it was a known fact in Sobia that only royals possess this magic. It, duplicates things. What about that trick with the moonlight and the tunnels? Mohort must have told him about it. I merely used it to multiply the moon's light rays. You made a copy of the moonlight? Yes. And how did you obtain this magic? I learned it from a mage. Is that so? And what is the name of this mage, may I ask? Fate had feared he would ask this, but learning it from a mage was the quickest answer she could think of. All Sobians knew the only ones capable of doing magic in their country were the king and his daughters. Magic wasn't something one could learn in Sobia, though. Nikolai had proven that wasn't the case in Forbia. As she brainstormed for the name of this non-existent mage, she ended up saying, "Why do you want to know?" No reason. It matters not. You may take your leave. Wait, there's something I want to ask you, Fate said. What is it? Have you seen any of the princesses? Humph, no. Do you know where the Damascus took them? The Damascus devours its prey, thus its name, the Princess Slayer. You should stay away from it if you know what's good for you. I can't keep running forever. You don't have to so long you stay here. The Princess Slayer cannot enter here. Are you sure about that? I saw the demon come in here just hours ago. You must be seeing things. We have lived here for many years and none of us have seen the likes of the Damascus in this castle. I wasn't seeing things. I saw it. It saw me, too, and chased me down the hallway. If it's the Damascus you saw, you wouldn't be alive. And let me remind you that you are not supposed to wander around the castle. That's enough for now. Leave me. 8. The Cold Hunter. Mohort led an annoyed Fate out of Darkwood's room and then to the lower levels. Fate was quiet the whole way. As they descended down the stairs to the first level of the hall, the castle doors opened, making Fate jump. A woman, dressed in a red tunic, walked in, carrying something on her back. Fate caught a glimpse of the outdoor view through the closing door. The woman in red tunic shot Fate an unfriendly look and walked over with what appeared to be a dead deer drooping on her back. She had well-contoured limbs for a woman, neither too bulky nor too thin. "Who is she?" the tough-looking woman in red tunic asked. "She's Silverlight, from Sobia." Fate could tell that Mohort seemed reluctant to speak the last two words for some reason. "Hello," Fate said, but the woman kept her icy expression. As she walked over to Fate, she bumped her on her shoulder so hard that Fate nearly fell over. "Hey!" The woman in red tunic halted, her back facing Fate with the dead deer. "What was that for?" Fate said. "To tell you to get out of my way. I do not speak to weaklings." "Sybil!" Mohort said, but the woman did not turn around. "Who are you calling weakling?" Fate said. Sybil slowly turned back. "You, and all Sobians. All you people have is treachery and you feed off others like parasites. You have no honor." "Sybil! That's enough," Mohort said. "I don't know where you get that idea from, but you are clearly wrong." Fate said. "Am I? Let's put it to the test." Sybil dropped the dead deer and drew from her back a long dagger while Fate drew her sword. Sybil scoffed at the sight of Fate's broken blade and began to attack, wielding her dagger with such skill and agility that it seemed like a dance. Fate could hardly find any chance to strike as she was too busy blocking Sybil's attack. The dagger clashed with Fate's blade once again and dislodged it from her grip. She then kicked Fate to the ground and held the dagger to her throat. Sybil shook her head and Fate felt her insides burning with shame and rage. "Just as I thought," Sybil said. "That's enough." "If Master sees this," Mohort said. At the mention of Darkwood, Sybil eyed Mohort before sheathing her dagger. Lifting her hunt off the ground, she walked away. "Are you all right?" Mohort asked. Fate looked away and got up. "I'm fine." When they arrived at the dining hall, it was dim and lit only by the faint lights on the dining table's candelabra. No one was at the dining table. Mohort invited her to sit down and returned shortly with her meal. She had lost track what meal this was. In Forbia, breakfast and lunch felt no different from dinner and supper. Although Fate was hungry, she was hardly in the mood to eat. She felt so lonely here and missed home, Tempest, her father, and even other sisters, whom she was never really that close to. At least they treated her with dignity. Here, everyone despised her, except for Mohort, yet she couldn't fully trust him either. "I apologize for what Sybil did. It's not your fault. It's just I don't understand why everyone here is so friendly." Most of us had lost someone, family during the war between our kingdoms. But our king had no choice. More people would die if he had not stopped the evil king. Still, that doesn't change the fact that their loved ones were implicated and killed by Sobian troops. If anyone were to blame, it was the evil king. It was he who tried to use dark magic for evil. How could they dismiss that and place the blame on Sobians? They didn't, Mohort muttered and stood up. "I will leave you here for now. There are matters I must see to. You may look around the first and second levels if you like after your meal, but remember to return to your room by 6 in the evening. The grandfather clock chimes at 5:30. That is when you must return to your room. Do not go anywhere else other than the first and second levels, and certainly not outside the castle." With that, Mohort left the dining hall. Fate wondered why she wasn't allowed outside her room after 6. She had wanted to ask Mohort, but he left before she had the chance. Mohort and Master Darkwood were the only ones she met so far that did not hate the Sobians, though Mohort displayed higher tolerance. But even he appeared uneasy when he mentioned the war. 9. The Dark Room. For the first time, Fate was allowed to explore the castle on her own, though most of the designs were shrouded by the darkness. The only light sources came from the wall torches, lamps, and candle lights. From the dining room, she headed in the direction opposite from where she came, and it led to a hallway of doors. One of them led to a library. She had wanted to explore further if not for the cobwebs and the dark. Exiting the library, she continued down the hallway and a flight of stairs that led to an archway. She could feel the chilly soft wind tickling her face. Behind the archway was a cloister that displayed an unobstructed view of this dark country, the remaining parts of Forbia that exuded mystery and peril. Far below, a long, wide river snaked across the vast foliage that stretched to the far-off plateaus. A pair of oddly shaped mountains stood at the horizon under the dark blue sky. Where does that lead? The hairs on her skin stood as a strong gust of chilly wind blew, and she followed the path of the cloister. At the end was an archway to a wide stairwell with a flight of stairs leading up and another leading down. This was another part of the castle that was separate from the main building. Fate saw yellow light flickering in the level below. She wanted to duck to avoid being seen, but the light vanished with the sound of a closing door. She descended the stairs, keeping a steady grip on her torch. There was only one door on the level below her. Standing by the door, she hesitated. Should she open it? What if that nasty mage saw her? She might not be so lucky this time. The mysteries of Forbia, this castle, and her desire to unravel the Damascus's origins tugged at her mind. She was sure she saw the Damascus enter the castle the night before. The only puzzling thing was why it didn't find her. Never once had the Damascus failed to find its prey, so there was no reason hiding behind the niche could conceal her from that demon when hiding inside the metal box did not. Master Darkwood must know more than he was letting her on. The mage, Nikolai, and that tough-looking girl named Sybil hated her with a passion. Even if they had nothing to do with the Damascus, letting her stay in their sanctuary was certainly not their intent. Whatever their intent was, she must find out before it was too late. She inhaled deeply and opened the door. It was another hallway with the ceiling not far above her. As she studied the surroundings, she jolted at the sight of a face to her right. It turned out to be statue. Golden light stirred around the corner ahead. She followed it to a doorway at the center of the path and a door on either side. She did not hear the sound of a door opening or closing, so it was clear whoever was holding the light had gone through the doorway. Past the doorway were round columns spaced out from one another. Fate walked up to a nearby column and spotted a circle of thinner columns deeper into the room. A blue-robed figure stood at a large depression surrounded by the thin columns. It was Nikolai. He was facing a tall, red rectangular object in front of him, placed at the center of the depression. Fate lowered her torch to avoid alerting him. He reached for the tall, red object and pulled it down. The red object wasn't an object but a cloth. It dropped to the floor and revealed a cage. Something was moving in it, making spine-chilling sounds. It moved to the edge of the cage to meet the mage standing on the other side of the bars. She could vaguely see the shape of a beastly snout with long, sharp teeth. With a wave of his hand, the monster moved away from the cage bars as though heeding Nikolai's command. What was a monster doing inside the castle? Was Nikolai summoning monsters? Nikolai began murmuring softly, an incantation of some sort. Fate couldn't make out any of it. A strange violet light appeared from Nikolai's frame, enveloping him from head to toe, and it was glowing brighter. Nikolai glanced over his left hand and pulled out its sleeve with his right. What Fate saw nearly made her gasp aloud. His left arm was black and monstrous. The violet light enveloping him began to shrink and converge at his left arm, glowing so bright that his left arm was colored entirely in violet. His entire body trembled under the impact of the spell, and when it was done, a blinding light flashed, forcing Fate to close her eyes. She opened them again. Nikolai's figure stood there still as a rock, looking at his arm, which was as black and hideous as ever. He tugged the sleeve back down. Although Fate could not see his face, she could sense his disappointment and anger. There was obviously something wrong about this place. At times Fate wondered if Nikolai heard her racing heartbeat. As she was about to tuck her head back behind the pillar, the monster's head turned toward her. It growled and rammed the cage bars. Shoot! She had to get away now before Nikolai saw her. She dashed toward the doorway. She did not know if Nikolai could see her in the darkness, but running was the best option now. She ran down the hallway of statues, turning back to see if Nikolai or the monster was following. Suddenly, she hit something hard and the pain of the impact stunned her. Turning around, she faced a person, hooded and cloaked in black. The pale moonlight that shone through the windows fell on his right face, revealing a captivating blue eye and manly features under the gloom. She stepped back, glancing at a red spot on his left chest. Knowing she saw it, the man covered it quickly. "What are you doing here?" the man said in a deep voice. It was Master Darkwood's voice. Fate was confused and shocked that she didn't know what to say. Should she tell him she was exploring the castle and following Nikolai to a room with a monster in a cage? He would chide her about wandering around. Besides, the fact that Darkwood was here might mean he already knew about the monster and whatever Nikolai was up to. If so, speaking the truth would only make her situation more dangerous. "Didn't I tell you not to wander around the castle?" "I am sorry, I was planning to leave." "Wait! Why were you running?" he asked. Fate kept silent. Darkwood turned to look behind Fate. Nikolai was walking over to them from behind her. "Master," Nikolai addressed Darkwood before looking at Fate. From the look of it, she must have seen something she shouldn't have. Something terrifying, perhaps? I heard noises. I thought it was the Damascus. But I wasn't sure. I couldn't really see what it was. That's why I ran." Darkwood and Nikolai exchanged glances, but neither spoke. The castle has its way of playing tricks on the mind, but I assure you the Damascus is not here, Darkwood said. "You should hurry back to your room." "All right." Fate's eyes turned away from Darkwood's and avoided looking at Nikolai beside her. She walked slow at first to pretend everything was normal and sped up her pace after she was out of sight. She retraced her steps past the stairway landing to the cloister and then the dining hall. Every now and then, she turned back to see if Darkwood or the mage was following and was glad to see no one. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed, its hands pointing at 5:30. When she entered her room, she shut the door quickly. She thought about what she should do next, now that she knew there was something amiss with this place and its occupants. Could Nikolai be linked to the Damascus, or worse, be the one who summoned it? He and Sybil hated Sobians and they lived in a castle here. The people of this castle might very well be servants of the evil king. She was in great danger. But leaving was not a solution, as the Damascus would find and kill her before she knew where she was going. It might even be waiting for her outside as she spoke. However, if Darkwood and Nikolai were in cahoots and the former had wanted her dead, he could just kill her back at the hallway of statues. Why did he need to go the trouble of offering her refuge? Unless they were plotting something else. But what could it be? She recalled the red spot on Darkwood's chest. That was blood with no mistake. He was wounded and reacted evasive when she saw it. It was no coincidence he was in that hallway. It was likely he was there to meet Nikolai. Did it have something to do with the monster in the cage and what Nikolai did at the dark room of pillars? And what was going on with Nikolai's blackened right arm? The more she thought, the more her head hurt. At times like this, she wished Tempest were here. She would tell her what to do. She peered out at the dark landscape through her window and wondered if Tempest was still alive somewhere out there or killed by the Damascus. The thought of either possibility destroyed her, yet she could not stop brooding over this same question for the past year. Tempest was part of the reason fate rode to Forbia. It wasn't just to survive. She sought to avenge Tempest and her other sisters by finding the way to destroy the Damascus. She unsheathed her sword, looking at its remaining blade. She moved her left hand near the blade's broken tip and focused. The blade glowed golden under the magical light shining from her left hand and extended until it was whole again. Armies with mighty swords and spears had perished in the face of the Damascus. Even if her sword was whole, it made no difference. She then noticed the red bloodstains on her right palm, wondering when and where she got them. She touched it and the pain stung her palm. She was bleeding. The last time she felt pain on her palm was when she fell at the main hall when Sybil had kicked her to the ground. She laid her sword before her on the bed, and gently clasped both her hands together. A golden light appeared through the gaps of her fingers, wrapping both hands. When she opened up her hands, the blood on her right palm was gone. Her sideways glance caught something move beneath the gap of the door. Could it be Mohort? She waited for the door to open but instead heard a clicking sound, like the locking sound of a door. The shadow moved away. She moved to the side of the door and waited for the next sign of movement. When there was none, she turned the doorknob and realized the door was locked. Whoever was outside her room had locked it. Did Mohort or someone else do it, and why? Clearly, they didn't want her wandering around the castle. But this felt like they planned to trap her inside. No matter what, she wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. She had to get out. 10. Sneaking out. She looked around the room for another way out, but the only openings were the windows and there was no going out that way, unless she wanted a straight plunge to her death. She peered at the castle ground far below, feeling the night wind on her face. The next room's window was too far and there was no platform along the exterior walls to stand on. While staring at the overgrowth that had spread across the wall, an idea came to her: she could use them to climb to the window of the next room. She pressed her body against the windowsill and reached her hand out toward the vines to the window's left. They were too far. Then, under the glowing light from her outstretched hand, the overgrowth began to grow and extend toward her. Yes. Once it was within reach, she continued and directed the overgrowth to grow above her window frame to the other side of the window. She stepped onto the windowsill and grabbed the overgrowth, pulling it to make sure it was firm enough. A fall from this height would surely shatter her bones. But better to try than wait to be slaughtered. Grabbing tightly onto the vines, she took in a few deep breaths and stepped off the windowsill. She was hanging with only the overgrowth for support. Don't look down. Carefully, she made her climb sideways to her left, hugging the overgrowth as tightly as possible. She repeated the motion, reaching her left hand to grab the vines next to her, dislodging her left foot to hook the vine and then grabbing the vine with her right hand, and so on. This went on for some time, and when she thought she was near the window of the next room, she realized she was only halfway across. She was now hanging on the vines between the two windows. The muscles on her arms were starting to feel tired, but she forced herself not to think about it. As she shifted, her weight left again, the vine snapped and she fell. She threw her hands out and grabbed onto the first vine she touched. She was getting further from her destination. Her bruised hands ached as she pulled herself up. Gravity was working against her and the vines she was hanging on to would snap any time. A growl echoed in the distance. It was the Damascus. Did it sense her because she was outside the castle? She looked up to the top left where the window was and then down at the ground below. The distant growl grew wilder. If she continued to climb, either the vines would break or she would likely run out of energy before she reached the window. There was no point in climbing back to her window now that she was at the midpoint between the two windows. Either way, her odds of success were slim. A crazy and dangerous thought came to mind and she began to climb down the vines as quickly as she could, feeling sharp pain stinging her palms. When she was close enough to the ground, she let go and landed on her feet. She was officially outside the castle now and within the Damascus's reach. Which side was to the castle entrance? She tried mapping out the interior of the castle in her mind to trace the direction of the entrance. She headed left, keeping near to the castle wall as she ran. On her right was thick foliage leading into the unknown. Somewhere ahead, the wall protruded out. Following along the wall, she came to the edge of the courtyard that branched off in two main directions. One was to the castle gates while the other the castle entrance about 50 meters away from where she stood. Eyeing the castle gate, she dashed toward the castle entrance. A black shadow swept across the path from the woods to the castle gate. She was halfway to the castle doors, running at full speed and banging into them as she halted. She pushed the doors open with both hands, dashed inside and threw them closed. The diabolical form of the Damascus loomed and expanded through the gap of the doors. Bang! The doors closed shut. But she wasn't safe yet. The Damascus could enter the castle like what she witnessed that night before. She flew up the stairs to the highest level. Before she knew it, she was back at the dark hallway. She persisted despite the darkness, guided by nothing but the torch and her instincts. She recalled the initial part of the hallway from the time when Mohort showed her to Master Darkwood's room. Even so, it was hard to navigate in this darkness and she worried she would bump into a wall or one of the castle inhabitants at this speed. After some stumbling, she came to the doors of Master Darkwood's room. To the right was an opening that stretched on into the labyrinth of hallways. The farther she went, the older the structures looked. They weren't just older, they looked dilapidated, broken columns, dented walls, and smashed objects on the floor. Suddenly, she heard a rustling noise and she turned around. The flame of the torch she was carrying was the only thing that moved. Maybe it was her imagination. As she walked on and shifted her light, she came face to face with her own reflection and the large shadow behind her. Without hesitation, she turned and faced her free hand at the torch and the fire ignited into a blaze that shot toward the shadow. It roared at the approaching fire, stepping away. Fate did not relent, using the blaze as a shield against her attacker. She could see its entire form and face, but it did not look like the Damascus. She recognized those blue eyes, though she actually only saw one of them. Master Darkwood's face was clear under the blazing fire. Half of his face looked human while the other beastly. As soon as the eyes of the beauty and the beast met, the latter moved out of the blaze's range. Fate looked around but lost sight of him. She turned and ran back down the hallway. Outside the doors of Master Darkwood's room, Darkwood landed right in front of her. She reached for her sword, holding its tip near the wound on Darkwood's left chest, just like the time she stabbed the Damascus at the Evil Woods, and as she recalled, it was at its left chest too. Darkwood is the Damascus, after all. The evil king sent you, didn't he?" Fate yelled under the blazing fire. Darkwood did not answer. The fire seemed to aggravate him and he roared like a mad beast. Fate knew the fire would not hold him back for long, for the Damascus was invulnerable to all elements. She was going to die like her sisters. The only consolation was she would be seeing them soon. But she did not plan on going down without a fight. If she were to perish, she would burn the whole castle down. As the fire grew, she felt a presence behind her and her vision became fuzzy and went dark. 11. Darkwood's secret. When she came to, she heard faint voices, but she could not move her body. "Are we really going to wait till she comes around?" a voice said. "You saw what she nearly did. Mohort is right. Master, the curse is almost complete. Wouldn't it be better to just lock her up?" a second voice said. "My decision is final," said the third voice. "You saw how it all went with that last girl." "Tempest, was it?" said the second voice. "It would not happen again. This time, I will not fail." The room went quiet. Her vision cleared slightly. The room was dark, but there were fires burning and dark figures in the room. Among them were a blue-robed man, Mohort, and a man in black cloak, Darkwood. She was lying on the floor right in front of the platform where Darkwood Saturday. "She's awake," Nikolai the second voice said. "What are they trying to do with her?" Fate could not imagine what fates befell her sisters would now befall her. Even if she could get to her feet and run, it was unlikely she could escape given her current condition. "You don't need to resist, Silverlight, or should I call you, Fate?" Darkwood said. How did he know her name? Of course he did. He had been sent to kill her and her sisters. It was only natural for him to know the names of his targets. "You monster, you killed my sisters. Face me in a fair fight, if you dare," Fate said with barely enough energy. Darkwood did not speak, nor did he react angry. Instead, his eyes were solemn. "You misunderstand Master Darkwood," Mohort said. "Mohort," Darkwood interrupted and Mohort stopped speaking. "Forgive me, I did not intend to attack you at the hallway earlier." "Of course you didn't. You intended to kill me." "I did not. It was the curse." "You expect me to believe you?" "You can choose not to, as I can choose to tell you the truth." Fate did not respond. Seeing this, Darkwood continued. "All these years, I tried all ways to stop the Damascus, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not even come close to hurting it. That thing cannot be wounded by any weapon or magic we possessed. Since it can't be killed, the only thing I could do was stop it from killing. So, every year, I would wait in the woods for it to return with its victim. As it was about to devour its victim, we attacked it. We managed to distract it at first, but not long enough for the princess to escape. Before we reached the castle gates, the demon caught up. We could not save the princess. Time and again we tried, but every time our attempt only ended in failure. Darkwood could well be lying to get her trust, so he could do what he wanted with her. There were just too much evidence that proved he was up to no good, but somehow, something told her it was too elaborate to be a lie. Whatever he was up to, there was no harm listening to what else he had to say. "You said you waited at the woods for the Damascus to return. But how did you know it would, and do so with a victim?" Fate said. Darkwood fell silent. Fate supposed he might be stumped by her question, a loophole in his story he didn't foresee. After a brief silence, he said, "I was out in the woods when I saw it for the first time. A girl in a dress was wrapped by its tail, crying desperately. I tried to intervene, but the monster had lain her down and I would never forget her last cries before she went silent and cold as the night. It devoured her and stormed off into the darkness. A year later, I was looking out the castle tower when I saw the Damascus passing by, headed for the borders. When I reached there, I waited at the edge of the forest. As expected, it returned with a girl in its grasp. From the way she was dressed, I figured she was a princess like the first girl. I fought the demon, but it was too powerful. I could not save her. I survived, but not before getting slashed on the chest. I'd thought it would take forever to heal. The wound healed shortly after, but it left a curse on me. I began to change, both mentally and physically, into the demon you see right now. From then on, I realized the Damascus only hunts on the second day of July. Fate pictured the desperation on Lucinda's and Marian's faces as they were devoured by the terrible demon. Grief stabbed her heart even though she wasn't entirely convinced Darkwood was telling the truth. You said you waited at the edge of the woods. If you knew the Damascus was heading to Sobia for the kill, why didn't you warn the Sobians? None of us can leave Forbia. Since the curse fell on the kingdom, there's been an invisible wall that stopped anyone from leaving, Darkwood said. How do you explain the wound on your left chest? Fate asked. When I was fighting the Damascus at the woods, I drove my sword into its chest, exactly the same spot as your wound. The poison of the Damascus binds us together. What happens to it happens to me. When you stabbed it, you stabbed me too. If what you said is true, why didn't you tell me at the beginning? Fate said. Master Darkwood kept it from you, because he feared you might not believe him. He didn't want to risk another princess running away again, Mohort said. Again? Do you mean a princess ran away? When? Master Darkwood eyed Mohort and he stopped speaking, knowing he had said something he shouldn't. About a year ago, Darkwood said. Tempest? Yes. We managed to save her from the Damascus and brought her back to the castle. I thought I could protect her, but I couldn't protect her from myself. When she was wandering out in the hallway one night, the curse in me acted up and I attacked her. She managed to escape. When I regained control, she had already left the castle. We searched for her but couldn't find any sign of her. If I told you the truth, you might mistake me for the Damascus or a villain and run away like your sister and get yourself killed. A year later, we did the same thing, though, this time the monster did not appear as we expected. Maybe it was for the better, because as I waited for the monster within took over again. After that, I returned to the castle and saw you at the second level. After I regained control, I learned from Mohort that he found you at the tunnels. The rest is history. I outran the Damascus all the way here. I would not be killed that easily. An abrupt silence filled the dark room and both Mohort and Nikolai surveyed their master's face. Fate sighed. Wait, is that why you locked the door to my room? You were trying to protect me from yourself? Fate asked. Yes. Fate struggled to get to her feet. Where are you going? Mohort asked. If what you said is true, I can't stay here. I need to find Tempest. Haven't you heard what the master said? Nikolai spoke at last. We already tried. Maybe you didn't try hard enough. Darkwood spoke in his usual calm voice. You'll accomplish nothing by throwing your life away like this. It's been a year since she left. She is probably dead. You don't know for sure. She could still be out there, alone and scared, waiting for help to come. Tears welled up in Fate's eyes as she said those last few words, but she fought them back. Even if I can't find her, I will find the evil king and kill him to avenge my sisters. The castle of the evil king lies within the inner region of the kingdom, and the path is fraught with dangers beyond your worst nightmare. You will not make it there. I don't care. Since none of you will do anything to right the wrongs of your king, I will, even if I die trying. Fate still felt a little drowsy, but she was bent on looking for Tempest. She made it to the door and opened it to find a person standing outside. It was the irritable woman in red tunic, Sybil. When she made no attempt to let her through, Fate said, "Get out of my way." "And if I don't?" Sybil said. Fate reached for her waist and drew her sword. "That again?" Sybil smirked coldly, standing there like a rock. "Your skills are pathetic. You won't last a minute out there. It's none of your business. Step away, or you will be sorry." "Sure, for beating you to a pulp," Sybil said and stepped forward while Fate stepped back. Fate swung her blade at Sybil's side and she ducked with perfect timing. Fate struck again and Sybil dodged twice before spinning and slashing Fate at the side of her shoulder. Fate crouched down but stood up again, her hand tightly gripping onto her blade. Sybil shook her head, eyeing Fate with a condescending look. "I take back what I said. You won't last more than a few seconds out there alone." Fate felt rage rise in her. Fate knew she was not a skilled fighter, but that didn't give Sybil the right to humiliate her like that. With magic, she might win Sybil in a fight, but magic was less predictable if not controlled well, which was why she would not use it unless necessary. Perhaps now was the time. Moreover, this girl was asking for it. Maybe it would teach her a lesson and show her that Sobians were not to be trifled with. Fate held her sword with her right arm, pointing it straight at Sybil while her left arm pressed on her wound. A golden light appeared, glowing in the dark room for a few short seconds. Sybil eyed the magical light on Fate's shoulder. Fate fixed her eyes on Sybil. It was Sybil who struck this time and Fate blocked her blows, staying out of range. Sybil waved her dagger at Fate with masterful strokes, soon coming within range. Staying low, Sybil spun and her dagger headed for Fate's leg. Pointing her sword downward, their blades clashed, and Fate smoothly slid hers along Sybil's, aiming it at her throat. Sybil froze, her eyes narrowed at the unexpected outcome of the battle. Fate let down her sword, sheathing it as she walked past the silent Sybil to the door. She didn't feel satisfied at her victory as she knew she had won by magic. The outcome would have been different with her wound hindering her strength and focus. Nevertheless, it felt good showing Sybil that she wasn't as weak as she supposed. "What is that magic?" Nikolai said. Fate then realized she had unknowingly demonstrated her life magic before them. But Darkwood knew Tempest and her real name, which meant he most likely already knows she was a princess. "It's the magic of the royals. One those who favor destruction and death will never understand." "Whatever. Victory by magic is no victory," Sybil said and walked away. Master Darkwood rose to his feet and with a mighty leap, landed behind Fate. He grabbed her right arm, turning it slightly to examine it. Fate shook him off and looked at his face, which was part man part beast. Startled, she looked away. "What are you doing?" she said. "The wound on your arm. What happened to it?" "Wound?" Fate pretended not to know. "Sybil cut you. You were bleeding," he said. Fate wondered what the big deal was. Did he not hear of healing magic before? "You healed yourself, didn't you?" Yes, may I go now? How? Magic, how else? Darkwood's grip on her tightened all of her sudden and she winced under the pain. Do not think you can talk to me in that tone just because I offer you protection from the Damascus. If you don't watch your attitude, you will find that the Damascus and I have a lot more in common than you think. Master, Master. Mohort called from behind Darkwood, his voice seeming to ease his master of his accelerating breaths. I'm sure she meant no offense. Slowly, Darkwood loosened his grip and Fate pulled her hand away. Darkwood cast Fate a stern look. Tell me, why is it that you can possess healing magic? Fate felt reluctant to tell Darkwood anything, especially after how he treated her, but doing so might make him angrier. Who knew what he was capable of if she went against him? After a long silence, she relented. It runs in our blood. Lies. The magic of the Fae does not run in any bloodline. I will ask you one last time. How did you get this magic? I already told you. What else do you expect me to say? Fate said. Get her out of my sight. Darkwood said before turning away and walking back into the room. Mohort quietly ushered Fate out the door and back to her room. Fate, however, decided she'd had enough and walked off by herself. Mohort kept calling after her as she hurried to the main hall. Don't mind what the master said. He can be a little temperamental at times. You call that temperamental? Well, he can be temperamental all he wants. It's none of my business. It's because of the curse. It makes him like this. Maybe you should tell him the truth. I already did. Just what is it with you people? You assume things that you do not understand. Then maybe you can make us understand. There's nothing to say. Fate tried to open the door to her room, but it was locked. Sorry, Mohort said, opening it for her. I am getting changed. Don't follow me. She closed the door, leaving Mohort outside. In the room, Fate took off Sybil's clothes and changed back into her own clothes. She did not want to have anything to do with any of the people here. Mohort was still standing outside when she opened the door. Wait, where are you going? Anywhere but here. No, you can't leave. I can, and I must. Also, you heard him. He told me to get out. I can't wait to anyway. That monster is waiting out there for you. It will kill you the moment you leave. I have outrun it this far. I will survive. Also, Tempest could still be alive out there. I must find her. Don't do this, Fate. Don't come any closer. Fate raised her sword and Mohort halted, watching her walk out the doors. 12. The Man in the Woods. After the doors closed, she started moving across the castle grounds, keeping an eye out for the slightest signs of a black form. At the center of the circular walkway was a huge gray statue of a man in a robe and armor. However, its upper torso and head were missing. At its base lay shattered rocks that Fate realized were the head and torso sections. Despite it was only a statue, the features on its head were lifelike and regal. There was a certain warmth about the man's face. Near its head were the statue's arms, lying at two different places. One hand held a book while the other a flower. It resembled the rose on that blue door of the castle. Who is this man? Fate headed through the castle gates where the Damascus passed a while ago. The air was cold and she ran without turning back. She pictured Mohort chasing after her and did not want to give him a chance of catching up with her. A stone bridge led from the gates to the woods. If she was right, this was the other side of the evil woods. She turned back as she stopped near a tree to catch a breather. There was no sign of Mohort. She turned her focus back to the woods. She was now out in the open, unprotected from the Damascus. Sobia lay miles away on the other side of the vast woods, but it wasn't the direction she was headed. She turned toward the other direction, finding her way through the woods around the borders of the castle that led deeper into Forbia. Not a moment did she let down her sword, for she knew the Damascus might appear any time. She walked for some time and started hearing noises. It had sounded like the wind, but it was strangely consistent. She traced it past the dark cover of trees to an area where the trees ended. Down below was a flowing river with a bridge crossing to the other side of the riverbank. She scanned the surroundings for a way down as it was too high to jump down without twisting her leg. Further ahead, she saw a mud path leading down to the riverbank. She only needed to find where that mud path began. As she searched, something made her stop in her tracks. It was a person dressed in a cloak, knelt between the trees. She hid behind a tree to observe. She had thought it was Darkwood, but the figure seemed leaner. "Help," it called in a weak voice. Fate hadn't heard that voice before, which meant it wasn't anyone she had met from the castle. Were there other people in Forbia? She went forward and asked, "Hey there, are you hurt?" "A living soul, at last." "Thank goodness." "I sprained my ankle when I stepped on some nasty twigs," the man said in a shaky voice. "Perhaps I can take a look, if you don't mind." "It's nothing serious, but I need a hand to stand up." "Sure." Fate went around to his front and held onto his right arm. Looking from her angle, the man had deep eyes and his face was paler than the moonlight. He kept his gaze lowered as she helped him up. When he was almost back on his feet, he looked at her through golden eyes. His right hand clasped tightly onto hers. She tried to pull it away, but he was too strong. He lunged at her, pressing her to the ground and leaning over to sniff at her face. He closed his eyes while he indulged in the act. "Stay still, it will make things easier for the both of us." He opened his mouth, revealing long, sharp bloodied teeth. Fate grabbed her sword's hilt and thrust her blade into the ravenous man's waist from the side, but he did not even twitch. He turned around, staring at her sword that pierced his flesh and looked back at her with an icy glance. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Any last moves?" he said. His head dove toward hers and she threw her hands out to hold it back. The pale man cried as smoke rose from his cheeks. The man backed away. Quickly, Fate pushed herself to her feet. The trembling man lowered his hands from his cheeks, revealing flesh beneath peeled skin. "What in heavens did you do to me?" He walked toward Fate, as she held her sword between them. "Stay away from me." The man ignored her words and poised to charge at her when a shadow rushed at him from the side. It was a cloaked figure, one she found familiar, and he struck at her attacker like a wild beast. Darkwood dodged as the man swung his arms to attack. Darkwood bellowed, locking eyes with the bloodlust opponent. "You stay out of this." "This is between me and the girl," the pale man said. "And if I say no? Then I shall suck you dry before I do her." "Ha ha ha." The man leaped at Darkwood, who grabbed and threw him off, but he broke the fall and came running back toward him. Darkwood prepared to strike when a monstrous growl broke across the woods. The Damascus was coming. The pale man hissed and leaped into the shadow of the trees. Darkwood's blue eyes shone as he turned to look at Fate. "I don't need." "Come." He did not wait for her to finish and grabbed her arm. She winced at the pain the ravenous man's sharp nails had dug into her skin when she was trying to help him up. "Let go! You are hurting me!" Fate yelled. "We won't make it to the castle. I will find my own way." Darkwood stopped at those words. Fate thought her persuasion had worked and he was fine with her going separate ways. Only he didn't. He pulled Fate to the edge of the trees. "What are you doing? We have to jump." "What?" Before she could speak another word, Darkwood lifted her with both arms and jumped down to the riverbank below. He curtly lay her down and his one hand pressed on the wound on her right arm. "Ouch, what are you?" With her blood on his fingers, he rushed to the river and dipped his hand into the water. Rushing back to Fate, he said, "Heal your wounds now," and carried her in his arms again. He went underneath a small hole in the face of the rock surface along the riverbank and there, he lay her down and his body on top of her, and then covering them with his cloak. "Get off me!" "Heal them now," he said in an agitated and softer voice, his warm breath huffing above hers. Puzzled and alarmed, Fate pressed her left hand on the wound. As she worked her magic, she found herself staring straight into Darkwood's eyes above her. When she was done, she said, "What are you?" Darkwood pressed his hand over her mouth and Fate mumbled inaudibly. She stopped when she heard heavy noises and sensed something near them. Although she could not see much under Darkwood's cloak, she knew what the shadow was. The Damascus was going to find her. Closing her eyes, she anticipated the worst. A growl thundered through the air, followed by rushed footsteps. Her heart shivered. The Damascus was on the move, but the sound of its footsteps was distancing from her. When all became silent again, her attention turned back to the darkness under Darkwood's cloak. Now that her magic was no longer in use, there was no light to illuminate Darkwood's face. The surroundings came into view again as Darkwood pulled his cloak away, looking out to the riverbank. The Damascus was gone. "We have to go, now." He turned back and their eyes met again. While his right face was still human-like, charming and beautiful, his left face startled her a bit. The only thing that remained the same on both sides was his eyes. Darkwood pulled his hand away from her mouth, much to Fate's annoyance. He turned his face away to avoid her stare. Was he scared of letting her see his ugly face up close? There was uncertainty in his eyes, one she never saw before. She stood after him, and before she could react, he grabbed her hand and started running again. She pedaled her legs vigorously to keep up. "Not so fast," she said, a decision she regretted, for he stopped, lifted her up with both hands, and hung her over his shoulder. Fate wanted to resist at first but relented, losing herself in the sensation of being carried. It felt like she was flying backward, seeing the trees and the ground receding before her. Soon, she saw the castle gates shrinking into the distance. Once they made it inside the castle, Darkwood laid her down on the floor. "Well, thanks for saving me. Who was that man who attacked me in the woods?" "That wasn't a man. He's a demon that feeds on human blood. His kind will disguise as innocent folks to lure their prey to them." "Are you saying that man was a vampire?" "Call him whatever you like, that doesn't change anything. To them, you are just food. Why are there vampires in this place? Do they serve the evil king?" Questions, questions, questions. All you need to do is stay here and follow the rules. "Can't you do that?" "Why should I follow your rules?" "Because I saved your life." "I did not ask to be saved by any of you. If that's your way of making me your pet so that you can make me do whatever you please, you are mistaken. Also, It was you who wanted me to get out in the first place. You. Darkwood wanted to talk back, but he started to tremble. His fingers tensed in restraint and his hands pressed against his head with his eyes shut. Stop, just stop. Stop what? Fate said. The anger that was inside her was replaced with slight worry after seeing Darkwood's pained expression. What's with you? Are you all right? Darkwood gritted his teeth, breathing deeply but did not speak. It's none of your concern. He turned to leave. I want to know. Why are you so interested in my magic? 13. The Legend of Forbia. Darkwood inhaled inside, trying to curb his agony before saying, because it is no ordinary magic. It is the magic bestowed by the ancient Fae in Forbia. Ancient Fae? Fate said. The sacred lord of our kingdom. Long ago, vampires ruled this land and the humans lived in constant fear of them. The vampires would make feasts of men's flesh, killing as they wished for both survival and sport. Driven by desperation, the humans began to seek the help of the Fae who dwells at the heart of the kingdom, the sacred garden, the one place the vampires could not touch. However, none who set out made it there. They were either slain by the vampires or succumbed to the treacherous territories along the way. One day, a man made it there. He was neither a warrior or a mage, and was one of the least likely people the demons would expect to venture there. But he did, and with his little daughter. Seeing the Fae at the sacred garden's entrance, he pleaded for her to let them in so that he and his daughter would be safe from the vampires. The Fae agreed, but only under the condition that the man agreed to sacrifice his daughter's life. If he agreed, he would be allowed into the garden, forever safe from the vampires while his daughter would die. If he refused, he would never be given a chance to enter the garden again. After thinking it through, he pleaded for his life to be taken instead so that his daughter could enter the garden. Touched by his courage and love for his daughter, the Fae gave him a magic rose and told him to plant it in the ground of the sacred garden. As soon as he did, the dark skies lifted and light spread across the land, vanquishing the vampires. Darkwood stopped speaking. What happened after that? Fate asked. The Fae's magic rose possessed the power to give life, the same magic that you possess. It bestowed life and magic upon the land. For a long time, Forbia prospered under the rule of Forbia's new king, the man who saved the kingdom with his tremendous love and courage. But beauty, like all things, weren't meant to last. As the rose aged, the king became afraid. Afraid the power of the rose would one day wither and die. And so the king sought ways to draw the rose's power before its timely demise, resorting even to dark magic. He could not control the power of the forbidden magic he wielded, and it took control of him. This king was the evil king? Fate said. He nodded. What happened to him and the rose after that? The rose was lost. As for the king himself, he became increasingly obsessed with power and sought to conquer other lands. The rest is history. What happened to him after his defeat, she said. It's said that he survived, but no one knows for sure. So you are saying the life magic that my family possess came from the magic rose of the Fae? Unlike other magic, life magic is unique. Only the Fae of Forbia is known to possess it, thus the Faes and your magic must be one and the same. I don't understand. We've never seen or heard anything about the magic rose in Sobia. How could my family's magic be linked to the rose? That is why I asked you. Even if my magic originated from the magic rose, why is it so important to you? Because it's the only power that can restore light to Forbia and destroy the vampires and possibly the Damascus, said Nikolai, walking down the stairs. Restore light to Forbia? How? Fate said. By channeling the life magic across the entire kingdom, just like what the king did when he planted the rose at the sacred garden. So instead of using the rose, you want me to wield my magic at the sacred garden? And doing that will also destroy the Damascus? There's no guarantee, but there's a high chance it might work, Nikolai said. Can't I just wield my magic on the ground here? She said. To channel the life magic, we need to do it at the heart of Forbia, a place that's flowing with immense magic. Only there can the life magic's effect be magnified to flow throughout the whole kingdom, Darkwood said. In that case, we must hurry to the sacred garden. Fate said. It's not as easy as you think, Sybil said, joining the conversation with Mohort beside her. The sacred garden lies in the deepest part of Forbia, and the way is fraught with dangers and watched by the bloodthirsty vampires. Even if we managed to come up with a way to overcome the vampires, the Damascus would hunt you down and we would all perish trying to protect you from it. Well then, you can stay here and hide for the rest of your life. I will go alone, Fate said. Say that again. Guys. Fighting won't get us anywhere, Mohort said. We are all on the same boat. Since when are we in the same boat with a Sobian? Sybil said. Darkwood growled and the party went silent. That's it for today. Go back to your rooms, all of you. Including you. He turned to Fate. The others dispersed. As Darkwood turned away, Fate called out, Wait. Back at the riverbank, why didn't the Damascus find us? Blood, Darkwood said. What? I lured it away with your blood. I don't understand, she said. The Damascus hunts by detecting the smell of its target's blood. So, that's why it was able to find me no matter where I was. But even so, why did it sense my blood in the river and not me? That's because I blocked your scent when I covered you with my body. Fate was surprised he used the word scent instead of smell. After all the running, she doubted there was semblance of any scent left on her, but she had no plans to smell herself right before Darkwood to confirm it. That would make things awkward. Sorry. About what? Your arm. Before Fate could say another word, he leaped up the stairs and out of sight, leaving Fate as the last person to leave the main hall. Fate felt her muscles aching the moment she lay down on the bed back in her room. There was so much to take in, the legend of Forbia, the Rose of the Fae. The idea that she came face to face with a vampire and that horrifying Darkwood saved her made her question her sanity. She closed her eyes, giving in to the weariness. When she opened them again, she noticed someone was in the room. Sitting at the foot of her bed was Sybil. She was facing her, her right face lit by the yellow candlelight. Fate jumped, thinking she was a ghost. What are you doing here? Fate asked. I was sent to watch over you, to make sure you don't do anything stupid again, like that window stunt you pulled earlier. Darkwood sent you? Fate said. It's Master Darkwood. If you don't learn to mind your manners, you will find that the Damascus isn't the only thing that wants you dead. Manners? Funny that you, of all people, should use that word. Sybil shot her a menacing glance. Be careful what you say to me, young lady. I say the same to you. I did not ask for you to come in here. If you don't like what I say, feel free to leave. And give you a chance to sneak out? You're pathetic if you think I'm going to fall for that. I didn't sneak out. I just chose to fight the evil king because you people chose to do nothing. And I will still do the same if you don't do anything by tomorrow. But until then, you don't have to worry. I am staying. Good, Sybil said coldly. Fate lay back on her bed but got up again shortly. Sybil held her sword out between Fate and the door as Fate walked over to it. If I recall correctly, the Damascus can't enter the castle. Which means you have no reason to stop me from leaving this room, Fate said. Shut up and get back to your bed, Sybil ordered. There's no way I can sleep with you around. Fine, can I at least go to the bathroom? Fine. But not alone. Sybil let down her sword and Fate opened the door. The hallway seemed colder than usual for some reason. Sybil closed the door, watching her from behind. Move, Sybil said. Fate rolled her eyes at Sybil's obsession with the idea of her trying to escape. 14. Blood in the hallway. They were walking further down the hallway when Fate realized she could only hear her footsteps. Aren't you coming along? Fate turned, calling to Sybil, who was several steps behind her. Sybil did not reply but kept her eyes on the floor. She bent down to touch the soft blue carpet. Fate walked over to see what she was looking at. It was dots of blood. Sybil checked Fate's body, shifting her arm. What are you doing? Checking for wounds. No, this is certainly not my blood. Wait, if it wasn't mine, whose is it? As Fate said this, another drop of blood dripped onto the ground. They looked at each other before looking up and saw a figure, latched onto the ceiling. The figure descended on them and they evaded as it landed right between them. The figure was cloaked in gray, like that vampire in the woods. He turned to Sybil at first, and then to Fate, opening his mouth to reveal sharp teeth stained with blood and fur of some kind of animal, the same blood they found on the floor. He stepped toward Fate while Sybil slashed the vampire's back. He halted, turning around to face Sybil. He dodged as Sybil attacked again and lunged at her. Sybil ducked, but he was so fast that the side of his body knocked Sybil and she stumbled back. The vampire turned its attention back to Fate, who was ready to attack. She swung her blade repeatedly. Dodging her attacks, the vampire scratched Fate's arm with his sharp nails. Fate quickly pressed on her wounds and resumed her fighting stance, revealing her unscathed arm as the glow in her hand faded. The vampire smirked. This reaction puzzled Fate, but she did not care to decipher it, for she was more preoccupied with keeping herself from getting killed. The vampire let out a blood-curdling cry that echoed down the silent hallway. Shortly after that, they heard wild noises and movement coming down from the direction of the main hall. Shadows flicked across the hallway under the faint candle lights, leaping across the upper walls and down from the ceiling. As the vampire looked down again at Fate, his head fell off as Sybil's blade sliced through his neck, but his body remained standing. Back into the room, now! Sybil yelled and Fate ran close behind Sybil toward her room with vampires hot on their trail. The one leading the chase charged at Fate right as she dashed through the door that Sybil held open, and the latter slammed it shut as soon as Fate made it through. The door shook as the vampires outside pounded on it. Sybil ran over to the wardrobe along the wall. Give me a hand! Fate helped her push it against the door. When they were done, Sybil stepped away from the door with her dagger in hand. I thought the vampires can't go past the enchantment, Fate said. The enchantment can keep the Damascus out but not the vampires. Fate never knew the enchantment was selective about what to keep out until now. Puzzled as she was, she could tell Sybil was, too, for different reasons. The wardrobe would topple any time soon. Fate looked around the room for something to use and her attention fell on the candlelight. She held her hand up, facing it. In an instant, the flame extended into a trail of fire that rushed toward the door as it flew open. The fire continued burning and they could hear the vampire's frustrated cries. It was working, until Sybil turned around. Fate noticed her concerned eyes and knew something was wrong. "Keep the fire going. I will cover you." Sybil held up her sword at the cloaked figure entering through the window. The figure rounded the foot of the bed, moving close to Sybil. Then, he stood still. Sybil attacked first, swinging her blade in swift and graceful strokes. The vampire handled them with such composure, dodging the first few blows before lunging forward at her. Sybil lowered her body as she delivered a spiral cut to her foe while evading his attack. The vampire looked down at his cloak, touching the spot where Sybil's blade tore and left a narrow hole. Sybil struck again but paused as her eyes fell on a red mark on the back of his wrist. The vampire rushed forward and grabbed her arm. Just then, the vampire's cloak caught fire. "Run!" Fate called to Sybil, as her other palm faced the burning vampire. Quickly, she rose to her feet and followed Fate out the door. Thankfully, the vampires had cleared away when Fate scorched the doorway. They ran, only to be hindered by a vampire standing a short distance in front of them. Turning around, another vampire leaped down from the ceiling to block their passage. With Fate facing the vampire at the front and Sybil facing the one at the back, they readied their swords. The vampires surveyed them with hungry eyes like wolves closing in on helpless lambs. Then came a monstrous roar down the hallway, and the vampire to Fate's front turned around, only to be pinned down by a hideous-looking creature. It took Fate seconds to recognize it was the creature in the cage before Nikolai in the dark room of pillars. The creature dug its claws through the vampire's chest, killing him before looking up at Fate. It charged toward Fate, who raised her sword. The creature, however, leaped over her and Sybil toward the other vampire. The vampire rushed forward at lightning speed, hitting the creature, forcing it back, but it regained its footing and clawed at the vampire, slashing him on the shoulder once and continuing with a series of attacks. The vampire leaped back and dove into Fate's room. The girls found themselves alone with the creature that was now turning toward them. The creature snarled and leaped up the wall, vanishing into the darkness. "What was that?" Sybil said. As footsteps neared, Fate turned around to see the mage, Nikolai, hurrying toward them down the hallway. "What happened?" he said. "Vampires. They came out of nowhere and attacked us," Sybil said. "How many?" he asked. "3, but there may be more," Sybil said. "What did you do to piss those vampires off?" "Nothing," Sybil said. "But that's impossible," Nikolai said. "What do you mean?" Fate asked. "It doesn't matter," Nikolai said. "They couldn't have attacked without any reason. Could it have something to do with the vampire at the woods last night?" Fate said. "Why did you say that?" "I sort of burned his face when I touched him. Maybe he wanted revenge for that." "Not likely. We've fought and killed several vampires before. It doesn't make sense for them to hold a grudge just because of that now. Instead of speculating, we should inform the master right away. This might be the first time they invade, but it won't be the last," Sybil said. "All right." Nikolai sighed. As they passed the main hall, Fate saw that the upper section of the window glass was broken, allowing moonlight to seep through. That must be where the vampires broke in. Walking up the stairs, they saw someone lying on the steps. Nikolai went forward, and when Fate was about to take a closer look, Sybil held out her hand to block her way. "Better for you to stay behind us. Can't protect you all the time." "Protect me?" Fate said. "I thought it was the other way round," she mumbled. If I hadn't been quick enough back in the room, you would have been ambushed, Sybil said. If I haven't set the vampire on fire, you would have been killed. Fate had expected Sybil to turn furious, but she reacted nonchalant. For some reason, she also looked lost and uncertain, a rare expression to see on her face. It was the same look she had when she fought the vampire before Fate set him on fire. Fine, do what you want. I don't care. Fate was about to examine the fallen vampire when a large shadow suddenly appeared at the top of the stairway before the trio. Nikolai held out his hands. Master, it's us. Darkwood tensed, eyeing and snarling at Nikolai like he was an enemy. Nikolai's right hand secretly gestured to the girls to step back. Sybil and Fate stepped back slow and easy, careful not to make any sudden sounds that might agitate Darkwood. At the third step, Fate lost her footing as her foot slipped on the step. Darkwood fidgeted and jumped over Nikolai, landing in front of Fate. Holding onto the railing for support, Fate stared straight at Darkwood's angry face that closed in on hers. Was he going to bite her throat or throw her off the railing to fall to her death? The hairs on her skin stood as the smell of blood entered her nose. She looked down to avoid his beastly stare for fear of aggravating him. After a while, he moved back and his breathing gradually slowed. Nikolai? Sybil? The others breathed a sigh of relief. Fate let go of the railing while Nikolai and Sybil exchanged perturbed glances at each other before looking at Fate. What happened? Darkwood asked. It's the curse. It acted up again, Sybil said. Darkwood closed his eyes and the skin around them creased as he tried to remember what happened before. I was at the dining hall when I heard noises. I went to the main hall and a vampire attacked me. It must be there that the curse took over. I didn't hurt anyone, did I? I think you did, Nikolai said, turning to the fallen vampire on the steps. Darkwood's eyes became concerned for an instant but eased when he saw the vampire. He shot a look at Nikolai for the false alarm. Are you guys stupid or what, wandering around at this hour? Darkwood said. You should blame her. She insisted to go to the bathroom, Sybil said. Are you kidding me? Blaming me for a stupid reason like that. I really needed to go. Fate said. Really? You seem to be holding up fine, Sybil said. Fate glared at her. Are you okay? Darkwood asked, taking Fate by surprise for she thought he was going to develop on Sybil's reprimand. Yes, I'm fine, Fate said and Sybil scoffed. What? It was mere luck you survived, Sybil said. What do you mean? Darkwood said. You were going to attack her, Sybil said. And, he said. You suddenly stopped, unfortunately, Sybil said and Darkwood's face grew stern, staring at her. Sybil fell silent, looking slightly flustered, much to Fate's pleasure. What could this mean? It's not common for the vampires to act like this, Nikolai said. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, Fate saw Mohort running up the stairs and panting. Vampires! They are in the castle! Mohort shouted, but none of them spoke. Did you hear me? I said. Mohort then noticed the vampire on the steps. Oh. After that, he added, anyway, why did the vampires come here? Did something happen to the Damascus? He asked. Why do you say that? Fate asked. The vampires have always been cautious around these parts because they knew the Damascus roams here. Mohort said. So, the vampires are afraid of the Damascus? Fate asked. Yes. But aren't the Damascus and vampires on the same side? Fate said. Obviously not, Mohort said. It's unlikely the Damascus is dead. If it is, Master wouldn't have turned tonight, Nikolai said. But if the Damascus is still around, what madness drove the vampires here? Sybil said. We fought with a vampire last night, and they attacked us today. This can't be coincidence, Darkwood said. Last night at the woods, did something unusual happen? Darkwood turned at Fate. Unusual? Not that I know of, unless running into a vampire and the Damascus at the same time counts, Fate said. The vampire. How did he find you? Darkwood said. Actually, I found him. His foot was caught on something and I helped him. He suddenly attacked me. I tried to push him away and touched his face and? I don't know what happened exactly, but smoke rose from his face when I touched it. It was like my hands were burning it. It doesn't make any sense. No, it does. Did he hurt you? Darkwood asked. Yes, cut me on the shoulder. Where is your wound? I healed it shortly after, she said. That explains it. I don't understand, she said. It was the power of the life magic that brought light to the land and destroyed most of the vampires. From what you said, your magic is deadly to them. Now that they know you have that power, what do you think they will do? Darkwood said. They must have known you have the life magic, the one power that could kill them. That was why they were so desperate to find you, even if it meant risking being killed by the Damascus. If this is the case, we don't have much time. It won't be long before they return. This time, it won't be just a few of them, Sybil said. What should we do? Mohort asked, and Darkwood turned away, looking down and pondering. We have only one choice. We must prepare to leave, Darkwood said. Leave? Where then should we go? There are things no less terrifying than the vampires out there. Curses and deadly spells. Even if we don't starve to death, we won't last more than a few days wandering aimlessly. I know, but we can't stay here and let the vampires kill. Darkwood went silent. Even if it comes to that, it shouldn't be us to leave, Sybil said. This wouldn't have happened if she hasn't tried to run away. Although it was their stubborn decision to keep her in the castle that made Fate decide to leave, she couldn't deny there was truth in Sybil's words. Deliberate or not, she had brought this upon them. Fate did not speak and the others looked on in silence. Even Darkwood did not interrupt Sybil. I will leave, Fate said. She's right, it is my fault that the vampires broke in. Everything will be solved if I leave. This time, it was Sybil that stopped speaking. Fate, don't do this, Mohort said, stepping up to block her way. Like I said, I need to find Tempest and stop the Damascus. Are we really going to stand by and let her go out there by herself? Mohort said to the lot of them. We made it this far. I won't give it all up for a Sobian, Nikolai said. Those who wish to stay should stay. I will go with her, Darkwood said. You don't have to come, I will be fine by myself, Fate said. You will be dead before you reach the sacred garden. Besides, you don't know the way, but I do. We will set out in a few hours. Before then, I need something from you, Darkwood said. Fate wondered what it was. The others remained at the main hall when Darkwood led her down to the basement through an old metal door at the hallway where she walked with Mohort when she first entered the castle from the tunnels. The door opened to a spiraling stone stairway. Darkwood lit the way down the round stone wall pivoting the stairway. They were heading to the dungeons. The air was stuffy and unwelcoming. Half the time Fate wondered if it was Darkwood's plan to lure her here and throw her into a cell, a thought that recurred whenever they passed a cell on either side. Finally, Darkwood stopped and went into a cell filled with stores and tools hung on the walls. Chisels, hammers, and saws were among them. Darkwood searched the long wooden table, reaching for several small transparent packs. "I need your blood," Darkwood said. "What?" "We can't risk the Damascus finding you when we get out there. We need to fill these packs with your blood to use as decoy and buy as much time as possible." "All of them? What do you take me for? A blood bank? You can heal right up after we are done." "Enough talk. Ready? Do I have a choice?" No. Darkwood took a sharp knife and grazed it across Fate's finger, dripping a few drops of blood into the first pack. True enough, Fate's finger healed itself shortly after even without having to use magic. Her hands were where she channeled her magic. Naturally, they would heal on their own due to the rich life magic flowing through them. "You are determined to find your sister, Tempest?" "Yes." "What if she's already dead?" Darkwood said. "At least I did all I could. As long as there is a chance she's still alive, I won't give up." "Even if you will get killed in the process?" "Yes, no matter what happens. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be standing here today." Darkwood kept silent. Fate didn't know if he was laughing at her foolishness or concentrating on the task of drawing her blood into packs. Darkwood repeated the process until several packs were all filled with drops of Fate's blood. "This should do." Darkwood took the torch and led her back up the spiraling stairs to the ground level. Coming out the old metal door, Darkwood told her to wait for him at the dining hall. After what felt like near a half hour, he returned with a small bag full of rations such as bread, potatoes, and carrots. He was not alone. Mohort was behind him, who had a bag with him, too. "Mohort, you are coming with us?" Fate asked. "Without me, you will never reach your destination. I know the way through Forbia even with my eyes closed." Mohort said. "Thank you," she said. "When you both are done with the formalities," Darkwood said, "I need you to change into these." He handed her some clothes. "Why these clothes?" she asked. "The vampires will recognize you instantly if you go out like that," he said. After she was done changing into the set of green-gray warrior gear in a nearby room, she followed the guys. After a short walk, the trio came to the blue door with the rose design. Fate could not believe that it was only a few nights ago that the Damascus chased her here. Now, she was going back out again, back into the unknown. 15. The dangerous plan. The tunnels looked the same as the last time she saw them. Unlike last time, they weren't running but walking at a quick pace. Darkwood led the way with Mohort in the middle and Fate behind. They soon came upon the broken gate that the Damascus tore down. Fate still felt chills reminiscing about that night. Before long, they came to the mouth of the tunnel and into the open. Instead of going the way leading to the river, Darkwood turned to the right and led them through the shrubs which went uphill. "How far is the sacred garden?" Fate asked, walking behind Mohort. "About 30 leagues from here," Mohort said. "That would take us months," she said. "Not if we take a shortcut." "If all goes well, it would only take us about a week," Mohort said. "That's good to hear." They continued their way uphill with Fate nearly slipping more than once. "Watch your step." A fall from this height will land you brutal cuts from the weeds, Mohort said. At these words, Fate was even gladder she had healing magic. Darkwood disappeared behind the ground above. Mohort was next and Fate soon stepped onto flat ground, looking at a forest with tall, thin trees. The trees were so tall she could hardly see their canopies if not for the shine of moonlight seeping through their gaps. The entire place had a dim blue-green ambience. Standing near the edge of the slope and looking down, Fate saw a glimpse of the structure that was the mouth of the tunnel far below. Have we climbed so high? They treaded through the shadows of the trees in the company of nightly sounds coming from nearby and afar. Until now, the Damascus, Darkwood, and the vampires were the only monsters Fate had witnessed in Forbia. She wondered what awaited her next on her journey to the heart of the kingdom of darkness. There it is, Mohort said, pointing to a tree bark with a mark drawn on it. Mohort made short bursts of whistle and Fate asked what he was doing. You'll see. Like Mohort, Fate and Darkwood peered around. Nothing happened at first, but soon, she heard rustling sounds nearby. She turned and saw a gray horse emerged from the gloom, galloping toward Mohort, who stroked the animal gently. This is where we part ways for now, he said. Aren't you coming with us? Fate asked. The Damascus will track you down if we stay together, Mohort said after he mounted the horse, opening his bag and taking out a small translucent pack of blood, Fate's blood. You are going to draw the Damascus away by yourself? She said. Yes, Mohort said. That's too dangerous. Fate looked at Darkwood, expecting him to dissuade his servant from such a dangerous act. Mohort is good at escaping. He will be fine. See you at the meeting spot. And don't be late, Darkwood said. I won't. With that, Mohort rode off, leaving Fate alone with Darkwood. We must hurry. The blood pack won't buy us much time. Also, there's no guarantee the Damascus will take the bait instead of coming for you. Darkwood hurried off and Fate followed. They went on for some distance before coming to a gap in the ground at the edge of the trees, a shallow drop to a flowing river. A short bridge ran across the gap. Stay close to me, Darkwood said, stepping on the surface of the stone bridge. Its tiles were cracked with some parts of them broken off. As always, Fate looked back at the forest to check for signs of the Damascus or Mohort. When she looked at the trees next to the river bank, she saw something on the bark of one of the trees. It looked like a symbol, carved onto the wood. Wait, what is this? Fate asked, looking at the symbol shaped like an inverted sword. No idea. Why do you ask? He said. It's a mark. I don't know. But it doesn't look like it ended up here by accident, she said. Maybe some kid drew it long ago. Marks like this can remain for a long time. Let's go. Unable to figure it out, Fate reluctantly followed Darkwood. Crossing the bridge, the terrain on the other side was more uneven with shrubs and thick roots lined here and there. The branches were coarse and huge, forming archways between trees. Some hung so low that they had to bend to avoid hitting their heads. It was the first time Fate had seen such a strange-looking forest. It was as magical as it was haunting. As they bent to avoid a low-hanging moss-filled branch, Fate saw the symbol again. It's that same symbol. Fate examined it curiously like a child fascinated with a new toy. Darkwood turned around. There's no point brooding over it. It might not even be a symbol. You're right, Fate said. It's not. It's a T. Tempest once told me she would leave a sign for me to follow if she ever ends up in Forbia. This T is Tempest's initials. She left it for me. Darkwood fidgeted and the flame of his torch wavered. He turned and glanced at the surroundings. "What is it?" Fate said. "We are being followed," he said. "Come." Without another word, Darkwood strode ahead. Fate touched the hilt of her sword. As they ran, Fate could hear rushed noises behind her. They sounded like footsteps. Was it the Damascus or a vampire? Could it be Tempest? They ran some ways ahead and hid behind a large tree. When Darkwood was about to emerge from their cover, an arrow stabbed the tree bark less than a few inches from where he stood. Darkwood snarled, staring at the shadow that emerged from a nearby tree. Fate could tell from the silhouette their attacker was aiming another arrow at them. "Before you piss me off, I suggest you walk away now," Darkwood said. "One more word and you die," said the figure with the bow. That voice. "Tell me who you are, and I might spare your pathetic lives." "I ask the same of you," Darkwood said. "Then you are asking for it," the voice said. The figure tensed his bow, ready to fly his next arrow when Fate shouted, "Stop." The figure stood still as Fate moved toward him. "Julian, is that you?" "Fate? You're alive." Julian was about to let down his bow but pointed it at Darkwood. "Yes, I'm so glad you are, too," Fate said. "Who is that?" he asked. "Don't worry, he's not an enemy." "How can you be so sure?" "He saved my life." "There are no allies, only servants of the evil king in this treacherous land," Julian said. "We must hurry," Darkwood said to Fate, grabbing her arm. "Do not touch her," Julian said. Darkwood stared at Julian and within seconds dashed forward. Julian shot at Darkwood, who leaped and pounced on Julian. "Normally, I will enjoy ripping you from head to toe. But not today, because I don't have the time. So, I will say this only once. If you don't want to get all of us killed, get out of my way." Fate ran forward. "Darkwood, don't hurt him. He meant no harm." Julian breathed heavily under Darkwood's face, startled by his beastly appearance lit by his fallen torch. "Let go of me, you monster," Julian said. Darkwood gritted his teeth as he continued staring at Julian like a provoked predator. Then came rustling sounds nearby. Darkwood looked up, scanning the surroundings. "It's them." He let Julian down and rose up. Shadows flicked above the trees. Fate drew her sword. "What's happening?" Julian asked. "Vampires," Fate said. Mohord had been riding for nearly half an hour since he parted from Darkwood and Fate, passing endless tall trees and undulating terrain. He was heading westward at the fastest speed Nero, his horse, could go. If not for the fact that he had frequented these parts during his search for herbs to be used as medicines, he would get lost in a heartbeat. Although Forbia saw no daylight, the night here was exceptionally dark. The little sunlight that could seep through the dark skies during the day was non-existent at night. Mohort felt his heart accelerate as the surroundings grew dimmer. He only wished he could reach his destination soon. Leaping over puddles and fallen branches, he focused all of his senses on the surrounding sounds, trying to detect noises other than the ones he caused. Looking back at the trees shrinking into the distant gloom, he saw a blanket of darkness spreading out. It was coming his way. His plan was working. The Damascus had taken the bait. Then came the hard part, to throw the pack containing Fate's blood off the cliff for the Damascus to follow it. He turned back to his front just in time to steer narrow left to avoid bashing straight into an oncoming tree bark. While he managed to evade the tree, the force of the sudden steering sent Nero slightly off balance and Mohort pulled the reins right before a large log. Mohort fell off Nero onto the black soil, wincing at the impact. Thankfully, he could still stand. The fall would have been more damaging if his bag had not acted as a cushion to break the fall. Pushing himself up, he opened his bag, reaching inside. As he lifted a pack of blood, he felt moisture on his fingers. The blood pack was broken. The impact of his fall must have caused it. He looked ahead at the approaching dark mist. Panic was taking over him. There was no time to go further. He must throw the blood pack away. Holding the pack, he looked around for the best spot to hurl it, and threw it with all the strength he had. The pack flew and vanished into the shadows of the trees while he hid behind a large log on the ground as the Damascus approached. Nero neighed and ran off. His breaths raced, struggling to take in enough air to keep up with his racing heart. Footsteps drew near, coming to a stop nearby. He peeked out from the top of the log and saw the eerie tendrils of mist extending across the space. The Damascus was standing there. Suddenly, it turned and he instantly ducked back down. As he did, he saw his bloodied fingers and a horrifying realization took him. With Fate's blood on his fingers, he was no different from the blood pack he just hurled away. The Damascus must have smelled Fate's blood coming from two different spots within such a close proximity and was slightly confused. He tried wiping his hand on the grass but could not get rid of the bloodstains. He tried to run but tripped on twigs. He raised both hands, shutting his eyes as the Damascus loomed before him, ready for the kill. Instead, it stopped and, in an instant, ran off. What just happened? Mohort thought. Then, a worrying thought dawned in his mind. Master Darkwood. He jumped to his wobbly feet and whistled for Nero. Thankfully, Nero hadn't gone far and returned for him. There was only one reason that made the Damascus leave so suddenly. He must warn Darkwood and Fate before the Damascus reached them. Without hesitation, he mounted Nero and rode away toward a different path than the one he came from. As waking shadows disturbed the stillness of the woods, Darkwood, Fate, and Julian stood close to one another with their weapons at the ready, Darkwood with his beastly strength and claws, Fate with her sword, and Julian with his bow and arrows. We only want the girl. Hand her over and the both of you may live, one of the approaching vampires said. How about we keep the girl or all of you die? Darkwood said. Stay close to me, he said to Fate. Don't worry about me. I can fight. Fate said. I won't let anyone lay a finger on you, Julian said. My words exactly, Fate said, and Julian smirked. He knew Fate was strong-willed and stubborn when faced with adversity. It was this fact that worried him most because she would often go running off into danger alone without knowing if she could handle it. Kill them all, the vampire hissed as the surrounding vampires sprang into motion. Darkwood dodged as a vampire swooped down at him, grabbing and swinging the undead bloodsucker onto the ground. The vampire hissed as he rolled and spun to his feet. That was only the prelude to more madness as the other vampires began to attack the trio. Julian's arrow shot one in the forehead but seemed to have no effect on it. Julian evaded as the cloaked vampire flew down from one of the trees. The vampire then eyed Fate, who was standing before him. Fate tightly grasped onto her sword. He, you think this sword can protect you? You know nothing of vampires. Fate wielded her blade on the vampire but he dodged. Fate struck again and managed to land a cut on his shoulder. The vampire reacted shocked as he examined the wound on his shoulder. Seems you were wrong, she said. The vampire hissed angrily and rounded Fate's side so quickly, and the next thing she knew, a strong hand had grabbed her by the back of the throat. "I am going to love sucking you dry." Fate felt the vampire's cold breath at her neck. Suddenly, the weight around her neck lifted and she turned back and saw Darkwood standing there. "Look out!" Fate called as another vampire charged behind Darkwood, slashing his face with his sharp claws. Darkwood went after him and he managed to evade his attacks. Then came another, attacking Darkwood from the side. They were ganging up on him. The vampire turned around furiously as an arrow stabbed his lower thigh. Fate faced her palm at the vampire's leg. The vampire shrieked as his leg began to peel and burn. Fate directed her magic at the vampire's body, and the golden light emitted from her hands peeled his entire being away until only dust remained. The other vampires watched in shock, and Darkwood seized this chance at a counterattack, slashing them wildly with his mighty claws. "Kill her," one of the vampires said, but the vampires hesitated at first. One after another, they came after her. The first 2 or 3 vampires fell before they could reach Fate, but there were too many and Fate could not handle them quick enough. Julian pushed Fate away as a vampire flew at her. In a skillful movement, Julian strung an arrow and flew it straight through the vampire's heart, reducing it to dust at once. When another vampire came at Fate, he drew his sword, aiming for the attacker's heart. Then came Darkwood, who tossed whoever tried to attack Fate off toward the trees. "Are you all right?" Darkwood asked with claw marks visible on his face. Fate nodded. "Not if this keeps up." "There's too many of them," Julian said. The surrounding vampires moved in on the trio, contracting the safe perimeter around them. Fate cast her spell between them and the vampires, forcing back whoever dared to advance. But one Fate could not defeat so many vampires, not when they were closing in on them in a wide circle. As the bloodthirsty foes approached, a gust of wind blew and the trees stirred, their branches bending in the wind. Stronger it became, and out of the emptiness came a whirlwind. It moved toward the party, sweeping around the trio in a circle. The vampires jumped out of the way to avoid it. Some failed to react in time and were repelled off the ground. Darkwood noticed a blue-robed figure standing some distance in front of them. 16. A narrow escape. Julian turned his head toward Fate and took aim. "Who's there?" he said. "A mage. A pretty scary one," Fate answered. A faint smile broke on Darkwood's face. Then, something flew across the air past the mage's side. It spun and sliced across the vampires standing in its path before it made a roundabout turn to the hand of its wielder. "I thought you weren't coming," Darkwood said. "We figured life would be boring with just the 2 of us at the castle," Sybil said, her face emotionless. "Who is this?" she asked, looking at Julian. "Questions can wait," Fate said, looking at the remaining group of vampires closing in on them. Spells exploded and lit the darkness of the woods as the battle continued. A vampire charged at Fate and knocked her to the ground just as she was attacking another that snuck up on Darkwood. With the weight of her body pressed on Fate, the long-haired vampire opened her mouth to reveal long, sharp teeth, dripping with thin strands of saliva. In a split second, her head started jabbing at Fate's throat. Right then, she flew aside as something kicked her from the side. Lying down, Fate peered at her rescuer, which was a gray horse. On its back was a face she was relieved to see. Mohort. "We need to leave, now," he yelled. "The Damascus is on its way here." Fate's and Nikolai's faces turned grave. Julian wondered what Mohort was talking about. If he knew the Damascus was the name of the demon, he would have reacted the same way, for he had witnessed the terror of the indestructible demon firsthand. "What happened?" I thought you let it away. Fate said. Well, there was an accident. No time for that. Let's go, Mohort said. Grabbing an attacking vampire by the head and smashing him onto the ground, Darkwood joined Nikolai and they rallied to the others. The vampires halted, turning to the darkness with fear in their eyes. One after another, they leaped and vanished out of sight. We can't outrun it on foot, and there's not enough horses for all of us. Yes, there are, Sybil said. Mohort, take Fate. Sybil, take him, Darkwood gestured at Julian. I'm not leaving Fate's side, Julian said. It is not up to you. Do what Master says or you can walk it, Sybil said, heading in the direction from where she appeared and her horse presumably awaited. Mohort reached his hand out and Fate took it to Mount Narrow. Go with her. I'll be fine, Fate said to Julian, casting a reassuring look. Reluctantly, Julian stepped back and went after Sybil. Ride as fast as you can. Should the worst happen, take her to the garden without us, Darkwood said before running to Nikolai's horse. Fate didn't want to imagine Darkwood's words coming true, though, it seemed as likely as her own demise. Behind them, the Damascus appeared amid the trees and grass that had withered when it treaded these parts, presumably long before Fate came here. Its devilish eyes glowed in the dark, summoning death with them. Mohort rode on with Fate sitting behind, leading the way. Against the rushing wind, the party soon rode onto rocky ground as the woods ended. Mohort had to evade huge boulders and rocks lying in his way before coming to a cliff. Carefully, Mohort steered narrow and continued up the rocky path at the edge of the cliff. One minor misstep or loss of control would send them plunging off the cliff into the dark depths below. Beyond the cliff was an open space that revealed the mountains and the river flowing into the dark sea. Going uphill, Fate turned back to check on the others. Sybil and Julian were right behind her while Darkwood and Nikolai were furthest down. And even further than that were tendrils of black mist spreading up the mountain path. There was some distance between the Damascus and Nikolai's horse, but it would not take long before it caught up with him. Reaching the top, the path turned away from the cliff to short skeletal trees and flat grassy terrain littered with heaps of dried leaves, which spanned a short distance before another cliff came into view. There was no riding along at this time. The only way forward was across a 100-meter-long rope bridge to the opposite mountain. Mohort pulled Narrow to a stop before the rope bridge. We have to go on foot from here on. Mohort dismounted, followed by Fate. Mohort gently patted Narrow and whispered something to him. Narrow then galloped off between the trees. Mohort stepped on the wooden plank to test the bridge's sturdiness. Ladies first. We can't walk too close to one another, or the bridge might break, Mohort said. Hurry! Fate took a deep breath and walked to the cliff's edge, peering over the wild waves below, shaded like a black chasm. Taking in another deep breath, she held firmly onto the rope on either side and started her long walk to the opposite mountain. The bridge bounced and swung with her every step. The first few steps were the most frightening. After that, she gradually sped up, slowing down whenever the bridge shook under the weight of a member that stepped on the bridge. Maintaining her balance at the middle section was tough as it was where the bridge shook most vigorously. Don't look down, don't look down. As she stepped forward, the wooden plank under her foot broke and her right leg plunged into the gap. She threw her hands out and grabbed the ropes. Fate! She heard Mohort call out behind her. She felt the muscles on her arms tighten as she pulled herself up with all her strength. She stepped back as soon as her foot made it out of the gap. She panted, looking back at Mohort in shocked relief. The others were walking up behind him, spaced out at intervals. Darkwood was at the rear and she didn't wait to see if the Damascus was approaching. Quickly, she took a bigger stride over the gap onto the next wooden plank. Due to the greater shift in weight, the wooden plank began to wobble. She leaped forward before it fell off and broke into a run as more of them gave out. All she knew was to keep running, and before she knew it, she was already at the other side, catching her breath. Regaining control over her weary legs, she turned around and her heart nearly stopped. Between her and Mohort now was a wide gap in the bridge where the wooden planks had fallen off. There was no way he could jump over a gap so wide. What should I do? Sweat flowed down the side of her face. If only healing magic could mend a broken bridge. Of course, it could. But her magic could not work at long range. She had to go further back out to get near the gap, but the Damascus was coming. She could see something stir amid the canopy of trees in the background. With one hand at the rope and the other faced at the last plank before the gap, the golden light flowed from her hand to the plank, and the plank began to grow across the gap until it joined the plank at the other side. The others resumed the crossing, as fate moved away from the bridge. Mohort made it across, followed by Sybil and Julian. Nikolai was almost done, but Darkwood was still at the middle of the bridge when the Damascus reached the bridge. "Nikolai, do something!" Sybil shouted. Nikolai held out his hand and shook his head. "It's too dangerous. I might hit Master or the bridge." "Break the bridge! Break it!" Darkwood shouted as he came running. Nikolai shook his head, his hands trembling. It was the first time Fate saw him so frantic. With a wave of his hand, a fireball descended from the sky and crashed on the bridge between Darkwood and the Damascus. The bridge burst into flames and broke in two, and Darkwood and the Damascus fell. "Master!" Mohort called out. The others, including Fate, were too shocked by what had happened. Darkwood was the first to agree to come with Fate on her quest, yet he was the first to fall. "We have to go," Julian said to Fate. "The Damascus will find its way to us in no time." Fate stared at him with vacant eyes, unsure how to react to this sudden grief. Nikolai peered over the cliff's edge. The face of the cliff was dark and black as the violent waters below, with the remains of the bridge leaning against it. No more than 10 planks were visible before the bridge stretched into the darkness of the depths. For a moment, Nikolai stood there in silence before he said, "We must not let Master's sacrifice be in vain." "No," Mohort cried while Sybil was silent. As the others turned away, Fate walked to the cliff and peered down. All was still below. Just then, a pale spot on the bridge's wooden support caught her eye. Near the top of the wood was an inverted sword symbol. She must have been too flustered to notice it when she first crossed the bridge. Tempest made it across the bridge. Although she didn't really like Darkwood, she felt it was sad that she would have to carry on the journey without him. When she was about to turn away, she heard a noise, like the dislodging of rocks. "Wait!" A familiar voice called, and everyone stopped in their tracks. Fate, being the closest to the cliff, saw Darkwood's head coming into sight as he climbed up the bridge's rope and onto the precipice. "Master!" Mohort cried, and smiles broke on even the coldest faces like Sybil's and Nikolai's. 17. Ghosts of the past. The sky was dark with little stars when they continued on their way. Then, Mohort suddenly cried, "Wait!" He took out his flask and poured water on his blood-smeared hands. "Is that blood?" Sybil said. "Strawberry jam," Mohort replied, rubbing the bloodstains off his hands. "Yes, it's blood. I tripped and fell off narrow when the Damascus chased me. When I took it out, the blood pack was already broken." "Huh, so you have Fate's blood on your hands, literally." How did you escape the Damascus? Sybil said. I didn't. The Damascus bailed at the last minute. That was when I suspected the master was wounded. Ah, so that's why you came and warned us, Nikolai said. Never ask a guide to do a warrior's work, Sybil said. Hey, I did my best. What do you expect? It's the Damascus we are talking about. You said that the blood pack broke. How many do we have left? Darkwood said. Mohort dug his bag for the blood packs, looking concerned. Excluding the one I used and the 2 that are leaking, we have only 1 left. We won't make it far before the Damascus catches up to us, Sybil said. I'm sorry, Mohort said. And the castle is too far away now even if we take the long way back, Sybil said. Going back is not an option, Darkwood said. Is there no other way to prevent the Damascus from knowing where I am? Fate said. There may be a workaround, but it's dangerous. Besides, I am not sure if it even exists, Nikolai said. We don't have any other choice, Darkwood said. Tell us. There's a special spell that blocks out magic effects. It's called the spell void. If we cast it on her, we could shield her blood sent from the Damascus. I believe you said the spell void blocks out magic, not scent, Julian said. The Damascus is only able to detect the smell of its prey's blood through its magical powers. So, if we cast the spell void on Fate, it will stop the Damascus's magical powers from detecting her, Darkwood said. That's right. But there's a caveat. The spell void blocks out all kinds of magic, including her own, Nikolai said. But if I can't use my magic, how am I supposed to lift the curse at the sacred garden? Fate said. I will deactivate the spell void when that time comes. I am more worried about the vampires. Without your magic, they will be tougher to deal with. Also, you won't be able to heal our wounds if any of us gets injured. I guess we just have to protect her all the way to the garden, Sybil said. I don't need protection, yours least of all, Fate said. Fine, saves me a huge headache, Sybil said. You'd better watch your tone, girl. Julian said. Or it will be the last thing you say. Speak for yourself, Sybil said. Break it off, Darkwood said. If you have so much energy to bicker, why not save it for fighting? The party went silent and Sybil walked off. So, we all agree to use the spell void? Nikolai asked. If it's the only way, I will take it, Fate said. Before we move on, there's still one thing that must be done. Hand me a blood pack, Nikolai said, and Mohort clipped one out of the bag with 2 fingers to minimize the leaked blood staining his hands. The blood pack floated in the air under Nikolai's spell, and he drew a spiral in the air and a green circular glow appeared before him. A black spot was at the center of the green glow, slowly expanding outward. As soon as it was big enough, Nikolai directed the floating blood pack into the black spot. An invisible force resisted the blood pack from going through, but Nikolai eventually willed it through. He then moved his fingers in a spiraling motion and the green glow shrank until it vanished. Where did the blood pack go? Mohort asked. I dropped it off at the woods outside the castle. Brilliant! I didn't know you could transport stuff this easy. Teleportation is no easy feat, it's dangerous, too. You never know if something on the other end of the portal makes it through to this side. Why didn't you drop it off farther away? That would buy us more time, Mohort said. The Damascus senses the blood of its prey situated closest to it. Place it too far, and you will send it coming right after us instead. Besides, I can only teleport things to places that I have specially marked with magic, Nikolai said. Bummer, Mohort said. If we are done talking, can we get a move on? Julian said. Where is this spell void? Fate asked. I don't know, Nikolai said. There is a library at the mage's village not far from here. Let's see if we can find something there. Trees were few and far between in this region, so there was little to block the view of the sky and the landscape of the kingdom's deeper regions, the very place they were headed. Mohort was leading with Fate in the middle of the party, so the others could have time to shield her from any attacks from both the front and back. Julian was walking beside her. Where are we heading after we find the spell void? Julian asked. The Sacred Garden. It's a place where Forbia's magic is the strongest, Fate said. Sacred? Julian scoffed. That's the last word I'd associate this place with. Fate observed Nikolai, who was walking in front of them, expecting him to rebuke. However, he kept silent and focused on the path ahead like he hadn't heard anything. We could say the same of Sobians, Sybil said, walking behind them. Julian stopped and turned around. Excuse me? We vanquished evil and brought life to the people, Julian said, and Fate tugged at his arm. What gives you the right to say that of us? I have every right to do or say what I want in my own kingdom, including cutting out that slanderous tongue of yours, Sybil said, pointing her dagger at Julian. Stop, Julian, Fate said. I won't let anyone insult us like that, especially Forbians. There are more important matters at hand right now, Fate said. What's more important than protecting the name of Sobia from slanderous barbarians? Julian said. Staying alive to guard your princess? Darkwood said. Or you can keep arguing your case and be responsible for her death. Your choice, but decide quickly. We don't have all day. I will not let anyone lay a finger on Fate. Julian said. Monsters and humans alike. No one here is trying to kill me, Julian. They have the same goals as we do. That is to kill the Damascus and restore light to this place. They might be lying, Fate. Why would they want to kill the Damascus when it was their king who unleashed it in the first place? If Forbia is restored, then it might be a greater threat than the Damascus. History will repeat itself and countless innocents will die. They are not their king, Julian. Anyway, I know Darkwood is trying to help, as he helped Tempest before. Princess Tempest? Julian said, and Fate nodded. She's still alive? We don't know. It's a long story, but I promise to tell you along the way. In return, I need you to trust me. I trust you. It's them I don't. Then trust my judgment. You heard your princess, Sybil said. Now, can we get moving before the Damascus kills us all? Julian let down his sword, glaring at Sybil and Darkwood before turning to Fate. Fine, but I am only doing this for you. Fate asked Julian about how he survived the Damascus's attack after they parted ways at Sobia's borders. He told her the Damascus chased him to the evil woods and attacked his horse, causing him to fall down a slope and knock onto a tree bark. When he woke, the Damascus was nowhere in sight and he treaded for days through the evil woods, searching for Fate, hunting any animals he could find for food. Days later, he found her with Darkwood prior to the battle with the vampires. You shouldn't have risked your life coming here, Fate said. I swore to protect you, and I will, Julian said. You don't have to do this much for me, Fate said. You know I would never. I will respect your thinking. But as long as I live, I will never give up on you." Fate did not react and turned her eyes back to the path. Far in the horizon, strangely shaped mountains came into view, looking like two giant sharp edges pointing at each other. Between them was a deep valley. "Look, the Horn Mountains," Mohort said. "The mage's village lies right at the base." The sloping path led down to a wide flatland filled with thin gray mist. "Be careful!" Mohort yelled as he stopped moving. "What is it?" Nikolai asked as he followed Mohort's gaze to the ground. "Bones. They lay all across the ground." "What happened here?" Fate asked. Darkwood walked up beside her, going into deep thought as he examined the bones. They must have been trying to escape when the curse happened. An escape that never happened. The vampires are ruthless. The vampires did this? Fate asked. Yes. The evil king had vampires serving him? Julian said. No, these vampires existed long before their king's reign. They are only back because the rose was destroyed, Fate explained. Is this the same rose that the Fae bestowed? Julian said, as Fate had filled him in about Forbia's legend while they walked. It is, she said. If I recall correctly, people turn into vampires once bitten. Why didn't they turn? Julian asked. Because the vampires never intended to turn them. They meant to kill, Mohort said. Those bloodsuckers bear a grudge against Forbians for lifting the curse and ending their reign. They will do anything to prevent history from repeating itself, which means they will not stop until your princess is dead, Sybil said. Why does everyone want her dead? Fate thought. Wait, where's Master? Nikolai asked, realizing Darkwood was missing. Despite the thin mist, it was hard to see what lay a few meters ahead. Walking through the mist to the riverbank, Fate made out a dark shape crouched amid the mist. It was Darkwood. His back was facing her. We were looking for you. Darkwood did not answer. Fate moved in front of him and saw two skeletons on the ground. One was adult-sized, clutching another that was smaller. They were a happy family, but the curse took everything from them. They should be living a happy life, Darkwood said. Darkwood? Fate paused as she noticed Darkwood trembling. He abruptly stood and darted off without even looking at her. What's his problem? They tried their best to avoid stepping on the skeletons on their way through the woods along the misty river. After passing several forks under Mohort's lead, the path began to widen and the mist thinned. A pair of concave-shaped mountains towered before them. So these are the Horn Mountains. The angle of both mountains' elevation was low compared to typical mountains, curving outward from the ground and inward at the summits. As such, the peaks looked like gigantic curved horns. The weirdly shaped mountains were not the only spectacle here, for colorful trees lined along their base with leaves that glowed green, purple, and blue. Some of the branches stretched out above the party along the path. Even the Forbians reveled at the beauty of the glittering leaves like multicolored gems glittering in the dark blue ambience of the mountains and night sky. What is this place? Fate asked. One of the few magical spots in Forbia, Nikolai said. Places like these resonate with magic. Back then, we would come here every year to visit the guardian that dwelled here. Guardian? She said. A mountain guardian, one of the many guardians in Forbia. It taught the mages how to channel the power of the earth into magic. Under his guidance, we used magic to benefit the people, build houses for the poor and, within a short time, Forbia flourished and everyone lived a life of abundance. Suffering quickly became a thing of the past. This mountain guardian, is it still here? Fate asked. When the rose died, the guardians and their magic vanished. What do you mean? The things that we built with magic fell apart. Homes crumbled and buried the unsuspecting innocents beneath them. Wells dried up, crops withered, and soil became infertile. Those who survived the magical collapse became homeless and lived only to be slayed by the bloodthirsty vampires. What about the mages? What happened to them? She said. Nikolai did not answer. The mages lost their power. It was believed to be a punishment for violating the magical law, Sybil said. What law did they violate? Fate said. There was one among the mages who lusted after and dabbled in dark forbidden magic, Sybil said. What happened to this mage? He was banished by the Order when they found out he stole the forbidden scrolls. Some said he turned into a dark mage and sold his soul to the dark powers. Some said he betrayed his kingdom and sided with the enemy. Sybil! Darkwood interrupted. Anyway, you best pray we don't run into him. Sybil said. What does Sybil mean by the enemy? Isn't Forbia's enemy Sobia? If so, it's totally ridiculous. Her father would never side with an evil mage. Then, Darkwood eyed something hanging from the branches ahead. As they came into view, Fate saw there were skeletons tied to hang on the branches. They were clothed in tattered blue robes much like the one Nikolai was wearing. Are these? Mohort said as Nikolai stood to take a closer look, his eyes burning with silent fury and his fists clenched. Fate thought he was going to blow up or send fireballs flying off into the air. Instead, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. Though Fate was not a mage, it was clear what Nikolai was doing, offering prayers for his dead comrades. But could they really rest in peace after how they had been brutally massacred by the vampires? Behind the rows of hanging corpses was an archway. Thin, elegant words flowed along the frame of the arch and, beneath it, a tall, gray stone statue of a cloaked figure stood on either side. Despite the lack of colors, the design of the cloak obviously resembled the mage's. These are ancient words. What do they say? Mohort said. Mage's village, Sybil said. I didn't know you can read ancient language, Mohort said. I don't. Then how do you know? What village places statues of mages at its entrance? Sybil said, dismissing Mohort and walking through the archway. Fate's gaze landed on a white spot on the right mage's statue, one that the left one did not have. An inverted sword. Tempest passed this way, Fate said, looking at Julian beside her. We must hurry, he said. 18. Mage's Village. Being such powerful practitioners of magic, Fate had expected the village of the mages to be very grand and impressive. However, it was quite the opposite. The layout of the village was akin to the poorer villages in Sobia. The houses were all round and built from mud with straw roofs. Remains of the inhabitants and materials still lay here, scattered across the village. Most of the houses' general shapes were still intact while some had already given way, depicting those from the aftermath of a disaster. Fate and Julian searched the ground, walls of the houses, and signage for Tempest's sign but did not find any. While Fate's eyes were busy surveying the wall of a nearby house, she saw a glimpse of something fly past. What is it? Darkwood asked, noticing Fate's puzzled expression. I thought I saw something, Fate said. What did you see? Darkwood said. It's nothing. Stay with the group, or we won't know if anything happens to you, Darkwood said. Fate moved to join the others while Julian moved toward them. Fate found the others heading to the far north toward a house that was the largest in the village, built on a raised wooden platform. Nikolai walked up the wooden steps, stopping before the door. He watched the door, raising his hand as if wanting to touch it but hesitated and lowered his head. The others kept silent behind him. At last, he slowly touched the door and was about to push it open when someone dashed toward him from the side of the house with a knife in his hand. Nikolai turned, but the man was already jabbing the knife at him. An arrow sliced through the air and lodged at the man's arm. The man's knife fell to the ground while the man tumbled against the wall of the house, grabbing at his bleeding arm. Nikolai walked over to the wounded man whose face was obscured by the long wiry gray and black hair falling over it. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Nikolai said. "My arm, Arg," the man cried, his hand clamped below his wound. Nikolai pushed his hair aside and examined the man. "Lancer?" Nikolai called. "Leave. It will kill us all." "Hide, run while you still can," the man called Lancer exclaimed. "Who will kill us all?" Nikolai asked. "The demon." "Arg," Lancer cried in pain. "Do you know this guy?" Sybil said. "Yes, his name is Lancer. He's a mage, a very inquisitive one. He would ask me about all sorts of magic, including the ones that are forbidden. He was always begging me to teach him the more advanced stuff." "Wait, is he the dark mage?" Mohort said. "No, he was a greenhorn. He had talent, though," Nikolai said. "What happened to him?" Fate asked. "I don't know. Maybe he can tell us," Nikolai said. "I think we should take care of that wound first," Fate said, walking over to Lancer and placing her hand above his wound. Lancer stared at Fate as he saw her face. You're back," he said. "Do I know you?" Fate said, as the arrow dislodged from the man's wound, which healed within seconds. Lancer closed his eyes and his body kept shaking and he began muttering gibberish to himself. "Let's take him inside," Nikolai said. "Will your knight in shining armor do the honors?" Julian shot Nikolai a look but relented when Fate nodded at him. As Julian carried Lancer inside, Nikolai said to Fate next to the open door with an inverted sword symbol, "I think I found another mark." Apart from some toppled objects and misaligned furniture, the interior of the house was much tidier than the other houses. It was like someone had been maintaining it. "What happened here?" Nikolai said, but Lancer looked frightened, switching his gaze between Nikolai and the others then the floor. "They came to kill us," Lancer said. "They? Do you mean the vampires?" Nikolai said, and the man nodded in fear. "Where are the others?" "Dead. All dead." Nikolai went silent for a moment. "Did you see anyone else come by here? Like a girl?" Fate said. The man began to stare again and Julian's hand clasped his hilt. "Run. It will find you," Lancer said to Fate. "Who will find me?" she said. "The demon. Black as the evil night. The Damascus," Fate muttered. Lancer must have met Tempest and mistook Fate for her. "Where is she? Where is Tempest?" "Tempest, Tempest." The man shivered and shook his head. Then he returned to his gibberish muttering. "Please tell me," Fate said. "It's no use." Darkwood walked up beside Fate. "We need to move on and look for information on the spell void," Darkwood said. As reluctant as she was, Fate knew stalling would do them no good. According to what Darkwood told her, Tempest left the castle almost a year ago, which meant she came here around that time. She could have reached the other end of Forbia by now. The marks were her only hope of finding her. The next one could be anywhere in this room. Fate got to her feet and started looking. The interior was a circular space that allowed one to see its entire living hall layout at one glance. Unlike the exterior, which was lit by the glowing trees, the interior was dark and lit only by 2 candle lights. Fate faced her palm at one of the candle lights, and the ray of light extended toward her palm. She decided to try something she hadn't done before with her life magic. Instead of multiplying the light in one direction, she would do it in all directions. She lowered her eyelids to focus on the light in her palm, and gradually, it became brighter, spreading across the entire space like a mini evening sun. Despite its poorly maintained state, the room was simplistic and exuded a peaceful aura. Soft, wooden furniture, tapestry, and a tall, wide chest of small drawers filled the space. The others were examining different parts of the house except for Nikolai, who was nowhere to be seen. Further at the northeastern corner was a doorway. Fate headed for it into a dark space which lit up in her presence, and her magical light fell on a figure beside a bed near the corner of the wall. Nikolai looked over his shoulder at Fate and tucked something into his robe. "Did you find anything?" Fate said. "Nothing." Nikolai walked past her and out the door. Fate walked over to the cabinet where the mage stood. The room was strangely intact, as if someone had been using it. The bed was tidy and the objects were properly placed, including the flower vase, though the flowers had long withered. Fate placed her hand near them and the flowers straightened up, restored to their former vibrant hues. Beside the vase were several small, thin wooden panels with drawings of people mounted on them. The first drawing was of a stern-looking elderly man with long hair in a standing posture. Next to him was a younger man with spirited eyes and sharp features, also dressed in a mage's robe. He reminded Fate of Nikolai, only younger. Another drawing showed a mix of mages and non-mages standing next to one another. The last wooden panel was empty. As Fate returned to the doorway, she found Darkwood there. "Any leads so far?" Darkwood asked. "Not really. By the way, do you know whose house is this?" "It's the Elder Mage's. He's the leader of the mages. He was the most powerful magic wielder among us, second only to Myaf. That's all in the past now." "Have you seen him in person?" "Only from a distance. I was still a child then. But I guess there will never be a chance." "Is the Elder Mage a friend of Nikolai?" Fate asked. "Close friend? That's an understatement. Nikolai was his best student, like a second son to him." "Master," Mohort said, "Nikolai has found the library." "Come," Darkwood said to Fate. They followed Mohort to the back of the house through a tall gap. Fate's light revealed a large standing mage statue facing them. The statue had a thick book in his right hand. Nikolai waited at the back of the statue with a hovering fireball over his hand to light the surroundings. He began muttering a series of incantations. The statue shook as a rectangular section of its back loosened and descended into the ground. Through the hollow was a staircase leading down into the darkness. Nikolai went down it and the others followed. Fate had to tone down her mini-sun to avoid blinding everyone in this narrow space. As usual, Darkwood was the last in line while Fate was in the middle with her inseparable knight behind her. At the foot of the staircase, they emerged onto a rather narrow stone bridge hanging in the middle of a vast darkness. As Fate focused, her light spread and revealed a row of towering bookshelves at either side of the void, followed by another and another as her light extended further. The ceiling above was visible, being much closer to them than the ground which lay far below, about 6 levels down. This was unlike any library she had ever seen. The stone bridge went on, winding through giant bookshelves with staircases at intervals, leading up and down to navigate around the mountains of books. This library could stand as an entire village. How were they going to find information on the spell void among the sea of books? I hope you have some idea of where the spell void book is, Sybil said. Yes, it's in one of these shelves, Nikolai said. Fate wondered he was being serious or sarcastic. Correct me if I am wrong, but there's like 1,000,000 books in here, Mohort said. Let's split into 2 groups, Darkwood said. Sybil and Mohort, you both will follow Nikolai. The princess and her babysitter will follow me. Fate found Darkwood's description of Julian so funny that she almost wanted to laugh. Julian shot Darkwood a disdainful look. Look for a book with 2 circles, a small circle within a bigger one, Nikolai said. Darkwood's group went to explore the bookshelves to the left of the stone bridge while Nikolai's group checked out the right side. Darkwood and Julian shared a wooden torch taken from one of the stands near the foot of the staircase while Mohort and Sybil shared one. Carefully, Fate navigated and watched her every step to avoid falling off the edge, casting her light at the bookshelf near her. Books of green, red, and blue lined the shelves at every level. One thing that befuddled her was how the mages managed to reach for a book at the upper shelves. There was no ladder going that high. Fate stepped forward to take a blue book with a symbol that looked like 3 intercepting circles and opened it. Various explanations on each magical element's attributes were written in it, including their unique and counteracting relations. But there was no mention of the spell void magic, so she put it back. She sped up her exploration to cover as much area as she could in the shortest time. The Damascus could be nearby. As she rounded the side of a bookshelf down the stairs, she thought she heard a soft growl. It made the hairs on her skin stand. She turned to cast the light behind her and up toward the stairs. Nothing. Still, she must stay watchful. As she continued her way down, she saw light further down the path between 2 bookshelves on her right. As she moved closer to it, she realized it was a torch, fallen on the ground. Did Julian or Darkwood drop it? She turned and hurried down the way ahead, dimming her light as she did. Her heart thudded against her chest and she took deep exhales to calm herself. The path rounded the other end of the bookshelf and as she neared a junction, she heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps with an inconsistent rhythm. The footsteps suddenly broke into a rushed rhythm and she pedaled backward. A hand pulled hers into the gap between the bookshelves. Run! Julian said. Julian and Fate ran as violent thudding and the sound of rushed footsteps followed behind them. They turned right as the path branched off again and then left again, taking any path that came to their minds first. Finally, they stopped running and turned into a path between bookshelves. They kept as silent as possible, listening for any approaching noises. Then came the loud thuds again, like something huge was jumping on the surrounding bookshelves. It's here! The Damascus! Fate and Julian each faced the bookshelf on the opposite direction to see where it would appear from. The loud thudding came closer and suddenly stopped. Fate looked up toward the roof of the bookshelf under the light of her dimmed mini-sun, but there was no sign of the Damascus. Just then, the books to her left flew off the shelf as a monstrous arm clawed at the emptiness and vanished into the shelf. Fate and Julian darted toward the other direction but the monstrous arm shot into sight again, and Fate bent and fell to avoid its claws. Julian slashed at it with his sword and it let out a thundering roar. I will take care of it. Go! Julian said. No. Fate didn't want to leave Julian, but the Damascus's target was her. If she could find the spell-void book, the Damascus would not sense her and would thus leave. That was the best way out of the situation for both of them. She turned and ran, noticing Tempest's sign on the side of a bookshelf. The sword symbol was horizontal and seemed to be pointing in the way ahead. Fate followed the direction, running from one bookshelf to the next. The signs were spaced several bookshelves apart, but the angle at where they were drawn hinted at the direction of where the next sign was. The signs led Fate to a lone bookshelf at the end of a path between two bookshelves. Fate ran toward it when thudding noises broke the silence again. The lone bookshelf expanded as she came closer to it. On the ground before the bookshelf was a black book with a gold symbol on it, two isolated circles with one within another. As she reached for it, the left bookshelf tilted under a mighty weight and the books rained down from their shelves, burying Fate as she held the black book above her to shield her head from the falling books. All was silent again. The silence persisted at length before the heap of books opened up and Fate crawled out of it. Her head was aching from the impact of the falling books, but her magic quickly eased the pain. Strangely, there was no sound of movement nearby. Her one hand clutched against her head while the other hand held the black book. She had found it. The book of the spell void. But it was too dark to see anything. Her mini sun had gone out when the books fell on her. She would need to extract from a light source to find her way back. Perhaps it was best to wait. She sat and leaned against the book heap, dozing off and opening her eyes several times in case the Damascus returned. Some time passed and a nearby sound woke her. It sounded near, like it was only a few bookshelves away. She readied her sword, pointing it to her front. The footsteps approached and became louder. They momentarily stopped before breaking into a hurry. Without hesitation, she thrust her blade forward as the sound of low beastly growls grew clearer. The blade stabbed something hard that stopped right before her. She felt warm air on her face. Then, an orb of orange light hovered nearby behind the books, visible through the gaps. Nikolai looked in her direction through the aisle where Fate and the Damascus were. Shining the light of his fireball down the aisle, he revealed the manly silhouette standing in front of her. At once, she pulled her sword back. As Nikolai came close, Darkwood's pained expression became clear. Darkwood fell onto the ground as his chest bled. Fate could not believe what she had just done. I'm sorry. I thought you were the Damascus, Fate said, her voice shaking. She dropped her sword and bent down, placing her hand on Darkwood's wound, feeling the rise and fall of his breath and heartbeat. No, stay with me, she said, as she filled his chest with her golden magical light. To her relief, the wound healed. I'm sorry, she said. No, I almost killed you, Darkwood said. What are you saying? Fate said. Fate. Julian squeezed past Nikolai and Darkwood and ran to Fate. I'm so glad you are safe. Did that monster hurt you? Julian said, staring at Fate's hand on Darkwood's chest. Fate withdrew her hand. No. It left, she said. It didn't, Darkwood said, looking at Fate's eyes. Fate sensed mild remorse in his eyes. It was me. I was the monster that attacked the both of you. So, the monster that came after Fate wasn't the Damascus but Darkwood himself. She had witnessed his beastly persona back at the castle, but the fact she could mistake him for the Damascus meant he was becoming scarier. You were the monster that came after us? Julian drew his sword, but Fate stopped him. No, Julian. It's the effect of the curse. It wasn't really him, she said. Even if that's the case, it's too dangerous for you to travel with a monster, Julian said. Mind your words, Nikolai said, staring at Julian under the glowing fireball. It's all right, Nikolai. I am used to be called that. That's nothing compared to the fact that the Damascus already knows we are here. Fate wanted to ask how but recalled how the Damascus knew where Darkwood was during the battle with the vampires before the rope bridge. The Damascus could feel Darkwood's pain, so it must have felt it when her blade pierced his chest. We must leave now and use the blood pack soon. What about the spell void? Sybil said. Fate took out the black spell book with 2 gold circles. She handed it to Nikolai, who shifted the fireball in his hand in the air before opening the book and scanning through the pages. He stopped at a page that mentioned the spell void scroll and its location. A concerned look dawned on Nikolai's face and the others waited for him to speak. It's not here, he said. The spell void scroll is at the Temple of Tmiri. Is it far from here? Fate asked. It's not the distance I am worried about. The temple lies at the center of Lake Rira, Nikolai said. A temple in the middle of a lake? Mohort said. Yes. According to the tales, the lake used to be a terrifying place during the reign of the vampires. Then, it was known as the Lake of Doom. None who tried to cross that lake ever made it out. But it's just a legend. Maybe there's nothing there, Mohort said. It's dangerous to go through that lake, but the Damascus will catch up to us without the spell void, Nikolai said. Master, what do you think we should do? Let's head for the temple, Darkwood said, realizing Nikolai's concerned expression. Is something wrong? The next page is missing. Seems it was torn out. It most likely details a map or important instructions about getting to the temple, Nikolai said. Guess we have to play things by ear then, Darkwood said. A torn page. Could it be Tempest's doing? And it was no coincidence the spell void book was on the ground. Tempest was trying to lead her to it. That meant Tempest had gone to the temple after leaving the mage's village. No matter what, she must go there. Returning to the elder mage's house on the surface, they decided to set out on their next destination right away before the Damascus caught up with them. Lancer was sitting at one corner of the house in a daze when they walked into the living hall. He looked up when he saw Fate. Did you find it? The spell that nullifies all spells? What do you know about it? Fate said. You should not be here. The demon is coming. Go! Go! Lancer became agitated again. As Fate was standing up, Lancer grabbed at her shoulder. Be careful of him. Who are you talking about? Fate asked, but Lancer went silent and looked down, retracting his hand from Fate's shoulder. He will be safer here as he has been, Nikolai said, standing behind Fate. Why did Lancer suddenly seem so scared? Was he scared of Nikolai? She had wanted to stay and ask Lancer more questions, but there was no time, and he was in no condition to go with them either. Goodbye, and take care, Fate said to Lancer and left with the others. 19. Lake Rira. After exiting the village, they followed Mohort down the path back into the misty forest. This time, Mohort led them down the other path in the fork that they didn't take before. Fate was tired from all the walking, but they did not have the luxury to sleep yet. Darkwood had planned for them to get sleep during the crossing of the lake. However, an unfortunate circumstance soon revealed itself as Mohort stopped before a path blocked by fallen trees and mud. This was the way to the lake. Mohort paced to and fro and examined the barrier of fallen trees and mud in the way, as if doing so would magically make the barrier go away. A landslide. Is there another way around? Sybil said. There should be, but I am not familiar with the alternate route. I always took this route back then, Mohort said. Fate looked ahead at the only path lying before them. No time to linger. Let's try this way then, Darkwood said. They came to another fork again. Don't look at me. I am as confused as you are, Mohort said. Let's see. Fate walked about, looking at the dark dense trees and the looming silhouettes of the horned mountains barely visible above them. As her eyes combed the lines of nearby trees, she noticed a pale mark on one of their barks. At a closer look, it was a vague horizontal sword symbol with the longer end pointing to the right. It's Tempest's mark. Fate called to the others. We should go right. Darkwood came forward. Are you sure this is your sister's mark? He said, staring at the crooked scratch mark on the tree bark. I am pretty sure, Fate said as Darkwood turned and shot her an unconvinced look. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Just making sure it isn't a mark left by some squirrel. Darkwood walked off. It was no surprise that Darkwood was unconvinced. The mark seemed different from the ones before. This was crooked and bigger, too. Could it be Tempest was injured when she was here? Worry grew within her, but she quickly dismissed it. After close to half an hour's walk, Mohort's pace picked up. I know this path. We are back on familiar ground. The path went slightly downhill before opening to a dock where land ended and water began. Look, a boat, Mohort said, passing through the clearing mist to an old white boat. Fate looked out to the endless black lake that stretched out before her. It surely was befitting of the name, Lake of Doom. Bones lay about the dock, covered by tattered and torn clothing. Fate could tell from their clothes that they were commoners. Mohort's head lowered at the pitiful sight. They must have tried to make their way across the lake when the vampires got them, Nikolai said. Fate searched for Darkwood and saw him standing at the edge of the dock, looking out to the lake. Fate could tell he did not want to see such a tragic sight again. It was sad and horrifying to think of how terrified these Forbians were when the whole thing happened, the darkening of Forbia and the vampires' attack. So far, all the dead bodies she had seen were victims of the vampires and none were casualties of Sobia's attack. Surely there would be bodies of Sobian soldiers that perished in the war against the evil king, but where were they? Another strange thing was, why had her father never mentioned anything about the vampires? Surely he must have crossed paths with the vampires during the war. Sybil and Nikolai moved to the boat while Julian scanned the surroundings for the Damascus or vampires. It was an old habit of his due to his long years as a knight. To a knight, nowhere was safe. This looks ancient. Can it hold all of us? Sybil asked. Unlikely. The wood looks old and rotted. A single hit might break it apart. I suggest we look for a better alternative, Nikolai said. Did I hear something about old and rotted? Fate said. The three of them turned around. Yes, Mohort sighed. Fate walked forward to the boat and examined it. I might be able to mend it, she said. Your magic repair boats too? Mohort said. Well, I suppose so. Applicable to anything subject to life and death, creation and destruction. Fate positioned her hands close to the boat. The white boat gradually turned gold as Fate's magical light spread across its surface, seeping through every crack and gap, which slowly began to join. The black rotted parts regained their clean and gray outer layers. When Fate was done, she suddenly felt dizzy and her limbs felt weak. She fell slightly backward but managed to keep her balance. Are you okay? Darkwood asked. I just feel a little dizzy. Magic takes a lot out of its wielder. I suggest you use it sparingly. Will be a shame if you are drained when we reach the sacred garden, Nikolai said. It never occurred to Fate that there was a limit to her magic. Then again, she never had to use her magic this often back in Sobia. Let's get this boat moving. We don't have all day, Sybil said, and they all agreed. As Fate moved to board the boat, she saw a pale crooked sword symbol carved onto the vertical surface of the wooden stand. Sybil and Julian took the oars and the boat slowly departed the dock. Before long, the boat was drifting far out to the lake, surrounded by naught but dark water. Time on the boat passed slower to the rest of the journey on foot. Now that they were seated and still, no one spoke a word. Perhaps they were too tired, or just wanted to enjoy the peace and quiet. How much longer before we reach the sacred garden? Fate finally broke the silence. 2 days to the inner region. From there, it will be another few days' walk to the garden, Darkwood said. Will the Damascus follow us across the lake? She said. I'm afraid so. Let's just hope it hasn't reached the mage's village yet. It's time, Nikolai said. At these words, Mohort handed him the last blood pack. Stop rowing for now. Sybil and Julian did as told, but the boat kept moving. Nikolai checked the oars and realized they were still. Why isn't the boat stopping? Mohort said, and Darkwood peered over the waters. They were tranquil as the surface of a mirror. There's something wrong with these waters, Darkwood said. Can you do it with the boat moving? Let me try, Nikolai said. The pack's surface was stained with blood from the previous broken pack and, like before, Nikolai used magic to move it through the air. He stood up and moved his fingers in the air. A green circle appeared, but this time it was slightly farther ahead of the boat. As the green circle grew closer, Nikolai moved the blood pack into its center. Then, Fate heard soft gushing noises. Do you hear that? She said. I hear it too, Mohort said, putting his hands out. It's not raining, is it? No, Darkwood said, scanning the lake before pausing to stare at the horizon where the lake suddenly stopped. Opposite the edge of the lake, wild waters plummeted along the horizon. That's no rain. Is that a waterfall? That's impossible, Mohort exclaimed. As Nikolai watched, he was pulled by the portal as the pack stuck onto its center while the boat continued to move. He nearly fell over. Ah! Mohort exclaimed as the mage accidentally kicked his leg while balancing himself. Willing his focus, the blood pack vanished through the green portal. No! Nikolai looked at the green portal that was drifting away from the boat. He motioned his fingers. The portal shrank but remained there when its distance from the boat became too far. Forget the portal. We need to do something about that, Julian said. Turn around. Darkwood snatched the oar from Sybil and rowed as fast he could with Julian tending to the other side. The boat began to turn but the water was gradually pulling them toward the drop. We have to jump. We might make it if we can reach the lakeside, Sybil shouted. Let's go, Darkwood shouted. What? Jump? Mohort said. The water splashed onto his face as Sybil disappeared into the water, followed by Nikolai. One by one, they jumped into the water. Darkwood took a look at Fate. Go, swim as fast as you can. I will meet you at the shore. Fate, hurry. I will follow right behind you, Julian said, and Fate stepped on the edge of the boat. Splash! The freezing water stabbed at every inch of her body like 1,000 needles. Surprisingly, the depths of the water was brighter than it appeared from above. It was like there was a soft blue light coming from below, illuminating the space of the water. She could not see the lake's bottom. The thought of how deep and cold it was made her numb with fear. She willed her body against the resistance of the water, fighting it with every ounce of her energy to swim toward the shore that seemed miles away. She swam, and suddenly there was someone floating in the depths. Could it be Sybil or Nikolai? She swam down, and as she came closer, her heart froze. There was no mistaking that face and long hair. Floating motionlessly in the water was Tempest. No. Fate swam toward her and touched her shoulders, shaking her. Tempest opened her eyes, staring at her. Fate grabbed her hand, but she wouldn't budge. Then, a blue light glowed below. It became brighter, alternating between blue and orange. Fate turned to Tempest, only to realize she was reduced to mist. Tempest! The orange and blue light expanded as it ascended, and Fate realized the orange light was none other than fire burning underwater, wrapped by a mysterious blue glow. Within it was a huge fish-like monster, whose head was larger than the boat. Fate stared at its long, thin hollow eyes as it swam by, circling around her. Fate turned round, but it was gone. She kicked against the water, heading for the shore, but the monstrous fish had confused her orientation and she no longer knew her bearings. She made a best guess and started swimming again. The blue water before her darkened. That must be the shore. Then, the monstrous fish rose like a giant torch, blocking her way. At that moment, Fate did not know which was more tormenting, the freezing water stabbing her or the sight of the lake creature. The creature opened its mouth full of short, sharp teeth, and she shut her eyes as it jolted into motion. A firm force swept her aside, pushing her out of the fish's path just in time. The black figure, while holding her waist with one hand, swam with the other. They darted through the water as the creature pursued. Darkwood turned abruptly to evade the creature's attack. Before long, they were back at the surface. Fate gasped for air and saw the boat not far from her. Darkwood pulled her toward it and lifted her onto it. "Stay on the boat." Darkwood dove and vanished into the water. Fate was the only person on the boat. She wondered if the others were still in the water or had reached the bank. Then, she realized something strange. The lake was quiet again with no sign of the waterfall. But suddenly, she heard water gushing again, and then the drop in the lake appeared ahead once more. What was going on? Did she hit herself on the head while she was in the water that she was seeing things now? The others were emerging out of the water and swimming toward the boat. Fate pulled Julian up, followed by Mohort, Sybil, and lastly Nikolai, who was accompanied by Darkwood as the creature's head leaped out of the water, missing Darkwood by an inch. Arrows flew from Julian's bow, stabbing the water at the snaking form beneath. The boat swung wildly as the monster fish's groan echoed across the silent lake. "The falls will swallow us if we stay," Sybil said. "No, we won't. Trust me," Darkwood said. The party stared at the approaching waterfall as the boat neared the lake's end. As their boat drifted toward the edge, they saw how vast and wide the falls truly were, with dark blue waters plunging along its circumference that seemed to span the distance of the entire Evil Woods, or farther. There was no getting off the boat now, even if any of them wanted to change their minds. The big, black hole far below the drop expanded as the boat drifted toward it. Just when Fate anticipated the sensation of free-falling, the black hole and waterfalls vanished, replaced by a still, silent lake that stretched into the horizon. "What just happened?" Fate said. "The waterfall wasn't real. It's just an enchantment to trick travelers, Darkwood said. To think the vampires have such twisted sense of creativity in them, Mohort said. They should have just put a vampires ahead sign if they want travelers to turn back. The enchantment's purpose isn't to dissuade travelers from advancing but to persuade them into the water. I bet that lake creature was behind it, Sybil said, and the others glanced at her, surprised at her sudden display of magical knowledge. The others observed the water for signs of the creature. By the way, how did you know that the waterfalls weren't real? Fate asked Darkwood. After we jumped into the lake, that creature attacked me and I swam to the surface. That's when I saw the waterfall was gone. The enchantment seems to be visible only when you are out of the water, Darkwood said. Phew, if Master hadn't found out, we all would have been fish food by now, Mohort said. Did anyone see anything peculiar while you were in the water? Fate asked. There was a momentary silence. I saw Tempest. She was calling to me, like she was in pain, but when I tried pulling her with me, she turned into mist. That was what happened to me too, only the person I saw was my mom, Mohort said. What about you guys? He turned to the others, lastly to Darkwood. I saw my... It doesn't matter, Darkwood said. But why did we see different people? Do you think what we saw was real, that they were trying to communicate with us? Mohort said. I doubt it, Darkwood said. Why? Because the person I saw is already dead, he replied. Who was Darkwood talking about? Could Mohort's guess be right, that the spirits of whom they saw were communicating with them? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that Tempest is? No, fate would not allow her to think she was dead. It's just an enchantment to mess with their minds, to confuse them to the lake creature's advantage. Fate's reverie was disrupted by Julian's voice as he said, What is that? They peered at a huge structure in the distance, floating high in the air. We are almost there, Nikolai said. 20. The floating temple. It was a surreal and magical experience to witness an ancient-looking temple levitating in the middle of the lake. How is it possible that such a big building can float? Fate asked. The temple was built after the war by the mages with levitation magic, Nikolai said. Impressive. I don't see any way up, Sybil said. You will, soon. The mage walked to the front of the boat, muttering incantations. The waters began to ripple. The ripples grew more intense and they could hear noises from beneath the water. Huge stone slabs emerged from the waters, joining together to form a dock and spiraling stairwell that went around the temple's base to its middle section. They docked their boat at the stone platform and stepped onto the wet stone. As Nikolai conjured a fireball to light the way, Fate caught a glimpse of something on the vertical stone where Mohort was tying the rope to secure the boat. Another sword symbol, carved onto the stone surface. She was right, Tempest was the one who found the spell void book and tore out the missing page. Like the one before it, this symbol was crooked. Could she be up there in the temple, waiting for her? Then again, Fate wondered how Tempest managed to carve such a huge symbol on the stone with her sword. Surely it would require a huge amount of effort and time. Watch your step, Nikolai said, leading the way. You wouldn't want to slip on the way up. The group ascended the wide stone steps in a straight line, following the light of Nikolai's and Fate's fireballs. Fate took the liberty to duplicate hers from Nikolai's. Fate had to resist the temptation to look down at times, but when she failed, she found herself staring into a large, black pool that was the lake, which made the climb even more daunting. Finally, the stairs ended at the middle section. Flat ground lay before them, leading to the temple building. Before them, the high temple walls framed the huge temple doors at the center. The stones that built the temple walls were colored in a mix of faded green, gray, and orange. The doors gave a heavy sound as Nikolai pushed them open. The hall of the temple was even darker than the outside, and corridors led only to more corridors like an interweaving labyrinth of stone. The mild scent of sandalwood hung in the air. Half the time, they worried about the sight of their own shadows, mistaking them for the Damascuses or some unholy creature. After numerous turns, they found themselves back at the same spot. As fate shone her light on the cracked stone walls patterned with symbols of old, she found one that did not belong, a scratch mark shaped like an inverted sword. "Look! It points this way," fate said. The others observed the sign, heading through the corridor nearest to the sign. Similar signs were found at subsequent junctions, eventually leading them to a wide dark hall which they could not make its size even with both their fireballs light. Fate wielded her magic such that only the light of her fireball multiplied, extending in all directions. The light lit up the space, enough for them to see the far walls at each side. It was an extremely tall, square hall and, right at its center, was a gigantic statue of a woman in a standing posture, towering before them. "To Milia, the guardian of the sky," said Nikolai as he bowed in respect. Even Julian, who was least fascinated with Forbia, could hardly take his eyes off the magnificent statue. Darkwood stormed ahead, leaping up on the protrusions along the wall and returned after a while. "No other exits," Darkwood said. "That means the spell void scroll must be here somewhere," Nikolai said. "We should look for the signs," Fate said. "Let's split up," Sybil said, and the others nodded, except for Julian, who still reacted coldly to everyone in the group except Fate. Julian went with Fate by default. Darkwood and Nikolai searched the right side, Mohort and Sybil the left. They found an unlit torch along the wall and borrowed Nikolai's fire, and Fate and Julian the rear. Fate reduced the intensity of her fireball to avoid overexerting herself. Her fire's light trailed the back wall, which was painted with a mural of a forest. Colored dots floated above the green grass where flowers blossomed. Red flowers. Fate traced a yellow stream resembling rays of light to the center of the mural where its bright white core seated in a space between two trees. Even from the simplistic depiction, the beauty of the place was palpable. It looked like a haven. It was hard to believe such beauty once or still existed in Forbia. Unable to find anything peculiar on the wall, Fate and Julian checked the back of the gigantic statue. As she expected, she found Tempest's sign at the center of the platform the statue was standing on. But it was just a stone platform with nothing special. The others joined Fate after she called to the others that she had found the symbol. "I don't understand," Mohort said. "This doesn't lead anywhere." Slowly, Fate directed her light upward. "Yes, it does." Her light revealed another sign about 2 meters above at the statue's right ankle, and then another at the statue's thigh. "The scroll must be up there. We need to climb onto the statue." "I will do it," Darkwood said. "But I will need your light." "Sure," Fate said, and Darkwood leaped, climbing up the statue's right leg while Fate gradually shone her light upward. As Darkwood got higher, it was harder for Fate to cast her light at the right angle for Darkwood to see where the next sign was. Darkwood was climbing up the statue's back when he felt a sense of foreboding and lost his grip. He grappled at the statue's leg as he fell and crashed back on the ground next to the group. Thanks to Nikolai, who cast a spell to break the fall, Darkwood did not sustain any injuries. "Master?" Sybil called out. "Are you all right?" Fate asked. Darkwood shook his head to focus. "I had this terrible sensation. I feel it when it is near me." "When what's near?" Fate said. The Damascus. But I thought we just transported the last blood pack not too long ago? Mohort said. A worried look crossed Nikolai's face. The portal. I didn't have the time to close it properly. It must have come through it. Are you telling me that demon is at the lake now? Mohort said. We have to find the scroll before it comes. Darkwood rose to his feet and leaped up the statue again. It was much harder for Fate to focus now that she knew the Damascus and her doom were so close. Darkwood made it past the back area of the statue this time, grabbing onto the shoulder area. I can't see anything here. Shine your light from the front. Darkwood yelled from up above, his voice thundering through the hall. Fate rounded the statue to the front and cast her light at the shoulder area, shifting it to the statue's neck. Anything? Fate called. Nothing. Higher. Darkwood called. Fate slowly aimed her light around the statue's right face. She could only rely on Darkwood to find the sign as she was too far down to see it. Keep your light on me. Darkwood leaped again, climbing up its face like a mighty beast. He hung onto the bridge of the Guardian's nose, telling Fate to shine her light at his surroundings. When Fate's light shone on the statue's right eye, Darkwood told her to stop. There's something in her eye. The others looked on intently. Then, an ominous growl beat across the temple and the others turned back toward the corridor. Nikolai shot his fireball toward the dark corridor where they came. It went into it like a ghostly light before hitting the wall at the far end and went out. The Damascus was not here yet. There was little room for error as there was no little space for Darkwood to grab on to take the object lying at the base of the right eye. A little miscalculation could end up with him at the ground again, something he could not afford to do, for he did not have the time for a third attempt. He locked his focus and in a mighty leap, he flew toward the statue's eye, his hand reaching out for the object. His fingers were so close to it. Fate watched in concern as Darkwood landed on the shoulder. He unclamped his fingers to reveal a scroll in Fate's light. Found it, Darkwood said. Again, Nikolai shot another fireball toward the corridor and just before it hit the far wall, he saw a shadow of misty tendrils move along the wall. It's coming! Nikolai shouted as Darkwood jumped and landed on the floor with a heavy thud. Giving the old scroll to Nikolai, the mage unrolled it under Fate's light, studying the writings in it. It's coming! Sybil shouted, lifting her boomerang, and Julian aimed his arrow at the dark corridor. Tumuro ras te gauras, Nikolai chanted as the blood-curdling growl grew louder. Zenus zemus tumura. Fate felt subtle warmth enveloping her. Hide! Nikolai said. Fate ran to the back of the statue, closing her hand to put out her fireball. It was pitch black now and the only sound was of the Damascus's hurried footsteps. Fate flattened her body against the platform while listening for sounds of movement. She covered her mouth to mask her breathing sound. An air of dread hovered over her, and her whole body tightened. It was the same dread she felt the night she ran into the evil woods. It was the aura of death. Without warning, something lifted her up and she gasped just as something clamped her mouth, something warm. The Damascus stirred, seemingly noticing her noise. She smelled a familiar musky scent that brought back memories of a similar incident at the woods by the riverbank. Darkwood. Her heart hammered in her chest, fearing the Damascus could hear it. It seemed the spell void was working. If not, the Damascus would have jumped at her by now. At length, she stayed still next to Darkwood until the footsteps of the Damascus became softer and softer. Silence took over the hall once more. It's gone, Darkwood said, letting go of his hand, and Fate heaved out panicked breaths she had held back all this time. Fate saw Nikolai's dim fireball moving in the dark, illuminating the temple. Darkwood and Fate were sitting at the statue's ankle. "It worked," Nikolai said. That was the good news. The bad news was Tempest wasn't here. Where could she have gone? Her last sign had led them to the spell void scroll. Did she find the scroll? From the look of things, she couldn't have. If she had, the scroll wouldn't be that out of reach, unless Tempest climbed all the way up, took it, and then put it back, which was impossible. With no other exits, there was nothing to go on from there that would lead her to Tempest. They returned to the boat and rowed farther north past the temple to the inner region. When they reached the northern shore, they docked their boat and continued on foot through a forest. 21. The Lonely Beast. Fate could tell something was bothering Darkwood. She guessed it probably had something to do with the skeletons along the river. As far as Fate knew, it was the evil king that succumbed to evil and became a threat to the world. It would be unfair to lay the blame of the deaths of the innocents to Sobians. War is ugly and there will always be casualties on both ends. She couldn't help but sense a strange feeling within her with every step closer to the heart of Forbia. It felt like her entire life was leading to this moment. Mohort led the group along paths filled with huge, flat rocks. There were much fewer trees here than any other places they had been to in Forbia so far. They were spaced wide apart, and their leaves were tiny. As it got darker, Darkwood suggested for them to stop for a rest next to a tall stone wall built against a slope. Fate thought there would be plenty of talk between them, but they were silent. Fate helped herself to some water and loaves of bread to soothe her hunger and exhaustion. Never had bread tasted so good. Everyone was tending to their own business around the campfire. Sybil was cleaning her dagger and boomerang, Nikolai was sitting with his eyes closed, Julian was warming himself by the fire and checking his bow and arrows. As for Darkwood, he sat against the wall, staring at the sky. Fate wondered what was going through his mind then. Was he worried about his curse or something else? She still didn't know the reason for his hostility when he saw those skeletons. Finishing her bread, Fate walked over to the stone wall where Darkwood sat with his back facing the group. "You haven't eaten anything. Aren't you hungry?" Fate asked. "Not really. Is something troubling you?" Troubles have no meaning when they have always been a part of your life. Still, it might make you feel better if you tell someone about them. From my experience, talking doesn't solve anything. Have you never wished to have someone understand how you feel? No. It's foolish. It's never wise to let someone understand too much about you. Why? It's dangerous. Once they know too much, you become an easy target. Is it because of something that happened in the past? At the riverbank, you seemed angry when you saw those skeletons. You should not waste your energy on small talk. I need to rest. Darkwood leaned his head against the stone wall. Fate returned to sit around the campfire, hating herself for trying to be nice to Darkwood. As the silence persisted, Nikolai began humming a mellow tune. It seeped deep into Fate's heart, evoking subtle sadness and longing. It was so beautiful yet so sad. "What's that tune?" Fate asked. "It's the Hannah's song," Nikolai said. There was a time when the mages gathered around campfires like this, sharing ancient tales and wisdom with the people. "I remember," said Mohort. "I used to feast around the campfire during my journey with the Mohort suddenly stopped before he added, Forbia was a much brighter and happier place, and I'm much younger. Then, we would share interesting tales about faraway places and kingdoms." Example? Let me see. Oh yes, There is this kingdom where the royals are known for their extraordinary beauty. How I wish I could lay my eyes on the princesses, heh. Next is Ripple Tide, a kingdom surrounded by the sea where King Friedrich ruled. That kingdom is home to numerous legends of the sea. A merchant I met said he once saw a huge shadow beneath the waves and he believed it was a sea monster. Next is... Fate had heard from her father about Ripple Tide and Lion's Gate, which was that first kingdom Mohort mentioned. The ghost realm, Nikolai said. Bummer. I was planning to save the best for last, Mohort said. Ghost realm? Fate said. A kingdom at the far reaches of the world, plagued by a terrifying entity that wiped out most of its population. Once a thriving kingdom, it is but a deserted continent now, thus its name, the Ghost Realm. What about those that survive? Fate said. No one really knows, as those that still live there are unable to leave the continent. Perhaps they are all dead. We only learned about the Ghost Realm's existence from the Elder Mage who heard it from the Guardians. The Elder Mage once told me the world is becoming a dangerous place and evil will eventually find its way to every kingdom. Hearing Nikolai's words, Fate looked up at the dim sky, wondering about the mysteries of the other kingdoms. Just then, something flew across the sky. What is that? Both Nikolai and Mohort looked up, but before they could make out what it was, it vanished behind the dark clouds. Nikolai, have you seen anything like this? Nikolai shook his head. Looks like a dragon, but something is off about it. Only a child believes that dragons exist. Julian scoffed. What would a lowly knight like you know of magical matters? Nikolai said. I know more about other kingdoms' magical affairs than you think, and I am not lowly. Yeah, like what? Nikolai said. Kingdoms blessed with true magic, like Kamar. It is the richest kingdom in the world and one that specializes in magical expeditions. Our king is a good friend of theirs, Julian said. Richest kingdom with the poorest values, Nikolai said. That place only looks good on the outside. Beneath all that glamour is a layer of oppression and suffering where the rich extort the poor for magic. What do you know? You've been cooped up in this godforsaken place all this time. Thanks for the reminder. I am trapped but not senile. I had been to Kamar years before the curse and seen the kingdom's cruel segregation with my own eyes. And as far as I know, things are only going to get worse. Anyway, whatever it was we saw in the sky just now, it isn't from here. This might be a sign that something is already happening in the other lands, Nikolai said. Fate was reminded of the news she heard about Ripple Tide from her father not that long ago. Her father had said that the ships that had set sail for Ripple Tide never returned and there also hadn't been any word from Ripple Tide. Could Nikolai be right about evil rising in the other lands? If that was indeed a dragon, could it mean Dragon's Rift and the other fairy kingdoms are real, too? Mohort said. Where are the guardians when we need them? Sometimes I can't help but wonder why did they desert us? I have always known them to be kind and all-knowing. Didn't they see this coming? That the rose would be destroyed, Mohort couldn't bear to finish his sentence. I don't know, but everything happens in accordance with the will of the Guardians, Nikolai said. Will of the Guardians? Sybil said. So it's their will that we should suffer this tragedy? It's their will that countless innocents should be murdered because of one man's greed for power? The Guardians do not care if we live or die. Only fools believe in that they do. Blasphemy! It was the magic of the Guardians that cast out the darkness and restored light to the land decades ago. Nikolai said. And where is that light now? You can believe in your Guardians all you want. It doesn't make a difference when the Damascus or vampires kill us. Sybil stood and stormed off alone. Nikolai turned his glance back to the campfire, ignoring her. 22. Sybil's past. Fate went to search for Sybil, heading into the shadows of the trees away from the campfire. The area here was slightly brighter than the earlier regions she had been to, as if a deep blue ambience enveloped it. She could see her surroundings without having to duplicate light. That was when she recalled she had the spell void on her. She couldn't use magic even if she wanted to. The grass rustled and stirred in the background, and Fate turned to scan her surroundings. The last thing she wanted was to see red glowing eyes staring at her among the trees. When the leaves rustled again, she hurried to a nearby tree. Something then touched the back of her neck and she froze. "You shouldn't be here." It was Sybil. Fate heaved a relieved breath. "Neither should you," Fate said. "Better here than back there, hearing all those magish crap," Sybil said, turning round and stepping onto a huge wooden log. She sat on it and Fate sat beside her. "I might be wrong, but you don't seem to like the Guardians very much," Fate said. "What does it matter what I like? We are left here to fend for ourselves. There's no one who can help us but us," Sybil said. Fate nodded. Fate turned her attention to the surroundings, enjoying the perpetual night's breeze and taking in the smell of damp grass and nightly sounds. She missed the sun and her family dearly. "You remind me a lot of my sister." "Are you talking about Tempest?" Sybil said. Fate nodded. "It was her who taught me how to fight, how to hold a sword. She was always so driven and so strong. She was strict but deep down, kind and gentle." "Are you serious?" "I am neither kind nor caring. Not anymore." "What do you mean?" "My father was a devout believer of the Guardians, a noble man, who treated even strangers like his own family. Return hate with kindness. That was his motto. One day, he was delivering food to the poor, and a fire broke out in the village. He stormed into the houses to save the people and perished in the fire. It was later we learned that the villagers saw him trapped inside one of the houses. No one went in to save him. They just stood by. These were the very people he saved, gave food to and treated like his own family, but in the end, their own survival was all they cared about. With my father gone, we struggled to make ends meet. We prayed to the Guardians every day, hoping our prayers would be answered and things would take a turn for the better. But that day never came. My mother fell sick not long after due to overwork. She died years later, leaving my brother and me. Despite all that happened, my brother never lost his faith. Then I thought, even though we lost our parents, I still had a brother who loved me, someone whom I could count on. Then, the curse happened and our village was attacked by the vampires. None of the villagers were spared. My brother and I tried to escape, but the vampires found us in the woods. Even in the face of death, my brother did not cower and prayed to the Guardians. His faith invited not the aid of the Guardians but the vampires' wrath. The vampires hated the Fae and anyone who believed in her. He told me to run, but I couldn't leave him. One of the vampires caught me. I thought I was a goner, but he took me deeper into the woods. There, he threw me off a cliff. As I fell, I kept hearing my brother's terrified scream in my mind, the last moment of his life. When I woke, I realized I wasn't dead. I was found by a bearded man named Merle who lived with a small group of people. He told me I was in the Burrows, a vast forest in a huge, deep crater that had never seen the light of day. I was seriously wounded from the fall, but the mild curvature of the cliff lessened the impact. They nursed me back to health, but the nightmare wasn't over. The people who lived in the burrows had a long line of history, and their existence was never known to those who lived on the surface. Because of that, they had to scavenge for food in the forest that spanned the base of the crater in the presence of a giant serpent that dwelled there. It was then Merle taught me how to hunt and avoid being found by the serpent. Long story short, it was he who sacrificed himself to help me escape the burrows. I wandered alone for days after returning to the surface. Eventually, I collapsed at the woods near the Darkwood's castle. That was where he found me. I thought he was a vampire. He took me in and treated me like his family. Despite his beastly exterior, he was more human than any human could be. Since then, I learned that the Guardians cannot save you. You can only count on yourself if you want to survive. Noble people like my father, my mother, my brother, and Merle, they are the ones that made a difference and brought us hope. Not the Guardians, Sybil said. I am sorry to bring up your sad past, Fate said. Some things don't need to be brought up, because they are never forgotten, Sybil said. Sybil turned round, staring at the shadow of the trees. Fate saw Sybil's hand perched on her dagger. Fate's eyes scanned the lines of black trees from left to right when a section of the silhouette sprang to life, headed for them. Its eyes glowed red amid the gloom. Sybil threw her boomerang at them and it growled angrily at the impact. It struck down at the girls, breaking the log apart as they jumped out of the way. Fate's face was on the ground. She rolled around, looking up at the towering monster's red eyes. Fate desperately held onto her sword, anticipating the Damascus's finishing move. She swung her sword at the Damascus despite knowing it would do no damage. Suddenly, a familiar voice yelled, "Fate, run!" The Damascus turned around and receded into the shadow of the trees. Fate looked before her at where the voice came from but saw only withered grass and logs. Fate ran, following the trail of the Damascus, her heart racing, desperately hoping to hear the voice again. It was Tempest's voice with no mistake. She was here. She must have wanted to distract the Damascus, and now it was chasing her. She must help her. Fate chased the Damascus's shadow into the distant dark and the woods became more packed with trees. The Damascus's shadow vanished among the trees. But she did not give up and kept running ahead until she could run no more. She stopped to catch her breath, sweat dripping down her forehead. She must not lose Tempest, not when she had finally found her. Taking in a deep breath, she continued her search. She tried to stay calm walking alone in this darkness with the possibility of the Damascus jumping out at her anytime. But her will to find Tempest urged her on until she came to an area where the trees ended. She thought it was a clearing, but at a closer look, she noticed a rock face under the pale moonlight. There were not one but several large vertical rocks standing in the space before her. Some of them were broken off and weathered down to the core with overgrowth covering them. The rocks formed an opening at their center that looked like a tunnel, and above it was a symbol carved onto the huge stone face. It looked like a pair of wings. It was clearly a pathway. The question was, where did it lead? Did Tempest go through here? The only way to find out was to enter it. It seemed like a mini tunnel enclosed by a wall of rocks on either side with torches placed at intervals and a ceiling built of rocks joined together. Fate could not fathom how the colored stones that formed the ceiling managed to stay suspended, as there was clearly nothing supporting them. The path went on for some distance and stopped at a tall, open area where a massive towering structure stood ahead. 23. Phase Peak. A faint blue-green ambience hung over the place, revealing a pair of extensive and giant blue-green stone structures that resembled gigantic horizontal wings laid across the ground, layered with shapes resembling huge feathers. There were 2 gigantic stone wings, one at each side, and on their inner sides the ones facing the center of the area and visible to Fate were houses stacked on different levels, connected by stairways. Right at the center where both stone wings met was a tall stone structure shaped like a body. It was wider at the base, turning narrower toward its peak. It towered higher than its both wings, and at its peak was a head of a woman. It reminded her of the statue at the floating temple. These are no mere rock formations. It's a settlement. No craft known to any mankind could have created such intricate structures from stone. From where she stood, the whole settlement was shaped like a crouching fae with her curled, outstretched wings. Beautiful as it was, Fate stayed focused on her mission. The Damascus, or perhaps vampires, might be lurking nearby. She took a torch from the tunnel's exit and walked on toward the fascinating settlement. Fate walked alongside the left stone wing that towered like a fortress wall. The intricate carvings of large feathers were clearer from this distance. She continued up the stone steps to the second level, where houses spread from one end of the left wing to the opposite end of the right wing in a half circle. Stairs crowned the houses' roofs, leading to the upper level. Torches lit the ringed balcony outside the houses, spaced out from each other. At the center of the village was a stairway carved at either side, going up along the body of the gigantic stone-winged woman. At the center of the stairways was a statue of a man. It was missing its head. Its body very much resembled the statue that stood outside Darkwood's castle. Then came a thumping sound. "No need to be alarmed," said an elderly man walking down the stairs, dressed in ragged tribal clothes. He surveyed Fate with tired eyes. "May I ask what business does a girl have in Fae's Peak?" "I am looking for someone." "Have you seen a girl come by here just now?" "She's around my age," Fate said. "A girl? I'm afraid you are the only girl I have seen tonight. We haven't had any visitors for a long time. Is it all right if I have a look around?" "She might have wandered here without anyone knowing," Fate said. "In that case, it might be better to ask the guards. If anyone came here, they would have seen her." "That's how I knew you were here," the elderly man instructed one of the nearby guards, who bowed and left. The guard returned a few minutes later, shaking his head. "The sentries said they did not spot any other girl," the guard said. "Very well," the elderly man said. "I'm sorry, but it seems the girl you are looking for isn't here." Fate felt a pang of disappointment after hearing those words. Could she have gone in the wrong direction? If she turned back and looked for her now, Tempest would have already gone far. "Please don't let the Damascus find her. I sense deep resolve in your eyes. You did not stumble here purely by accident," the elderly man said. "I am trying to get to this place called the Sacred Garden. The garden lies beyond the spire before you." He gazed up at the top of the village where the stone-winged woman's head was. "But nothing but death lies past the spire. Why do you want to venture to the garden?" "To stop a demon called the Damascus," she said. "The Damascus? Haven't heard of the name before. Why do you want to risk your life to stop this demon?" "Because it will not rest until I am dead. The way over this spire is up there at the head of the Fae." "Fae?" "This village is known as Fae's Peak. It was created by the mages in the image of the Holy Fae," he said. Nikolai had mentioned the mages built houses for the people of Forbia with magic. That explained the nature of the unearthly architecture. It was the compassion of man and the power of the Fae's rose that lifted the curse of Forbia. Yet it was also man's greed that brought back the curse. Such irony. This Fae he was talking about must be the same one from the legend, the guardian that bestowed upon the evil king the rose, the source of her magic. Can you show me the way up? Sure, but preparations must first be made. You see, some of the structures have broken off when magic deserted this kingdom, making the climb perilous. I also suggest you continue after you have rested if you don't fancy a misstep and a plunge from that height. Fate found the idea more than welcoming, for her muscles were aching and tired from all the running and searching. Thank you for your help. But first, I need to get back to my companions. Your companions? Where are they? At the woods not far from here, she said. It's too dangerous to wander out at this late hour. Dark creatures roam the woods. It's safer that you stay here. I will send some of my men to look for your friends. They are familiar with these parts. Come with me, there's much I wish to learn about you. Oh, how forgetful of me. I am Sethos, by the way, the chief of this village. I'm Silverlight, Fate said, using her fake name by instinct. It's been a while since Fae's Peak had any visitors. This will be a special night. Sethos led her up a few levels to the largest house in the village. The ambience was livelier here as villagers were seen sitting and dancing around campfires in small groups. Most of them stopped their activities to look at Fate with curious eyes. Along the way, Fate noticed some of the houses had caved in and parts of the stone wing's facade were cracked and broken, causing the shape of the Fae to tilt to its left. Outside the large stone house, a woman dressed in the village's tribal clothes walked up to Sethos. He whispered something to her and she took her leave and walked down the wooden stairs. Welcome to my abode, Silverlight. The doors of Sethos's house welcomed her to a cozy interior with a hearth at the back of the wall. There were children in the house. Most of them were asleep, so Fate kept her presence as silent as possible. She found a spacious spot before the hearth and sat down, warming herself in the fire. Not long after, the woman she saw prior came into the house with a plate of smoking delish-looking meat, potatoes and bread. Fate thanked her for the meal and she returned a wide smile. Have you and your people been here since the curse? Fate asked Sethos as she swallowed a mouthful of the sweet juicy meat. Yes, but there were more of us before. I could still remember that fateful day when Forbia went dark. I was praying at the temple to the guardians. Then the sky went dark and people were terrified. A cold and eerie wind blew, uprooting the trees. The earth shook. I thought it was an earthquake until rocks trickled down. A thunderous noise split the silence, tearing the right stone wing. I looked for my wife but I was too late. The house had collapsed with her inside. She risked her life to save our youngest son but could not make it out in time. I ran with my remaining children to the ground level to escape when the structure of the Fae began to tilt. We were going to be crushed. Somehow, the structure persisted. I guess some part of the magic remained, holding the structure together to this day. Sethos stopped to drink from his wooden mug while Fate listened intently, taking a bite of the potato. I later set out to look for the mages to find out what happened and saw a group of them fighting against some pale-looking men. They looked like men until I saw their long evil eyes. Among them was a red-haired man, who single-handedly took down the mages. But he didn't kill them. He left them to his comrades to feed on. Terrified, I left quietly. They must be vampires, Fate said. The red-haired man, who was he? I have no idea. Probably their leader, I suppose. Before the mages died, he asked them where the king was. But don't the vampires serve the king? Why would the red-haired vampire ask where their king was? Where did you hear that from? Sethos asked. That's what the legends say. The Forbian king lusted after the rose's power and wanted to extract it and ended up unleashing a curse upon Forbia and releasing the vampires, she said. No, the vampires never served the king. The one who lusted for the roses was the ancient lord of Forbia. He failed to harness the power of the roses and instead turned into an abomination that would live on blood forever. Because of that, the roses of the sacred garden withered and the Fae punished him and all who lived in his realm, unleashing a curse upon Forbia, preventing anyone from ever getting out or in. It was the brave king who used the power of the rose and ended the ancient lord's reign. That is the reason the vampires wanted revenge on the king, said Hose said. Fate wondered if she had heard the story wrong from Darkwood, and if this ancient lord of Forbia's and the evil king's stories were somehow mixed up. Darkwood couldn't have confused their stories. If that was the case, it could only mean he lied. But why? As she thought about Darkwood, she grew concerned and angry at the same time for his nonchalant attitude back at the campfire. He and the others were probably looking for her now. Even so, the mild sense of triumph of letting Darkwood worry about her pleased her. He had wanted her to leave him alone. She would grant him that wish. Maybe fate overestimated her importance and Darkwood couldn't care less and was already making his way back to the castle without her. Even if he was searching for her, it is because he needed her to save his kingdom, not because he what? Liked her? Why was she even questioning how he felt toward her? Sethos left her to her meal to attend to some matters. After eating, the same woman returned. How was the food? It's good. Thank you for such a wonderful meal. It's been a long time since I tasted something this good, Fate said. You are welcome. Come with me, I will show you to your room. 24. Assassins. Fate felt for the mages and the people of Fae's Peak. She hoped the vampires would never find their way here. The house where Fate would spend the night was a stone house much like any other house in the village. The roof of the neighboring house had collapsed and its walls were mostly cracked. Fate entered the stone house after the woman. Though small and made mostly of stone and wooden ornaments, the interior was lit by a blue candle and had a very soothing feel to it. It felt close to nature. There was a very peculiar and calming scent in the room too. She then walked to one of the beds perpendicular to the wall. The other beds were vacant and looked old. A family once lived here before, the woman said. Where are they now? Fate said. They perished during the collapse. I'm sorry. It's all right. May you have better fortunes than the former owners. The woman's eyes looked away for an instant. Sleep tight. Fate watched the woman disappear behind the closing door. The bed was soft as she sat on it. It was a strange feeling being here in this house. She soon realized it wasn't the house, but the fact she had not felt such stillness and silence for some time. She had thought she would not miss her traveling companions. With her sword close, she lay down and stared at the golden flame on the glossy blue candle in the niche until she fell asleep. A long moment of stillness passed before the sound of the night wind woke her. The flame on the blue candle was flickering and a shadow moved across the niche. Fate turned round and saw dark mist seeping through the doorway. Black tendrils rose out of the ground like giant snakes that framed a huge black spot that was its head. Its red eyes burned brightly, penetrating her soul. The Damascus had found her. She reached for her sword with her heart at her throat. The Damascus lunged forward and engulfed her. She jolted awake. The Damascus was gone. The interior was the same as before and the candlelight was still. It was a dream. She lay back down on the pillow, calming her mind by looking at the flame. Moments went by and there came a soft creaking sound. Probably the wind, she thought. It persisted a short while and stopped. Facing the wall of the niche, Fate saw a shadow expanding on it. It then stopped. Turning round, Fate saw a masked figure standing by her bed. The figure was carrying something in his hand and he drove it down toward her chest. Immediately, Fate rode over the edge of her bed, her eyes watching the blade cutting into its soft fabric. The shadowed assailant rounded the foot of the bed, coming for her. "Who are you?" Fate shouted. The assailant stepped toward Fate with the knife firm in his grip. He jabbed it down at his target while Fate grabbed her sword from the bed, and in a quick movement, struck the tip of the sheath at her attacker's wrist as hard as she could. The knife fell off his hand. Fate delivered another hit to his knees, and he crashed onto the ground. Fate rose and unveiled her attacker's mask with her sword at his throat. The frightened look of a woman came into view under the golden candlelight. "You. Why?" It was the woman who served her dinner and brought her to sleep here. "I had to," she said, her voice shaking. "What do you mean?" Fate asked, but the woman, wounded by the fall, went unconscious. Fate made her way out, silently walking across the row of houses, keeping low whenever she passed an open window to avoid being seen. She ducked behind the wall of the third house when she saw someone approaching. When the sound of footsteps subsided, she looked out and checked the fort to make sure no one was around before emerging and going toward the stairs at the far end of the pathway. It was hard to see the path clearly with the light of the few torches. She began to miss her magic dearly. But light would give her position away. She kept low as she made her way down the steps, hearing voices nearby. It was a woman saying, she couldn't have gone far. Fate reached the ground level and ran along the left stone wing. The mouth of the tunnel that led here was not far now, but suddenly, something sharp sliced against her right arm. The arrow flew and stabbed the ground in front of her. She placed her left hand over her bleeding right arm that was searing with pain, but there was no life magic to heal her wound now. Behind her, spots of orange light from torches approached and gathered, and a group of villagers armed with axes, spears, and bows came into view. "Stop!" a familiar hoarse voice said. Sethos moved through the group and stopped not far from Fate, who was eyeing the village chief with a look of disbelief and disappointment. "You are a better fighter than I thought," Sethos said. "It was you, wasn't it? You sent that woman to kill me," Fate asked. "I have no other choice, but I am doing this for my people. If we don't provide for them, they will kill us one by one." "Who will kill you?" Fate asked. "The vampires. They only let us live so that we can do the same for them." "What do you mean?" she said. "It's not by luck that we are still around. We are still here because of one reason, reproduction to fulfill the vampires' hunger. They come here every year to claim offerings. There is nothing we can do other than watch another one of our kin or newborn being taken away, never to return." "So, you mean to feed me to the vampires?" "Yes, but it's nothing personal. You are a good person, but kindness means little at cruel times like this. And I can't bear to watch another of my people sacrificed. I can order my men not to kill you if you promise not to resist. I can't die. I still have a task to finish. I can lift Forbia's curse and destroy the vampires. If only you can help us get to the sacred garden," Fate said. "There's no time. The vampires will be here before that. I can't take that risk. Forgive me." Sethos turned and walked through the lines of villagers. One of them pulled his arrow back, ready to shoot, but an arrow lodged into his chest. The archer fell down, dead, while the others examined the surroundings for signs of the attacker. A flying disc spun and flew before the villagers, slicing their bows in half. The earth shook and the villagers struggled to balance themselves, looking frantic and trying to get a grasp of the situation. The boomerang flew and returned to the hand of a figure clad in a red tunic. Beside her was another person, whose palms were facing the ground. One of the villagers aimed his arrow at Sybil, and with one wave of Nikolai's hand, his bow titled upward and the arrow flew into the distance. A deep roar, followed by the massive shape landing between Fate and the villagers, sent the latter scattering in fear. Darkwood rushed toward Sethos, who was watching the whole event further ahead, and grabbed his neck. Sethos gasped desperately for air as his legs kicked the air helplessly. "No!" Fate shouted. "He tried to kill you," Darkwood said in a low, menacing voice. "Let me speak to him, please," Fate said. Darkwood's grip eased, bringing Sethos's face to his. "If you dare try anything funny, I will tear you apart." He dropped the village chief and left him gasping for air. "What you did was no less cruel than the vampires," Fate said, as she walked over to Sethos. "But I understand why you did it. This doesn't have to be the way. Whatever you do, the vampires will not stop killing your people to satisfy their bloodlust. The only true way to save your people is to kill the vampires," Fate said. "The vampires are too powerful and ruthless." "Even the mages were no match for him," Sethos said. "But we are not the mages. We do not wish to hurt anyone. Our real enemy is the vampires and the evil curse. Help us. We may be able to lift the curse and destroy the vampires if we get to the sacred garden," Fate said. "The power of the rose faded long ago. You will achieve nothing by going to the sacred garden." "No, it hasn't. I wield the life magic, the same magic that the rose possessed. A spell has been cast on me to temporarily seal the use of my magic to conceal my whereabouts from the Damascus, so I can't wield it now." "It's the truth," Nikolai said. The villagers stepped back in fear at the presence of the mage. They had never seen a living mage since the curse first returned. "That is why we are going to the sacred garden, to restore light and magic to our lost kingdom. Isn't that what everyone wants? But how can this be? How is that you possess the magic of the rose?" Sethos asked. "I don't know either. I've had it since I was born," Fate said. A wave of conversation broke out among the villagers, who cast curious glances at Fate. "All right, I will see to it," Sethos said, avoiding Darkwood's stern glare. "If you don't mind, please rest here tonight. I won't pull any more tricks." "Thank you," Fate said, and Julian came up to her. "Your arm when you need to get this tended to," Julian said. "We will take care of it," Sethos said. "You better," Darkwood said. 25. The Curse's Mystery. Sethos led Fate and her companions to another house situated one level above Sethos's house. "Whose house is this?" Fate asked, noticing there was no one in it. "This used to be a guest house for visitors. It has long been left empty. You shall sleep here tonight, if you don't mind," Sethos said. After Sethos left, Darkwood and his group were treated to a meal brought in by that same woman, though she looked weary, perhaps due to the fall earlier. She avoided Fate's glance when their eyes met. "I am sorry for what happened earlier," the woman said, bowing. "Sethos has explained everything to me. You were just following orders." The woman looked up with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you." She bowed again, and as she turned to leave, her eyes saw Darkwood's face, but she quickly turned away and hurried toward the door. Darkwood and the others helped themselves to the food. Despite the fact that they hadn't had a proper meal in days, they ate sparingly, so as to replenish energy without overloading their stomachs. Fate once heard from Tempest that a warrior must stay light and be ready for battle at all times. She missed Tempest badly. The longer Fate could not find her, the higher the chance that Tempest might already have been found by the Damascus. She would not give up her search for her until she found her or her body. As Fate moved to her bed to rest, Darkwood called out to her, his voice softer than usual. "Aren't you having any?" "I already had mine." A silence persisted and Fate decided to break it. "I am going to rest now." "Wait," Darkwood said. "It was reckless to leave on your own. You could have gotten yourself killed." "Well, why do you care?" she said. "Don't you realize your role in all this?" "I do." "Then why did you leave? If something happens to you, all this would be for nothing." "You are wrong. I am better off on my own. And I won't die before breaking Forbia's curse, if that's what you are worried about. I can reach the garden even without you." "That's not what I was trying to say." "It doesn't matter." "There's no point wasting time on small talk," Fate said. "If you don't mind, I need to rest for the journey ahead." Fate did not stop to look at Darkwood's expression and walked to a bed at the furthest corner of the house. "Master!" Sybil suddenly called. Fate turned round and saw Nikolai rise and move over to Darkwood, whose hands were clutched against his head, his eyes tightly shut, like he was fighting a terrible sensation. "What's wrong?" Without a word, Darkwood knelt and fell to the ground, unconscious. "Master!" Nikolai called. "What happened?" Mohort asked. "No idea." Sybil looked at Fate. One moment he was talking, the next he fainted. All three of them looked at Fate, expecting an answer. Fate reacted just as befuddled as them. "I didn't do anything." Fate tried to convince them and herself, knowing her last words to Darkwood were meant to spite him. Just then, Sethos came in, his eyes shifting from the group to the fallen Darkwood. "What happened?" "We don't know, he just fainted all of a sudden," Fate said. Sethos moved to examine Darkwood, placing his hand on his head and then his wrist. "His vitals are normal. If it's anything, I suspect it's related to the work of magic, a curse of some sort. I haven't felt such a powerful spell before. It is very likely the same one that turned him into his present state." "So, he's all right then?" Mohort asked. "I'm afraid not. The evil magic is getting stronger, feeding on his energy from the inside. If this continues, he will die very soon." "How much time does he have left?" Nikolai asked as Fate was still absorbing what Sethos said. "That's hard to say. It could be a few hours or days." Sybil and Mohort did not speak. Fate thought they had more time. "It's amazing he made it this far. If I may ask, how did he end up with this curse?" Mohort and Sybil exchanged glances before looking at Nikolai, who remained deep in thought. "He was wounded and cursed by a demon," Fate spoke on behalf of the group. Sethos's brows furrowed, looking at Fate with a puzzled look. "That can't be right. The darkness that lies within him isn't one that can be inflicted externally. It is a curse that results from the use of forbidden magic." Fate looked at Mohort and the others, but they did not seem surprised. Was what Sethos said true? that Darkwood turned into a beast because he wielded forbidden magic? Why did he and the others not mention anything about it before? Fate wanted to ask the others, but then Sethoz continued, to break the curse, we must know the spell that caused it. Is it true? Fate asked, that Darkwood got the curse because he wielded forbidden magic? No one answered or looked Fate in the eye, even Mohort. It was even clearer then what Sethoz said was true. Fate walked out of the house, mingled with anger and confusion. Just when she felt she was beginning to belong, she felt distant again. She had been kept in the dark all this time. What puzzled her more than the fact that they were hiding something was what that something was. Was he someone who lusted for power like the evil king and the dark mage? Or worse, could he actually be one of them? So many questions, so little answers. She could hardly sleep that night even when everyone had, including Julian. As she rolled on her bed for the umpteenth time, she noticed Nikolai's was empty. She got out of her bed and walked into the kitchen area but did not find him there. Quietly, she pushed the door open and walked out. 26. The traitor. It was quiet outside as the village had gone to sleep. Only a few villagers were seen patrolling the walkways. Fate caught a glimpse of a man in a blue robe moving down the row of houses and turning out of sight. Fate followed it and peeped out of the corner of the house where he went. It was a dark, narrow space between two stone houses. She entered it and, at the end of the narrow space, was a small area, a backyard of sorts. The area was nearly pitch black. As she watched, a sphere of light appeared and grew, lighting the wall before the blue-robed man. Nikolai. From her position, she could not see what the mage was doing, but soon, Nikolai started muttering incantations. Suddenly, a round black hole appeared in the flat stone wall, eating away at its surface like a void. Through that hole was a strange and dark landscape, moving at great speed. Ominous shapes stirred in the background and black figures floated here and there across the dark emptiness. The perspective began to converge into a small point at the horizon where a faint light lingered. Fate stepped forward to take a closer look when a shadow darted from the side of the void and vanished. Nikolai turned round and shot Fate a menacing glance, his face hardly visible under the gloom. His hand reached toward Fate and something black flew at her. She raised her hands to block, expecting to be hit by a powerful impact, but nothing happened. Nikolai did not stop there and launched another wave of magic. Fate tripped while trying to dodge and fell onto the ground. Nikolai strolled over to her as she held her sword between them. A flash of light flickered and her sword flew out of her hand, tumbling onto the ground. Fate pushed against the ground to get to her feet, but Nikolai's hand had caught her neck. As soon as he touched her, he lost his grip and collapsed. Fate ran back to alert the others about what had happened. Mohort and Sybil found it hard to believe Fate's words, but after finding a book of dark spells Nikolai dropped at the back of the houses where the black hole appeared, they began to suspect Nikolai was wielding the dark powers. Nikolai's vision was blurry and dark when his eyes let light in again. He was lying on the floor and he couldn't move his hands. He rolled over to the other side and saw vertical wooden bars about a meter from him. He was in a cell. His head was heavy and he tried to recall what happened before he ended up here. He noticed figures moving outside the cell. Even in this darkness, that dark brown bangs and beautiful features were unmistakable. It was Fate. Beside her were two more people, Sybil and Mohort. "You're awake," Fate said. "Why am I here?" Nikolai said. "Don't you remember what happened?" Fate said. Why did you try to kill me?" Fate said. "What?" "At the back of the stone houses. That was where you went. And this, What were you trying to do with it? Fate lifted the book of dark spells in her hand. Give me that! Nikolai yelled. I might consider if you tell me the truth. You've suspected me all along, haven't you? I see it in your eyes. Since you want to know, I shall tell you. I am the Dark Mage. What? Fate said. The mages could not see the true potential of magic. They wasted it on mundane purposes and were too scared to embrace it. They do not deserve to be mages. And you do? Sybil said. You talk all high and mighty, but in the end, you are nothing but a power-hungry coward and a traitor. Power-hungry? He. Sometimes, power is necessary to overcome the cruel limits of reality. What made you leave your kingdom and venture into this god-forsaken land? Wasn't it to seek the power to defeat the Damascus, the demon that could never be defeated? We are very much alike. No, I do not seek power to be more superior than others. I only seek the power to live on and keep my people safe, Fate said. My purpose is not so different. I've told you the truth. Tell me more, Fate said. What is this power that you seek and what are you planning? It's too late now. Nothing matters anymore. You keep the book if you want. Leave me. Nikolai turned away to look at the wall. It's useless to probe further, so the three of them returned to Cephas's house. It was safe to have Nikolai locked up for now. Without the spell book and with his hands bound, it was unlikely he could do much damage. The only problem was they would eventually need his help to lift the spell void when they reached the sacred garden. Her mind turned to Darkwood. She wondered what his decision would be. He was still unconscious. Was the curse getting to him? Was his time running out? The Fellowship had never been this torn apart. But what was to come was even worse. 27. Attack at Phase Peak. The door flew open as a villager ran in with a panicked expression. They are here. The vampires are here. Sethos rose to his feet. Hide yourselves. No matter what you hear, don't come out, he said. Have the vampires come for more sacrifice? If so, Fate did not want to hide while the vampires oppressed the villagers. But fighting might put the villagers' lives in greater risk. The vampires needed only to take them hostage and the fight would be over before it even started. Sybil and Julian, being the strongest fighters, helped move Darkwood to a concealed space between two beds at the corner of the room. Within seconds, the group dispersed to find their own hiding spot. Fate saw Mohort hide between a pair of beds at the other end of the room. Sybil hid behind a column at the back. Fate ran to the back of the room, looking around for an unused hiding spot. She didn't want to hide between beds, feeling it was not a safe hiding spot. Finally, she tucked herself through the narrow space behind a large standing mirror near the wall. Quietly, they waited while Sethos stood before the hearth, waiting. Fate could hear her breathing in the silence of the room. The sound of the door opening broke the silence. The vampires had come. Fate felt tempted to peek from the corner of the mirror but figured it was too dangerous and easy for the vampires to notice her if she did. Heavy footsteps thudded against the wooden floor. The rhythm hinted there were more than one vampire. Lord Kavar, is there something I can do for you? Sethos said in a submissive voice. Pretty unusual for you to stay up so late, a menacing voice said. Fate had heard that voice before. Or were you expecting someone? Visitors? Visitors? There have never been any visitors except you and your kind. I will gather the villagers outside. Please follow me, Sethos said. The offering selection can wait. Fate heard footsteps approach, feeling the wooden floor vibrate beneath her. I am here for a different reason. A girl. She was last seen traveling with a company of human warriors. A bowman, a beast, and a mage. I'm afraid I haven't seen anyone of the like. But I will order my men to search the village and inform you if we find them. That would be most appreciated, the menacing voice said. Fate could hear his footsteps getting closer to the mirror. My lord, said Sethos suddenly. If I may ask, why are you looking for this girl? The footsteps stopped. She possesses a most extraordinary gift, capable of healing any wounds and perhaps bringing the dead back to life. The footsteps started again, this time they were getting farther away from Fate. The cries of a child pierced the silence and Sethos cried. My lord! I wonder if the girl's magic could mend this child if I slit his tender throat. Fate was shaking, adrenaline pumping through her. Sethos's grandson was going to die. The vampires must have known they were here in this village. If she did nothing, the poor child and who knew who else would die because of her. She was not going to let that happen. From the look of things, the vampires did not yet know that her magic was disabled. I'm the one you want. Let the child go. Fate stepped out from behind the mirror. Kavar turned, staring at Fate, the scar on his face visible under the fire's light. Putting the child back down, his iris narrowed as he walked toward Fate. There you are. How noble. Humans are a bunch of cowards who would do anything to save their own skin, even let others die. Seems you are different, after all. At lightning speed, Kavar dashed past Fate as she lifted her sword to attack. Pain seared across her right arm as the vampire slashed it with his sharp nails. But no matter how different you are nothing but fresh meat to me. Fate turned round, waving her sword at him but missed. The other vampire smirked while watching beside the horrified Sethos. Consider this payback for what you did at the forest. Kavar darted forward and knocked her back with one hand. Fate clutched her chest, but her touch could do nothing about it. Let's see if you heal faster than bleed. He charged forward again. Fate awaited death to take her, but just before Kavar reached her, he bent to dodge a flying boomerang. An arrow stabbed his chest. With a menacing laughter, he grabbed the arrow with one hand and pulled it out. He stared at Julian and threw the arrow back at him, only to be broken in two by Sybil's boomerang. As the boomerang returned to Sybil, she hurled it at Kavar, who dodged and ended beside Sethos, holding his bloodied nails at his throat. One more move, and he dies. Everyone stopped. That's it, Kavar said, letting out a sharp hiss. Seconds later, two more vampires entered the house. Take her away. No! Julian yelled. Sethos tensed in pain as the vampire shook his head, tightening his grip around the poor old man's neck. It's all right, Julian. I will go with them. No one should die because of me, Fate said. You heard your princess, boy, said Kavar. Now, girl, clasp your hands together. Kavar didn't know her magic was deactivated and was taking measures to ensure that she couldn't hurt them with her magic. Fate did as told, and one of the vampires moved in front of her and tied them with a rope. Fate walked out the door with either vampire at her side. Only after she left the house did Kavar release Sethos, pushing him to the ground. It was hard to believe that she would die after coming so far and near to the destination. The villagers watched, cowering in the shadows as fate was taken to the other vampires that gathered outside their chief's house. They must be waiting for their leader, Kavar. Shortly, Kavar emerged and the vampires followed him. However, the vampires suddenly stopped in their tracks and Fate looked ahead to see what was the reason. Before them were villagers standing in lines, blocking the vampires' way. "Get out of the way," Kavar said, but the villagers held their ground. Some of them were trembling in fear. "Whoever tries to stop us dies. I will count to 3. 3, 2. Suddenly, more movement broke out across the village. Fate looked up and saw villagers standing at the edge of the cascading walkways of the levels above, aiming their arrows at the vampires. Others were armed with axes or spears or whatever tools they could use to attack. Arrows flew at the vampires, piercing them in the head or the chest. A few of them fell. A villager before the vampires shouted and the others charged. The frontmost villagers waved their axes at the fallen vampires, slashing mercilessly. They, however, only launched a few blows before the vampires countered, breaking their weapons with their inhuman strength and knocking or killing them back with swift, deadly blows. It was a terrible sight. Amid the confusion, Fate took the chance and escaped. She must first cut her bonds if she wanted to fight. Spears and arrows flew at the vampires, but unlike the villagers, they were invulnerable to pain and their wounds healed promptly. The vampires leaped high and far over the surrounding villagers. More villagers came charging at a vampire near the central stairways. The ruthless vampire took no more than a few blows to reduce them into motionless bodies on the stone-cold ground. The vampire peered at the phase stone body and then up the large house at the level above, Sethas's house. As he walked past the bodies of his attackers, a child stood ahead, shaking in tears at the fallen body of her father. They were tears of hate, too, for she took out a dagger from behind her. The vampire smirked at the little girl's amazing display of courage, or perhaps, her impending doom. The girl ran forward and sank her dagger into the vampire's flesh on his belly, but the vampire nonchalantly stared at her. "I haven't tasted children in a while. You will make a great meal," he said. "Hey, eat this instead." The vampire looked up, just in time for the flying arrow to enter his mouth. The vampire backed, his eyes widening. He stood still and slowly plucked out the arrow, as if savoring the moment of it leaving its mouth. He launched it toward Julian's head at a speed that rivaled one fired from a bow. Sybil jumped into sight and, with a swift swing of her dagger, broke the arrow into half. The vampire snarled at the interruption. "Run!" Sybil said to the little girl, and she ran towards Sybil and into one of the houses. Sybil struck at the vampire. So swift and effortless were her moves that the vampire barely managed to evade her attacks, and it was after her fifth that the vampire attacked, but his attacks only made it as far as her dagger. The vampire stared at the gash on his arm as he missed the red-caped hunter. Sybil then struck again, aiming for his head, but this time, the vampire grabbed her dagger and stared at Sybil with triumph in his eyes. That was when Sybil crouched and drove a short sword she pulled from her waist belt into the vampire's chest. The vampire instantly stiffened and fell onto the ground, turning to dust. Thanks," Julian said, a little embarrassingly, as Sybil retrieved the dagger from the vampire's body. Sybil looked at him for a moment in silent acknowledgement. "Still plenty more to go," she said. "Come on." The both of them headed off to help the remaining villagers. Fate was now inside one of the houses on the second level. As she ran up the stairs to the roof, she saw a pair of frightened eyes through the gaps of the stairs. They belonged to a woman not much older than her. "I mean you no harm. Can you help cut me loose?" Fate whispered. Her eyes stayed on Fate for a while before shifting across the darkness. Out came a young woman with tied-up hair and a frantic look. Her trembling hand reached for the knife at the corner of the kitchen table, and returned to slice the thick rope around Fate's hands. Meanwhile, Fate could hear the woman's accelerated breathing behind her. A shadow appeared at the door, followed by an evil-sounding hiss. A vampire! Hearing this, the frantic woman dropped the knife and ran back to hide under the stairs. Fate forced her hands outward, but the ropes did not budge no matter how hard she tried. She must not let the vampire find her. The only way was up. Emerging onto the third-level walkway between two houses, she peered out to the main walkway, ensuring the coast was clear before emerging. Running away made her feel weak and helpless, like the times when she was running from the Damascus. She hated it, but she must avoid being seen until she found a way to cut herself loose. The third level was mostly deserted and quieter than the second, but it didn't mean she was safe. The vampires were out looking for her, and they could easily spot her even in this darkness. To make things worse, they didn't need stairs to navigate between levels. She ran from one house to the next, taking cover between the gaps of the houses. The doors she passed were closed, except for one ahead. As she ran to it, she saw a shadow dart across the walkway a short distance ahead. Quickly, Fate ran through the doorway into the house. Sweat flowed down her forehead as she stood behind the wall, catching her breath. Her eyes searched the house, but there wasn't any sharp object she could use. Then, she saw the lit candle on a desk near the wall. If she could not cut the ropes, she would burn them. She turned round and positioned her hands close to the flame. Ouch! She moved her hands away as she felt the burning flame. She was more careful the second time round, tilting her hands at an angle. Her eyes darted between the window and the flame. The fact that the flame was so small and the rope so thick made her even more anxious. She crouched when her sideways glance caught sight of movement outside the window. A moving shadow. It entered through the door, and she flattened her body on the ground. Why didn't I remember to close it? Although she did not get a clear glance of the intruder, she knew it was a vampire from his footsteps. They sounded the same as Kavar's, heavy, slow, and composed. The sound of the footsteps grew closer. Fate could tell the vampire was now standing on the opposite side of the bed that concealed her. He only needed to walk closer to the bed to see her. Fate held her breath. Somehow, the footsteps stopped and eventually grew softer. Fate let out shaky breaths. She worked her bonds on the flame and finally, they came loose. She rotated her sore wrists, glad to be able to use her hands again when a black shadow came up behind her. She turned round as she drew her sword. "Wait, it's me." At the familiar voice, Fate slowly lowered her sword, watching Mohort's frightened face. "Sorry, I thought you were a vampire. Why are you here?" "I was nearby, several houses down when I saw you and then the vampire." "What are you doing here?" "To cut myself loose. I just did before you showed up. Anyway, I need to get back to fight the vampires. Without your magic, you will be killed. There's no other way. The more time we waste on talking, the more people are going to die. There's only one of you, and so many of them. You cannot win by taking them head-on. Then I will kill as many of them as I can." "Wait, there must be another way," Mohort said. "Nikolai." "Nikolai? He's a mage. He is trained for such situations. He will come up with something. If you die now, there would be no one left to lift Forbia's curse and stop the vampires from killing more people. All right, Let's go. They headed to the central stairway, hiding and running at intervals. How did you find me, by the way? Fate asked. I was at the ground level when I saw you leaving the battlefield, so I followed you. You weren't attacked on the way? Let's just say stealth is my strong suit. Mohort smiled. They were near the central stairway when they peered over the low wall. Fires were burning at scattered spots, lighting bloodstained stones and corpses of villagers. Men, women, both young and old were among them. Even children weren't spared. They had chosen to fight for fate. Here and there, villagers prowled the walkway of the second level while others the ground level. The fight had gone quiet. A little too quiet. Where are the vampires? Fate asked. The villagers are restless. They must still be around, hiding somewhere, looking for you. Some villagers near the central stairway at the fourth level turned frantically when they heard footsteps. When they saw Fate, they lowered their weapons. That scar-faced vampire is looking for you, a bearded villager holding an axe said. I'm sorry for everything, Fate said. Don't be. We should have done this a long time ago, the villager said. Fate had wanted to tell them how much she appreciated their actions, but this wasn't the time. Fate and Mohort hurried to the cell where Nikolai was held. Most of the villagers had gathered at the second level to fight the vampires, so there was hardly anyone on this level. When they reached Nikolai's cell, he was still lying on the ground with his hands tied, facing away from the cell bars. Nikolai! The vampires are attacking the villager. We need your help. Nikolai! Mohort yelled. Nikolai did not move. Nikolai, if we don't do anything, the villagers are going to die, Mohort said. There is nothing I can do, Nikolai said in a calm voice. You are a mage. You must know a way. The vampires can only be killed by sunlight or by piercing their hearts, but they aren't going to stand by and let you do it. This is the hard truth, the limits of the cruel reality we live in. Either way, doom is inevitable. The only question is, will it be the villagers or you? What do you mean? Fate said. There is only one way out. Your life magic. Lift the spell void and save the villagers, but risk the Damascus's detection. Or leave the villagers and secure your chance at survival. Nikolai was right. But if she lifted the spell void, there was no guarantee she would win the fight and, in the worst case, the Damascus would find its way to Phase Peak, making the situation even worse. But if she left the village, she would look down on herself for the rest of her life, being the coward who left the innocents to die to save her own skin. No matter how noble the cause, it was cruel. Help me lift the spell void, Fate said. But Fate, that would mean the Damascus, Mohort said. I know. There is no other way, Fate said. You're right. Fate looked at Nikolai, who was turning round to look at them through the cell bars. Sometimes, power is necessary to overcome the limits of reality. After untying Nikolai, he muttered incantations and motioned his hands before Fate. Now, try using your magic, Nikolai said. Fate placed her hand at her wounded chest where Kavar had scratched her. Golden light appeared, and her skin stitched back in no time. It felt good to have her magic back, but her battle against the vampires had just begun. Leaving the cell, the three of them made their way back to the second level. Nikolai bent over one of the corpses lying at the second level walkway. What are you doing? Mohort asked. Nikolai took a moment before looking up at Mohort, his expression grim. Keeping them dead. What do you mean? Fate asked. They were bitten. In less than an hour, they would turn into one of them unless I made sure they stay dead. Your hand, Mohort said, noticing the widening black spot across Nikolai's arm as he worked his magic on the corpse. Nikolai pulled his sleeve back down to hide it. Now, what's the next step? Although Fate's magic is back, there's too many of them. And with Master out, Mohort said. I know. Nikolai stared along the village's stone wings at various spots lit with the fires of battle and where groups of villagers were fighting. The vampires are scattering their attacks. If this goes on, Faye's Peak would become Vampire's Peak. Along the walls at different parts, archers launched arrows at the vampires but to no avail. Arrows. That's right, we can kill them with magic arrows. Nikolai said. Magic arrows? Where are we going to find them? Mohort said. I will make them. Nikolai scanned the floor. What are you looking for? Fate asked. Arrows that are still usable. Will mine do? Julian said, running to join them with Sybil at his side. Yes, Nikolai said. Julian handed him an arrow, who then told Fate to cast her magic on the tip. As she did, blue light emerged from Nikolai's hand and wrapped over Fate's magical light. The blue and gold magical light merged and glowed at the tip, spreading down to the arrow's body. The party watched curiously. I have fused Fate's magic into this arrow. It can now cut through the vampire's flesh like knife on butter with lethal effect. We just need to send it through a vampire's heart. Brilliant! Mohort said. I didn't know you can fuse magic like this. Now comes another problem. If the vampires know this arrow is deadly to them, the remaining ones will become cautious, making it harder for a clear shot. What if we take them down all at once? Fate said. That would be ideal, but we will need 5 archers to shoot at the vampires at the same time. 4 archers. I killed one of them and without magic, Sybil said, and Nikolai shot her a partial impressed look. All right, I will make 4 more of these arrows. Then, we have to pass them to an archer near each of the vampires. That's quite some distance to cover. Fate glanced at the scattered groups of villagers at various corners of the village. I am the fastest runner. I will do it, Sybil said, with determination in her eyes. Even for Fate, who hadn't known Sybil that long, she knew there was no stopping her once she decided on something. Moreover, she was a swift and skillful hunter. Tell them to shoot only when they see a fireball shooting up into the air. That would be my signal, Nikolai said. Be careful, Fate said to Sybil. You too, she said. When Nikolai was done, she took off with the 3 magic arrows, leaving the last one with Fate's group to use against the vampire closest to them. Sybil halted as a cloaked figure descended from above and landed steps away from her. He eyed Sybil intently without moving. Sybil readied her boomerang in her hand but did not attack. Bro, she called, and the figure started walking to Sybil, examining her closer. It's me, Sybil. Suddenly, his hand jabbed at her and sent her flying to the ground. Why? I'm your sister. Don't you remember? The vampire rushed toward her side, pulled his arm back, and punched down at her. Sybil rolled aside as his punch dented the stone floor. She pushed herself up. The vampire struck again but missed her. He did it again and Sybil was forced back as she blocked the impact of his punch with her boomerang. Please stop. The vampire charged forward again. Sybil bent to dodge the attack, slicing his thigh with the boomerang. The vampire winced and knelt, and Sybil aimed her dagger at his head. She paused, unable to deliver the blow. The vampire seized the chance and struck Sybil in her stomach, and she flew back. Fate arrived and headed straight for the vampire with her outstretched hand. No! Sybil dashed toward Fate and pushed her aside, causing Fate to nearly fall off balance. Fate turned round, but the vampire was already gone. Fate looked at Sybil, puzzled at her actions. Sybil looked down. "Why did you stop me?" Fate said. He's my brother," she said, stood, and ran off. "What's wrong?" Julian asked as he ran toward Fate. "Nothing," Fate said, seeing this was not the right time. Julian strummed the magic arrow to his bow while Mohort flexed his shoulders. "Not you," Nikolai said to the enthusiastic Mohort. "It's too dangerous out for you to follow us, and we can't watch over you. Moreover, we still need you to guide us to the sacred gardens." "What? You are excluding me from all the action? Fine. Don't die on me." "All of you," Mohort said. "We won't," Fate said, patting Mohort on the shoulder before he turned and ran to hide inside a nearby house. "Ready?" Nikolai said, and both Fate and Julian nodded. They combed the second-level walkway, eyeing different directions for signs of the last vampire. Even in danger, they made sure not to step over the bodies of the heroic villagers. Fate's eyes then fell on a pale long-haired man among the corpses. He must be the vampire Sybil killed. He was lying face down, finally at rest. "What is it?" Nikolai asked. "Nothing, I think I just saw the body of the vampire Sybil killed." "Body?" "That vampire turned to dust," Julian said. "But I swear I saw." Fate then realized something was wrong, and as she turned round to check the vampire's body, it was gone. The group became alert and looked around at the deserted walkway. They were the only living souls around here. As Fate turned again, her eyes stopped at the black-cloaked man standing few meters from her, staring at her with menacing eyes. It was Kavar. At once, she raised her hand, letting out golden streams of light that hit nothing but air. Before she could move a muscle, Kavar appeared beside her, and she felt like a huge rock hit her and fell to the ground. "Fate!" Julian shouted, and Kavar charged toward the fallen Fate but paused in mid-action as Nikolai held out his hand toward Kavar. Julian pulled back the string of his bow, aiming at Kavar while Nikolai's hands trembled. Before they knew it, the vampire sprang back into action and smashed Julian's bow into pieces. Julian crashed to the ground and the magic arrow flew to a far corner. With his bow gone, the magic arrow was pretty much useless. Kavar then came at Nikolai and grabbed his throat. "Mages are such a nuisance." He then threw Nikolai to the ground. He stared down at the trio, all lying on the ground, defeated. Fate blinked to focus, trying to make out where Kavar was. She was still dizzy from Kavar's powerful push. Her heart hammered against her chest as she imagined Kavar near her, ready to launch the killing blow. Using her bruised arm, Fate rose to her feet, ready to fight. There was no time to heal every wound she sustained. As she rose to her feet, she sensed a presence beside her, so she turned. Before she could face her hands at it, her right arm was met with resistance as Kavar grabbed it. "What I would give to get a taste of you." Fate moved her other hand to retaliate, but Kavar swiftly swung her away like a ragged doll, sending her rolling toward the edge of the walkway. "If not for the king's order, I would have killed you long ago." Fate stared up at Kavar with rage burning in her eyes, desperately lifting her trembling hand in an attempt to attack Kavar. Kavar was about to fly toward her when a beastly hand caught his clothes and yanked him against the wall of the house. A shadow spread over Fate's darkening vision. "I will take care of this," Darkwood said. Darkwood turned round to see Kavar walk out of the hole in the wall. The vampire attacked the same way as he did Fate, attacking and dodging with his nigh uncatchable speed. Darkwood missed Kavar the first few times, but his subsequent moves were much violent and faster. Soon, he managed to grab hold of the vampire, swinging and hurling him into the wall of the stone wing. "Use the arrow," Nikolai said. Kavar pushed himself out of the debris. Although he wasn't anywhere close to a defeat, it was obvious Darkwood's blows had gotten to him. "He's escaping," Julian said. "Where's the arrow?" Darkwood said. "Here." Fate had found it at the edge of the walkway and hurled it toward Darkwood. "What good is an arrow without a bow?" Kavar said. "Who said I needed a bow?" Darkwood threw the arrow through the air and it pierced the vampire's back as he leaped into the air and came out of his chest. The vampire let out a piercing cry and his body ascended for a while more before crashing onto the stone floor and turning to dust. Nikolai fired a fireball into the air, and all over Faye's Peak, more cries broke out. After that, silence took over as all the villagers turned toward the other groups. The bearded man who witnessed Kavar's death was the first to shout, "Kavar is dead." Cheers broke out across the village. 28. The Stranger. The party regrouped back at Sethas's house. Sethos was broken by the deaths of his people but grateful their deaths were avenged. "We have lost many tonight. But there would have been more deaths if you weren't around. Thank you for what you did for us all," Sethos said to Darkwood's group. "We couldn't have done it with one person less, and certainly not without Nikolai," Fate said, and their gazes fell on the mage, who was looking down in thought. "Don't thank me yet." With the spell void lifted, the Damascus is well on its way here. "You all should get going," he said. He was headed for the door when Fate stopped him. "Wait. Where are you going?" "I'm a traitor. I belong nowhere but alone. You wouldn't have helped us if you were. I want to know why you opened that portal." Nikolai looked over his shoulder and sighed. "I was looking for someone. Her name is Sarah. She was a mage too, a pretty clumsy one, though. Back then, I was all about perfecting my magic and being the best mage in Forbia. She, on the other hand, was always so carefree and accepting. She showed me that the most powerful magic is not in the spell you cast, but how at peace you are with yourself. Inner peace and happiness are the true magic that can change yours and others' lives. That's what she always said. We trained and practiced magic together. Those 2 years were the happiest days of my life. But Sarah was stricken with a certain illness and she didn't have long to live. Despite this fact, she never gave in to despair. I spent my time studying every spell, but there was no spell that could heal sicknesses. I regretted that I didn't spend more time with her when I could. When she died, everything lost its meaning. I couldn't accept it. I thought if there was anything that could bring her back, I would do it. So, I snuck into the mage's library and stole the resurrection spell scroll. Before I could conjure the spell, they found and banished me from the order. Not long after, the darkness came, but never once did I give up on trying to bring her back. At last, my chance came. When we were at the mage's library looking for information on the spell void, I took the Book of Rituals. It details a spell that opens the portal to the netherworld. That was the portal you saw. So, you were trying to bring her spirit back through the portal? Fate said. Yes. Even if I have the resurrection spell now, her body would have long decomposed and be in no state for the spell to work. If I couldn't resurrect her, the least I could do was to see her again. "Did you find her?" Mohort asked. It was a mass of darkness and light. At first, I wasn't so sure, but come to think of it, I think I saw her, a lone shadow in the faint light. She saw me too. I felt it. I kept reaching out for her, but before I could reach her, a dark shadow appeared. It was like a weight fell on me and was trying to control me. When I came to, I was at the cell. Dark shadow? So it wasn't you that attacked me? Fate said. Attacked you? No. Good and evil spirits roamed the netherworld. If I am right, an evil spirit might have come through the portal and taken over me. By the way, what happened after I was possessed? You went berserk and attacked me with magic. Thankfully, I was unharmed. Then you attacked me and passed out the moment you hit me. The spell void on you must have nullified my magic's effect when I attacked you. I believe it nullified the possession and forced the spirit out of my body when I touched you. We were strangely fortunate this time. I'm sorry. I was thoughtless. I did not consider the consequences of opening the portal. You have nothing to be sorry about, Darkwood said. If I were you, I'd done the same. Darkwood patted on Nikolai's shoulder. No, you should be sorry, Sybil said. For not telling us the truth. Nikolai's lips pressed to form a guilty smile but suddenly grabbed his right hand. What's the matter? Fate asked. Nothing, Nikolai said, but Darkwood knew otherwise. Darkwood lifted his right sleeve and the group was shocked to see that most of his right arm was black. You must stop or you will die, Darkwood said. Stop what? Sybil said. Nikolai has been trying to find a way to break my curse by using. Master! Nikolai interrupted. I merely experimented with dark magic to work out a cure. Every time I wield dark magic, a part of that darkness seeped into me. It's just how dark magic works. So, the monster that was in that cage at the castle was a part of your experiment? Fate said, and Nikolai nodded, panting at the effect of the dark magic within him. She'd had the wrong idea about Nikolai all along. She thought he was up to no good where, in fact, he was secretly risking his life to help Darkwood find a cure. Darkwood helped Nikolai to a chair. Is there any way to treat you? Mohort said. Yes. Dark summoning taints the one who wields it. To undo the tainting, whatever that is summoned must be destroyed, Nikolai said. Then what are we waiting for? Where's that creature you summoned? Sybil said. At the castle. But if I destroyed it, there won't be time left to find a cure. It's all right. You've done all you could. I won't let the darkness consume you like it did me, Darkwood said. Fate did not quite comprehend those words at that moment. If this is how my life will end, I will accept it. There was a solemn silence, as Mohort, Sybil, and Nikolai looked sad. Sethoz proposed to send village healers to tend to all their wounds, but Fate volunteered with the use of her magic. Those present at the scene, Sethoz and the healers included, could not believe they had just witnessed the legendary magic of life right before their eyes. Sybil hardly spoke after that. Fate now knew why Sybil reacted that way when she fought the vampire that came through the window at the castle. It was her brother. She knew all this time he was still alive, only not as a human. She understood the helplessness Sybil felt whenever she saw him. Somehow, her brother did not seem to know who Sybil was. If he did, he wouldn't have attacked her. She wanted to say something to comfort Sybil, but what could she possibly say? That she should be glad her brother was still alive and was now a vampire that killed innocents to survive? Nevertheless, Fate was planning to go check on Sybil when Julian approached her to show his concern. She had to insist that she wanted to rest, so he would give her some time alone. She, however, politely assured him that she was fine. Despite the fact that she didn't share the same affection Julian did for her, she knew that he truly cared about her and had braved through hell for her. For that, she was grateful to him. Sybil was sitting near the fireplace in Sethas's house and cleaning her dagger when Fate came to sit down beside her. Sybil stared at the purple bloodstains as she wiped them off the blade. Fate did not say anything. She just wanted Sybil to know she was concerned about her. "He must have really hurt when I cut him," Sybil said as she stopped wiping her blade. "It's not your fault. You did it out of defense," Fate said. "How ironic. I've spent years searching for him. And now that I've found him, I nearly ended up killing him. Do you think if a part of him still lives in that body of his?" Sybil looked at Fate with watery eyes. "I am not sure, but it's possible. If so, why did he want to kill me? Doesn't he remember me?" Sybil sniffed, turning her eyes back to her blade. "Maybe he couldn't help it because he is a vampire? I'm sorry. I know he is your brother, but what? I just hope that you will be careful. You are important to us too. In battle, the only way to be careful is to kill your attacker before he kills you," Sybil said. "Maybe there's another way. A way to bring him back," Fate said. "And if we don't find it? What then?" "Then you will have to do what is right for him," Fate said. "Your brother loves you as you love him. He gave his life for you. I believe the last thing he wants is to see himself hurting you. So, when the time comes, I have to kill him?" Sybil said. "Do what feels right to you," Fate said. "Just know that whatever your decision is, you have my support." "Thank you," Sybil said, revealing a sweet and genuine smile. She had never seen such a gentle side to Sybil. Perhaps this was the true her, before all the mishaps she had been through. Fate smiled back at her unexpected gratitude. Talking about gratitude, she should feel the same toward Darkwood. He had saved her on more than one occasion. But why didn't she? Instead, she felt annoyance and frustration, yet an urge to know more about him. An urge she never felt toward Julian. An urge mingled with anxiety. A warm voice broke her from her reverie. "How are your wounds?" Darkwood said, standing over Fate. She knew he was trying to make conversation with her, as he knew she could heal her wounds without breaking a sweat. "Nothing too serious." Fate wanted to continue the conversation but somehow changed her mind. Perhaps a part of her was reluctant to open up to the Darkwood's indifference. Fate pretended to face Sybil to avoid looking at him. "I am going to rest," Sybil said, looking at Fate and then Darkwood, and took her leave to let them have a private talk. Darkwood stood there but did not speak. She wondered what he was doing and if he was still looking at her. It was abnormal of him to react this way. Unable to stand the awkwardness, Fate looked up. Indeed, he was looking at her, but his eyes appeared less stern as they usually were. Fate stood up. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I am going out for some fresh air." "I will come along, if you don't mind," he said. Won't be nice if you collapse halfway." "Speak for yourself." "Well, "If you insist," she said. She knew she shouldn't be mad at him after he saved her from Kavar, but she couldn't help it for some reason. She just didn't want to let him off the hook so easily. They did not talk but continued walking at first. It was when they reached the middle of the left stone wing that she perched her hands on the ledge and Darkwood began to speak. "What you did today was foolish. Giving up your life to save the villagers." "Really? So you are saying it was wiser to let them die, watch them be." "But noble," Darkwood added. Fate looked at his eyes, wondering if she heard him right. "I'm saying, what you did was foolish but noble." "A noble fool. That sounds slightly better. It's a major improvement from you." Fate turned to her front, peering over the village. "That is something I would not have been able to do. Weren't you afraid that Sethos was lying just to save his own skin, and your mercy would lead you to your death?" "Of course I was. But I am more afraid that I would have wronged and killed a man that deserves a second chance. We don't have to lose hope in good just because something bad happened in the past. You don't understand. My life is nothing but a web of lies and betrayal. The only people who've shown me otherwise were. It doesn't matter. All I can say is that the war that led to Forbia's darkness isn't like what the tales tell you. A large part of it is nothing but lies." "Then tell me the truth. What caused the war and Forbia's curse?" Fate said. "There are things that are better left unknown, at least for now. This is one of them." "Does that include the fact that the evil king did not steal the rose? The fact that you lied about what happened?" I don't get you," he said, avoiding her gaze. "Sethos said the Forbian king was a noble man and it was the vampire lord that lusted after the rose. So, he was right after all. It was the vampire lord who stole the rose and unleashed the darkness?" "The vampire lord did steal the rose, but he did not unleash the second darkness of Forbia." "Second darkness? Are you saying this isn't the first time Forbia was cursed?" "No. Rather, the vampire lord brought about the first darkness long ago when he was still human. He lusted for eternal life and sought the rose as a means to perform a dark ritual. After the ritual, he did attain eternal life, but at the cost of being turned into an abomination, doomed to live forever in darkness and on blood. The man who stopped his reign was my father, King Theo, the true king who ruled with grace and compassion. Forbia thrived in his and my mother's rule, blessed by the power of the Fae and guardians of the land. King Theo wasn't just a ruler, he had a vision to share the power of magic to all the people, even people outside Forbia. He wanted to share the power of magic not only to his people but to the world and to see suffering become a thing of the past. His magic and graciousness traveled far and wide, and it was the reason that brought a stranger to his castle. The stranger was a man of wits and knowledge, and he marveled more than anyone else at Forbia's magic. He had come from a land full of suffering and pain. People were starving and dying and the crops were failing. King Theo, without a second thought, commanded his army of mages and brought life to the dooming land. The stranger, Duff, and the king became best friends. Some said it was the fact that they had seen hard times and survived that bonded them. Duff showed utmost interest in the wonders of magic and expressed desire to see the rose that bestowed magic and light onto Forbia. King Theo, to quench his curiosity, approved. King Theo had never let anyone near the rose. For years their friendship persisted. But over time, Duff grew solemn and King Theo learned his hometown was toiled by famine and destruction as the magic had run out, causing his land's fertility once again. King Theo offered to help and, though Duff was grateful, he turned down the offer. Duff said although the king's mages could bring life to his doomed land, it was only a temporary solution. The only way his kingdom could be saved was to lend him the rose. King Theo refused, of course, telling Duff that the rose was bestowed by the Fae for Forbia, and its magic could only work in Forbia. Duff pleaded for the king to reconsider his request. The king tried to convince him his stand, but Duff did not accept it. He thought the king did not hold true to his word, that magic should be shared. Duff left in rage and, for a long time, King Theo never heard from him. Some time later, Duff returned, expressing his apology for his atrocious behavior. King Theo was more than happy to forgive and welcome his friend back, and they feasted and rejoiced in each other's company like the old days. Duff then asked the king to grant him one small request. Darkwood gritted his teeth. "Are you all right?" "My head feels like that time at Cethos's house all over again." "It's the curse, isn't it?" "Yeah. It acts up whenever I stay away from me. If I go berserk again, I don't know what I will do. I don't want to hurt you. But you didn't back at Cethos's house. There are no guarantees." Darkwood turned and was ready to leave. "Wait, is that why you always keep a distance? Why you didn't want to talk about your past? Because you were afraid you might hurt me?" Darkwood stopped at the door. "I promised myself that I would protect you. I have failed your sisters. I do not want to fail you. I'm not afraid." Fate touched Darkwood's arm and he turned round to face her. Those blue eyes were now more uncertain than before, but no less beautiful. She could feel his soft, warm breath on her face. Gently, he ran his firm fingers down the side of her hair and touched the side of her forehead before inching in to kiss her. Heat rushed through her body and the world seemed to fade away as the warmth of passion filled both their hearts. It was a moment not even the darkness of Forbia and the Damascus could touch, but also a moment too short-lived. Darkwood's lips slowly parted from hers, huffing out a soft breath. Fate observed Darkwood's eyes and saw pain. She noticed she had touched a wound on his arm. A gash left by Kavar. "Sorry," Fate said. Darkwood shook his head. "Don't worry about it." "Is something the matter?" Fate said, noticing his troubled eyes as he looked aside. "Whatever pain I feel, the Damascus feels too. It must be on its way here. Are you afraid of it?" "I've lost sight of all hopes and fears ever since I became a monster. Besides, it will not harm me. I only fear I will lead it to you. You don't have to be afraid. The spell void is already lifted. Like it or not, it's coming for me. Fate, I want you to remember this. No matter what happens, please trust that my love for you is true, and that I am sorry for everything. I trust you." This time, it was Fate who inched forward and kissed him. Fate had initially wanted to ask him about the curse, if it was really caused by his use of forbidden magic, but that could be left for another time. For now, she just wanted to savor this moment as long as she could. Back on her bed, Fate woke twice throughout the night but returned to sleep after seeing the peaceful face of Darkwood in slumber 2 beds away from her. 29. The Vampire Lord. When she opened her eyes for the 3rd time, she heard a knock on the door. Darkwood was gone. It must already be daytime outside Forbia. She stretched and yawned. The door opened and Julian walked in. "Good morning, Lady Fate." "Did you rest well?" he said. "Didn't I tell you to call me Fate?" "I'd slept better and longer. And good morning, evening, whatever, to you too. A knight must know his place. By the way, breakfast is ready. Once you are done, said Hose will lead us to the peak. As she helped herself to the food, Darkwood came in and sat down next to Fate. Why didn't you wake me? She said. You haven't rested properly in a while. Besides, you were smiling in your sleep. I didn't want to interrupt such a beautiful picture, Darkwood smiled, and Fate frowned. When Julian heard them chatting away heartily and his presence was practically undetected, he left the house to wait outside. After the meal, Darkwood and Fate joined the others outside Sethas's house. Sethos soon came down from the upper levels. I'm ready. Follow me, and watch your step. The upper structures are unstable. They followed Sethos past several levels to the peak of the village, treading on winding stairways up the neck and head structure of the stone fae. Looking down from this height, Fate could not help but feel blown away by the breathtaking view of the village's stonework and design, dotted with golden lights from torches and vague figures of villagers. Straight ahead, light turned into a gloom that spanned across the woods to Lake Rearer. The shape of the Horned Mountains was faintly visible appeared as lightning flashed and lit the skies momentarily. At the top of the fae's head, the stairway ended. At the face of the old mountain rocks was an opening. This is the entrance to the cave that runs through this mountain. Sethos walked in and the others followed. The cave was dark and narrow. Sethos lit the way with his torch. Aaron, Van? Sethos called. His voice was soft but it echoed clearly in the tunnel. He kept calling until he halted at a point further ahead. He flashed his torch on the ground and saw blood. Darkwood held Sethos's shoulder and offered to take the lead to be safe. Fate's hands began to glow. Nikolai stared ahead with intent eyes. Sybil readied her boomerang while Julian clasped his sword's hilt. Mohort scanned wildly at the surroundings, hiding behind the group. Darkwood followed the trail of blood to a villager standing by the rough stone wall ahead. Anon! Sethos called, but the man remained motionless. Darkwood walked over and touched his shoulder. When he didn't respond, he bent forward to check. That was when he noticed a sharp rock jutting out from the cave wall stabbed into Anon's chest where blood dripped onto the floor. His soulless eyes stared blankly at the wall. He's dead. Darkwood checked the body. No bite marks. So, this wasn't done by a vampire? Sethos said. Hard to say, Darkwood replied. Are you sure you guys didn't miss out one of them yesterday? Mohort said. No one answered. Both Fate and Sybil knew her brother escaped the night before and he appeared later on during the battle, so he clearly wasn't among the vampires they killed with the magic arrows. Yes. We checked with the 3 archers who got the magical arrows. They took all of them out, Sybil said curtly, but Fate knew better. So then, who did this? Mohort asked. If Sybil's brother was still on the loose, there was a high chance he did this. And if it wasn't him? A horrifying thought dawned on Fate's mind. Could it be the Damascus? The cave was obviously too small for it to fit in, but Darkwood had said that the Damascus could change its form to navigate even the most difficult terrain. If it was, there was hardly anywhere to evade it in this ancient labyrinth. Quiet, Darkwood said and walked on. The silence inside the cave was suffocating now that they were too far from the entrance to hear the sounds of the outside world. Sethos pointed the way to Darkwood, who led the group. He was safer at the center of the group behind Fate. It became darker the further they went, and even Sethos's torch wasn't bright enough to light the way before Darkwood. Fate had no choice but to use her magic to multiply the torch's light to show the way. They came to a wider area and Fate shone her light from left to right. These pictures, Fate said, examining the images on the wall. They are like the ones we saw at the floating temple, Julian said. You've been to the temple of Timiri? How is it now? Sethos said. Cold and dead as a cemetery, Sybil said. So, this is a temple? Fate said. Yes, the only one we have been to ever since the darkness came. The exit is right ahead. The party walked ahead, forming a circle. Then, they heard something, like someone's groan. It became louder as Darkwood reached the center of the space. Fate cast the light around the space but saw nothing. Then, she heard it again. She looked up, pointing her light at the ceiling, and saw the horrified face of a villager hanging below it. Something was moving around him. At first, Fate thought it was blood, but it moved and the villager crashed onto the ground, dead. What was that? Julian said. He's here, Sethos said in a shaking voice. Who? Mohort said. Fate wildly shone her light across the ceiling and walls to see where the moving red mass had gone. There above the opening on the other end of the circular space, her light fell on a dark red mass. It darted through the air toward the group. Sybil spun her boomerang at the red mass, but it bounced off the ladder like it had hit a rock. The party jumped out of the way. The hovering red mass stopped at the opening where they came and morphed into a pale-looking man with deep red hair. Elizar, Sethos said in a shivering voice. Sethos, look what you did to your people. They died because you chose to collude with outsiders. Sethos avoided looking at Elizar's eyes. So, you are the insufferable vampire lord that they speak of, Darkwood said. He. So, you are the beast those pathetic fools were raging about. Humph, guess my reputation goes far and wide. Not really. It was my loyal servant who told me about you, Elizar said, and another figure walked up beside him. It was Sybil's brother. You did well, Graham. They came here as you expected. Sybil's brother, Graham, glanced at the group, his eyes fixed on Sybil and Fate for a brief moment. Makes no difference to me. We'll just have one more vampire to kill, Darkwood said. Darkwood must not know that Vampire was Sybil's brother. Your foolishness amazes and disgusts me. I can spare you and your friends, on the condition that she comes with me. The vampire lord eyed Fate like a prize. I will kill you if you dare lay a finger on her, Darkwood said. Ah, how heroic, just like your father. Oh yes, I've been watching you ever since the darkness, Velker, son of Theo Grandwood, or Darkwood, if you prefer. I know much about you, including dark secrets that even some of your friends here might not know about. Darkwood snarled. Velker Grandwood, so that's Darkwood's real name. Since you don't fancy my mercy, I shall enjoy killing you. Darkwood did not wait for the vampire to finish his words and leaped toward him. The vampire vanished. Darkwood spun, but the vampire slashed his arm and punched him to the wall. Elizar strolled toward Darkwood when a ring of fire exploded around the vampire. The fire grew more intense as its ring shrank to engulf Elizar until he was engulfed in flames. Just when things seemed hopeful, Elizar emerged out of the fire in flames and dashed toward Nikolai. Nikolai froze Elizar with his magic as Julian unleashed an arrow at the vampire's head. The vampire shifted back into a red mass and the arrow flew through him. Sybil took aim, but Graham ran toward her and grabbed her arm before she could wield her boomerang. Sybil trembled as she fought to break free from his incredible strength. With his other hand, he snatched her boomerang and sliced her across her shoulder. Elizar reverted into his vampire form and dug his sharp nails into Nikolai's chest. Sybil, Mohort, and Fate stared at the scene, shocked. Nikolai stumbled back, gasping for air. He raised his bloodied hand and a green circle formed in front of him. A black arm protruded from it, followed by the head of a gargoyle-like creature. It was that demon in the cage back at the castle. The creature lunged at Eliezer, but he dodged and slashed at his attacker. The creature cried but showed no sign of a retreat. Eliezer leaped and vanished into the darkness. The creature eyed the surroundings, snarling as it did. In a sudden motion, it turned round, slashing at the dark. Only it wasn't just slashing at the dark. Eliezer's figure appeared at a corner of the wall, clutching his shoulder where purple liquid flowed out. That, however, only made Eliezer angrier. His eyes glowed green and he dashed straight at the creature, delivering a series of attacks from different directions. The creature shrieked and retaliated, but the vampire was too fast. When Eliezer was done, the creature stumbled back, looking drained. Various wounds appeared across Eliezer's body, but they healed right up. He stared at the creature, his eyes gleaming with mild respect toward his worthy opponent. The creature crumbled and dissipated into black mist. Your fellow mages would be most ashamed of you for engaging the aid of the dark powers, though, I must say, you are better than them. They did not last a few seconds. Rage burned in Nikolai's eyes as he trembled. You are not the only one who knows dark magic. Right then, Eliezer shifted back into the red mass and wrapped around Darkwood. Darkwood stumbled, struggling to get it off him but to no avail. The others dared not attack the red mass, fearing they would hurt Darkwood. Soon, the red mass detached from Darkwood, leaving him in a daze. With her shoulder bleeding, Sybil tensed and drew her dagger at her brother, but he quickly moved out of the way. His palm headed for Sybil's stomach but stopped right in front of it for an instant before delivering the blow. Sybil fell to the ground. They were outmatched. Fate must think of a plan. She recalled the magic arrows. She searched for the arrow that Julian shot Eliezer with. Julian moved to strike Eliezer with his sword, only to find Darkwood jumping before him to block his way. Time to unleash the beast within, said Eliezer. Darkwood growled, eyeing Julian angrily and swept him away with his arm. Julian slammed into the stone wall and landed on his armor with a loud clank. Darkwood now turned to Fate, who was imbuing the arrow with her magic with Nikolai's help. Darkwood charged toward her as she screamed, "Darkwood!" He paused, towering before her with his fists clenched. "It's me, Fate. I know you can hear me. Don't give in to the dark powers." Darkwood pressed his head with his hands, fighting the darkness within him. The arrow split as Graham charged between Fate and Nikolai. Nikolai winced as Graham's hand clamped his robe. Fate raised her hand, but she could not attack, not when she knew he was Sybil's brother. For a brief moment, Graham stood there, staring at Fate, as if he was waiting for her to make her move. When she didn't, he pulled Nikolai away and vanished through the exit. Darkwood opened his eyes and turned to face Eliezer with gritted teeth. He leaped into the air toward the vampire lord as he floated off the ground with full composure. With a gesture of his hands, black sharp spikes like teeth appeared out of nowhere and snapped at Darkwood. Darkwood fell to the ground, barely alive. The vampire walked to him and lifted him with one hand and threw him through the exit. Darkwood rolled to the edge of the cliff outside. "You put up a good fight, son of Theo, but this is where your journey ends." Darkwood struggled to his feet, unwilling to surrender. Before he could attack, Eliezer shifted and the red mass cut through the air toward Darkwood. Fate watched in horror as Darkwood flew off the cliff into the depths. The red mass turned round, headed for Fate. It knocked her to the ground and lifted her into the air. Through blurry eyes, she watched the cave mouth shrink as Julian emerged from it. He aimed his arrow in Fate's direction, but the red mass had flown too high for his arrow to reach. 30. Castle of the Evil King. The landscape of Forbia shifted below with the hurrying wind blowing Fate's face as she dangled in Elizar's grip. She was still dizzy from the fall and didn't know how long she had flown from that cliff where Darkwood fell. Darkwood. There was no way anyone could survive a fall from that height, even for him. Why must he die just when she was beginning to understand and like him? There were so many things she wanted to say to him, so many questions she wanted to ask. But now, she might never get the chance. And that story about the evil king, or rather, King Theo, and Duff, she would never know how it ended. As for her, she was held captive by the vampire lord, taken to the vampire's lair, far away from help's reach. There was little chance she could survive. Such a pity. She had wanted to see the sacred garden. Now, she had failed them all, Darkwood, Sybil, Nikolai, Mohort, and Julian. It was best that he left Forbia while he still could. Although she was afraid of being abandoned to die, it was better than the lot of them dying with her. Her altitude began to drop and she could vaguely see the giant silhouette of a building in the approaching distance. It was a fortress, or a castle. Under the gloom of the dark blue sky, a demon's face made of stone stuck out high above what seemed to be the entrance doors, and she was so close to hitting the statue before Elizar ascended, flying through the tall windows above and maneuvering through dark halls and corridors filled with dark moving figures. She peered at the interiors as she passed over them. There were plenty of them, but it was hard to make out their faces under the dim lighting. Then, Elizar gently dropped her onto the floor of a hall. She coughed, feeling exhausted. Even if she hadn't fallen at the precipice, the flight alone would have made her dizzy. She pushed herself from the ground, hearing footsteps nearby. It was so dark that she would not know even if the vampire lord was standing next to her at that very moment. A force pulled her hands to her back and tied them together. A flame ignited on a torch, lighting the tall, thick column where it hung surrounded by pale faces hooded in black. One after another, fiery torches lit across the area to reveal a gigantic throne room. A vampire behind her lifted her with one hand and she balanced on wobbly legs. Fate looked around the throne room and then at Elizar standing at the base of the stairs leading to the throne. "Silver light, isn't it?" Elizar said. "What does it matter what my name is? You are going to kill me anyway." Her legs gave way as the vampire kicked the hind of her right knee, and she knelt on the hard floor. Fate tensed at the pain of the impact. "Mind your words or they would be your last," the vampire said. "Leave her be, Abel." "That's no way to treat a guest," Elizar said. The vampire, Abel, bowed and retreated into the shadow. "If I'd wanted to kill you, you would already be dead." "You seriously expect me to believe you after what you did?" she said. "What I did? Do you mean to the son of the pathetic king? I was merely doing you a favor. His name is Darkwood, and you are not even fit to mention him." "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, just get it over and done with." "That attitude reminds me of that girl I met a year ago. Like you, she was not one to bend without a fight." "Who are you talking about?" "The princess from Sobia." "Ring any bells?" Elizar said. "Where is she? What have you done to her?" "Not me. The Damascus. It was at the river of the Horned Mountains when it found her. She fought the good fight, even though it didn't last." Fate's tears ran uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Tempest can't be dead. The vampire lord must be lying. She was sure she heard her voice at the woods near Faye's Peak. Or had she imagined it? But you don't have to suffer the same fate. I can free you from the pursuit of the Damascus and let you live forever. Live forever as monsters like you? I'd rather be dead. No, not like us. This was never what I wanted. The ritual failed the last time because of a single mistake, one that turned us into a living nightmare that we are, doomed to feed on blood for survival. But this time, I will not fail. Within you lies the last key to immortality and the end of all suffering. With the immortal blood, you will no longer be hunted by the Damascus. Isn't that what you've always wanted? So, it was you who sent the Damascus? To force us into helping you so we can live, she said. Smart guess, but wrong. I did not send the Damascus. If it wasn't you, who was it? Haven't you ever wondered how Darkwood became a beast? He was poisoned and cursed by the Damascus. Was that what he told you? No surprise. He needed your magic to life Forbia's curse. You wouldn't have helped him if he told you the truth. What truth? That he was the one who summoned the Damascus. He was the one who wanted you and your sisters dead. Fate knew Elizar's words could not be trusted, yet something bothered her. It was the fact that all she knew about Darkwood were told to her by himself or his servants. More than once, she had this feeling there was something they were keeping from her, but she had gradually brushed off that suspicion after what she went through with them. She thought she had come to see the good in them and realized they were not the villains as the tales described. Was she oversimplifying things? Whatever it was, there was no harm in hearing what Elizar had to say. You must be wondering why? The answer is simple. He wanted vengeance at the man who betrayed his father, the king of Sobia. Your father. No, my father saved Sobia from Forbia. Of course, by stealing the rose. Sobia was a dying kingdom. The people were starving and crops were failing. Do you think it suddenly prospered by some miracle? It was the power of the rose that did it. A dying kingdom. Darkwood had mentioned that Duff, the Forbian king's best friend, came from such a kingdom. Was that dying kingdom in Darkwood's story, Sobia? That's not true. I had never even heard of the rose in Sobia. If it was there, someone would have seen it. Clearly, your father did not want anyone to know about it. The point is, your father found a way to channel the rose's magic onto himself. If Darkwood really wanted revenge, why did he send the Damascus after us and not my father? Only he knows why. One thing that's certain is that he cast Soulcry, a forbidden spell that fulfills one's darkest desire, and summoned the Damascus, a demon born of extreme hate. Its only purpose is to exact Darkwood's vengeance. In return, the spell turned into a monster. The more lives the Damascus takes, the deeper the curse takes hold of him. Don't you find it strange how the Damascus never seemed to attack Darkwood? It's because their existence are bound together. Hurting Darkwood would mean hurting itself. Either's death will kill the other. That is why the Damascus never enters his castle, because it is forbidden from entering its summoner's abode. Fate had been told all along that it was an enchantment that kept the Damascus from entering the castle. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't really questioned how this enchantment worked, and if it really existed, why it couldn't be wielded on her to keep out the Damascus. Could what the vampire lord said be true? Think of the lives the Damascus took in his stead. Yes, Darkwood was there watching when your sisters screamed for help, when the Damascus mercilessly devoured them. They died a miserable death. Don't you wish to avenge them? That's not true. That's not true. It can't be. You've been deceived. That beast knows no love. He regrets using the spell now, only because he knows the price he has to pay. He just wants to break free. When you've outspent your usefulness, he will kill you and invade the leaderless Sobia. But you still have time to stop it, to save Sobia. Like you, we just want to live a life where we don't have to keep hiding in the shadows. A life where beauty and joy are everlasting. So, you see, I am not your enemy. Our real enemy is Velker Grandwood. You speak like you are tall and noble. But you are no better off. It was your fault that landed yourself in this state. This is your punishment for lusting after the power of the rose. Your reign is long over and will remain so. Pity that you should come all this way only to give up on finding your sister, Elizur said. I thought you said she's dead. I only said she fought the good fight. She still lives. Where is she? Hidden in a safe place. I will tell you if you help me with the ritual. Remember, the Damascus is on its way here. You don't have much time to think. Fate sighed, trying to analyze the information thrown at her and figure out which was true and which wasn't. She didn't want to believe Elizur, but his story was a little too elaborate and convincing to be false. What do you need me to do? Fate said. 31. Sempyrus. Elizur smiled before the throne. The other vampires dispersed, some leaping through the windows and some climbing up the walls and columns, vanishing into the shadows. Now, fly to immortality. Elizur shifted into a red mass, lifting Fate into the air once again and to the top of the castle. Fate kept worrying she might hit the fleeting structures at Elizur's swift flying speed. All she knew was that they kept ascending, horizontally for a while and then up again. Elizur landed on the roof of the highest tower. A huge glowing symbol was on the floor, similar to the one Nikolai stood before in the dark room. Only this was more intense and ominous looking. Groups of vampires stood around the symbol, visible under the symbol's glow. Inside the symbol, Fate saw several things aligned in a circle. Black leaves, a purple stone, a skeleton wrapped in a blue mage robe, and to her surprise, Nikolai. Fate, no. Don't do this. Nikolai said. The vampire lord waved his hand and an invisible force slapped Nikolai and he fell to the ground. One more word, and I will cut out your tongue, dark mage. Other than Nikolai, there was another man standing in the circle, Graham. Why do you plan to do with him? Fate asked, looking at the unconscious Nikolai. He is essential to the ritual. To wield the Sempyrus spell, the 3 mystic links of the Guardians are required, a traitor, a devotee, and a corpse. If Nikolai was the traitor, then the skeleton must the corpse. The blue robe he wore meant he was a mage. That would mean Graham was the devotee. Sybil had said that her brother was a firm believer of the Guardians even until his last breath. What will happen to them after the ritual? Fate said. They will die while you will live as an immortal queen, eternal as time, Elizur said. Isn't he one of your people? Fate looked at Graham, pretending not to know who he was. He's a rare breed. Most people renounce their faith when threatened before me. He didn't waver, not one bit. He will do anything I say to keep his sister safe. The Sempyrus spell requires sacrifices. But it will be worthwhile in the end. Fate had wanted more than anything to find Tempest. But could she bear to sacrifice Nikolai and Sybil's brother for that? Should she worry about Nikolai after the fact that he had kept the truth about Darkwood from her? Were they like what Eliza said, that the only reason they kept her alive was to use her power to lift Forbia's curse? She didn't know what to think. It's time. On my call forth your magic, Eliza said. By some unknown magic, fate's bonds broke on their own. Eliza stepped at the perimeter of the symbol. He bent down to touch it with one hand, chanting as he did with eyes closed. The green lines of the symbol began to glow brighter, followed by the interim space. A stream of green light sprouted from the symbol and shot up to the black sky. If the ritual was complete, she might finally find Tempest and be free of the Damascus's pursuit. But can the vampire lord be trusted? There was no stopping him from killing her and Tempest when he becomes truly immortal. Even if he would not do that, only fate would be immortal from performing the ritual. Tempest would continue to be hunted by the Damascus until the latter was destroyed. She wanted to save Tempest, but not like this. Now! Eliza shouted. Instead of using her magic, she picked up the purple stone on the ground and threw it off the tower. No! Eliza shouted as the towering stream of light dispersed into the dark night. Fate cast her magic at the vampire lord, who groaned in pain as it burned his neck just before he raised his arm to block it. With her other hand, Fate aimed her magic at Nikolai. The surrounding vampires snarled and moved to attack Fate, but any who came near were scorched by her magic, for she did not hold back and wielded her magic in a circle with both hands outstretched. Save him! Fate told Graham, who looked back at Fate with a look of dilemma. He darted toward Nikolai, lifted him with one hand and then moved over to Fate in a flash. Come with me, Graham said to Fate, grasping her left arm. As the vampires charged toward the trio, Graham dashed to the edge of the tower and jumped. The trio descended along the castle's facade in a free fall onto another structure's roof not far below, and wide bat-like wings spread out of Graham's arms and wrapped around Fate and Nikolai at either side before he landed. Fate knew he was doing that to save them from the impact of the fall. After several jumps, Graham came to the edge of the main building's roof. It would be a long fall to the ground. Ready? Graham did not wait for them to answer and leaped off the edge. 32. The Sacred Garden. Fate took deep inhales to recover herself from the long fall, but there were hardly seconds to spare. Take her to the Sacred Garden. Run as fast as you can, Nikolai said. What about you? Fate asked, remembering that he had lied to her with Darkwood. She wanted to refuse, asked why she should help Darkwood lift Forbia's curse when he was the one who sent the Damascus after her sisters and her. But given the situation, it wasn't the best time. She had chosen not to help Eliza with the ritual. Staying here would only make her efforts go to waste when the vampires caught up with her. Whether or not Darkwood planned to get rid of her after she served her purpose, she would have to play things by ear. Go! Nikolai said, and Graham turned round and faced his back at Fate. Get on, he said. We can travel faster this way. Fate climbed onto his back, took one last look at Nikolai before Graham sprang into motion. The view of the castle widened and Nikolai shrank in the distance and was gone. It was scary traveling at such speed. She clutched Graham's shoulders tightly to avoid falling off. A good thing vampires could see even with very little light, or she wouldn't know how he was going to make it to the Sacred Garden in this darkness. The sound of rustling leaves grew more intense around them. They weren't alone. With her as a burden, Graham would easily be outrun. She had to do something. Keeping her mind focused, Fate's hand glowed and she cast her magic at the nearby trees, revealing shadows darting from tree to tree. One of them started moving closer toward her, and a stream of golden light poured from her hand and the vampire shrieked and fell behind. More jumped out from the shadows. At this speed, it was harder to aim, and several times, her magic missed and ended up dissipating when it hit a tree or nothing. That was when the enemies got closer and Fate winced as her skin tore under the merciless clawing. That also gave Fate the chance she wanted, and she spilled life magic right at them. To keep herself from falling off Graham, she could only attack and heal herself with one hand at one time. As she placed her hand on her bleeding arm, a vampire seized the chance and pounced at her from behind, dislodging her from Graham's back. Fate fell and rolled on the grass. The vampire closed in on his prey, dodging Fate's magic as she attacked. He approached from the side and grabbed her outstretched hand, backing away as she grabbed his other hand with her free hand. The vampire trembled as his arm burned. Fate then cast her magic directly at his body, and the vampire turned into dust almost instantaneously. A hand touched her from behind and she turned, ready to attack. Graham stepped away to avoid her touch. "I am sorry, I didn't know it was you. If I'd dodged a second later, I would have been toast." Graham was nothing like the vampire that attacked Sybil back at Faye's Peak. Perhaps that was just an act he put on to deceive Elizur that he was on their side, or maybe he was merely doing Elizur's bidding to avoid Elizur from killing Sybil. Graham turned his eyes to the surroundings. The woods were waking with the sounds of malicious hisses and snarls. Surrounded? Fate turned round and the light from her healing magic revealed figures emerging from the trees. The vampires needed her for the ritual, so she was quite certain they wouldn't kill her. In any case, letting the vampires attain the immortality they desired was not an option. Something cut across the air, slicing the necks of the approaching vampires. The vampires hissed at the red-cloaked hunter with fury and bloodlust in their eyes. Before they could attack, flaming arrows darted and began setting several vampires on fire. "Sorry for being late. Julian!" Fate's heart leaped. "Better late than never," she said. "When you're done talking, let's worry about how to fight them," Sybil said. The flames on the vampires soon went out and their skin went from charred back to their normal pale color again. "Fate, your magic is our best chance against them. Show them no mercy. We will cover you." "I will," Fate said, readying her hands. "Graham, stay behind me no matter what so my magic won't hit you." Graham rushed behind Fate. Fate turned round with both hands extended, so her magic covered as much area as possible. The vampires backed. In the meantime, Sybil and Julian focused on the vampires attacking from Fate's blind spot in the area where Fate's magic could not reach. Arrows flew into the air and pierced anyone that tried to jump on them. Julian and Sybil, however skilled, were only two people and their weapons were of little use against the vampires. And the range of Fate's magic was limited, so it could only hurt those vampires within a certain distance. They were wasting their strength. "We can't hold them off forever," Sybil said. Droplets of water bounced off their skin and it began to rain. The water was cool to the touch, but something was amiss. The vampires fidgeted, wildly waving at the water falling on them. Graham groaned. "Graham, are you okay?" Sybil asked, looking at the smoke rising out of his skin, as if the water was boiling. "What's wrong?" Fate asked. "Holy water," one of the vampires shouted, and the others retreated into the cover of the nearby trees. "Nikolai!" The eyes of the party lit up as they saw the mage walking into the radius of Fate's healing light. "Sorry, I miscalculated," he said to Graham, who shook his head. "No worries. Your weapons are useless without Fate's magic. My holy rain should hold them off for a while." "Your weapons!" Sybil held out her boomerang and dagger, followed by Julian and his arrows after Sybil's weapons were fused with life magic. Nikolai let out rushed breaths as he fused the last of the arrows. "Are you all right?" Fate said. "It's the fusing. It takes a lot out of me." The holy rain lessened into a light drizzle. "Nikolai, how long more?" Sybil said, her eyes turning toward the trees. Nikolai kept silent, focusing on the fusing. "They are coming back," Graham said. The vampires were getting nearer. "Now!" Nikolai shouted, and Sybil sliced her boomerang at forefront attackers. As for Julian, he launched his arrows at the vampires on the other side of the circle. Graham threw punches and knocked down anyone that slipped through their defenses. Fate and Nikolai joined in the attack with their magic, with Fate ensuring that Graham was not in the path of her magic. Their triumph was short-lived, for a red shadow drilled down on the group from above, sending each of them flying in different directions. Graham charged at Elizur but was forced back as he hit the red mass. Shifting back into his vampire form, Elizur moved toward Fate. "I gave you a chance at life. Yet you chose to side with your enemies instead. There's no meaning in living when those whom I love are dead," Fate said. "What about your sister? Don't you wish to see her again? What would she think, knowing that you'd rather leave her to die and fight for the ones who brought this upon her?" Elizur said. "Don't listen to him, Fate," Sybil said. "It's not what you think." "Ah, the liars. Haven't you told her how your master unleashed the calamity upon Sobia? How he wished her a fate worse than death? But I am not like them, Fate. I don't want to kill you, for it would be a waste of your true power. I'd rather die," Fate said, shooting her magic at Elizur, who teleported and appeared on the opposite side. "Pity. Then you shall watch your friends die right before you." Sybil, Julian, and Nikolai rose to their feet as the crowd of vampires moved in for the kill. Sybil went for Elizur, who stood there calmly, anticipating her attack. She hurled her boomerang toward Elizur, and he rushed forward and deflected it, sending the spinning disc back towards Sybil. It was moving so fast that she could not grab it in time. Meanwhile, Graham jumped and pushed her away. The boomerang sliced into Graham's back as he tumbled onto the ground beside Sybil. "Graham!" Sybil's eyes welled up in hot tears. Graham was shivering in pain under the effect of the magically fused weapon. "I have to take it out. Please bear with it." Sybil touched the boomerang, mildly shifting it at first before plucking it out. Graham jolted and purple blood flowed from the wound. Elizur's shadow loomed over the siblings. As he lifted his hand to finish Sybil off, the trees rustled loudly in the sudden cold wind. A black shadow, darker than darkness, closed in. The Damascus had come. It cut through the surrounding vampires in its path, headed for Fate. Elizur intercepted it in his red form and attacked the Damascus. Elizur appeared small compared to the massive demon. Faced with the attack, the Damascus's form began to change in black, sharp tendrils extended out of its monstrous lion-like head to form a mass of snakes that faced outward in every direction. Fate could never guess the Damascus could change its form. How many snakes there were, Fate wasn't sure, but there were definitely more than 20. The huge, black snakes shot out at Elizur as it circled the demon to evade their furious attacks. They were so fast that Elizur could hardly attack. Elizur's red mass flew away from the Damascus, trying to escape, but the Damascus's gigantic spiky snake tail whipped him, and Elizur slammed against the bark of a nearby tree, shifting back into his vampire form as he crashed onto the ground. The Damascus turned its eyes back to its prize, Fate, the last princess of Sobia. Without the spell void to shield her from the Damascus's detection, there was nowhere to run or hide. She drew her sword, awaiting death to take her. As the demon advanced, a black-cloaked figure descended before her and the Damascus halted. It was Darkwood. Fate could not believe he was still alive. "Mohort, take Fate to the garden," Darkwood said, his eyes locked on the demon. The Damascus attempted to go around him, but Darkwood stood in its way. The Damascus's arm reached for Darkwood, who leaped out of the way and onto it, clawing at its shoulder. Darkwood shivered at the pain on his shoulder, the wound he had just inflicted onto the Damascus. The Damascus clamped its thick, crooked fingers on Darkwood, and he pushed them outward with his incredible strength. Darkwood trembled under the Damascus's force. Then, the Damascus's hand pressed shut with Darkwood jumping out of it at the last minute. Seeing Fate running into the distance with Mohort, the Damascus headed her way but was hindered by Darkwood once again. It reached for Darkwood, who managed to evade the first few times. But the Damascus was too fast and caught Darkwood, bringing him close to its face before tossing him off. The wind of death followed and Fate turned back. "It's coming!" At this rate, the Damascus would catch up in no time. Just as it did, Darkwood jumped into view and wrapped himself around Fate. Fate breathed and registered a familiar smell. Darkwood had wrapped his arms over her, using his body to cover her entirely from the Damascus, so there was no way to get to her without hurting him first. The giant interweaving snakes that made up the Damascus's head retracted and transformed back into its former grotesque lion-like head with red malicious eyes. Light blazed in the darkness, lighting up the Damascus in flames, but Fate knew Nikolai's magic could only act as a distraction. Darkwood carried Fate tightly in his arms and dashed ahead. The ground was getting steeper and Darkwood continued his way upslope with all the strength he could muster. Strange, colorful wisps of light hovered in the air, and Fate wondered where it came from. Looking up, Fate realized it was coming from above them. They were reaching the sacred garden. The last portion of Darkwood's ascent proved her guess was right. Before them was a flat, smooth pasture and Fate traced the light source to an area ahead, where multicolored dots of light floated above short, light brown grasses. It was a beautiful realm untouched by the darkness, and it stretched on like a green sea. "We're almost there," Darkwood said under raced breaths. Suddenly, Darkwood tripped and Fate fell on the soft grass. She watched as Darkwood was dragged back across the pasture and lifted up. Not far from the edge of the pasture stood the Damascus. With Darkwood out of the way, there was nothing to stop it. Fate desperately kicked the ground to get to her feet. But before she could get up and head for the sacred garden that was less than 20 meters away, the Damascus snatched her from the ground and directed her toward its mouth full of layers of long, sharp teeth. Fate could do nothing but wait to be devoured. Then, something unexpected happened. The Damascus hesitated. "No," a voice rang clearly in Fate's ears and her heart leaped in shock mingled with surprise. It was Tempest's voice, but it didn't come from the surroundings. It was coming from the Damascus. The Damascus spoke. The Damascus loosened its grip and dropped Darkwood and Fate to the ground. As Fate got up, she saw the Damascus fidgeting and growling restlessly. "Tempest?" Fate called out to the Damascus. "Fate. I'm sorry. Run," Tempest's voice said. Tears streamed down Fate's cheeks while she stood there in disbelief, shaking her head. All this time she was looking for Tempest, not knowing she was right there, the very monster she was escaping from. "No, Tempest, I won't leave you." "What should I do?" "There's nothing you can do. I'm part of it now. We all are." "You must know a way," Fate said to Darkwood. "You summoned this thing. Tell me how to stop it." Tell me how to save Tempest. Darkwood stared at Fate for a moment, surprised. He lowered his head. I'm sorry. Do something. You got what you wanted. Kill me if you want, just spare my sister. The Damascus does not listen to me, he said. But you summoned it to kill us. I am sorry. No, you are not. You lied about everything. You just wanted to use me to lift Forbia. That's not true. I kept the truth from you, because I feared you might run away like your sister. When she learned the truth, she couldn't accept it. If I hadn't told her, she wouldn't have left. You expect me to believe that when it was you who wanted us dead in the first place? I did. I wanted revenge. Why us? We've done nothing to you. I wanted to get back at your father for what he did to my father. It was because of him that Forbia became like this. I wanted him to know how it's like to lose those he loves. To make sure he suffers, I wished for the demon to take one of his loved ones every year on the same day I lost those closest to me. That's not true. My father would never do such a thing. I know it doesn't matter what I say now, but when I first saw how the Damascus devoured your sister, I didn't feel happy as I thought I would. I began to regret my decision. I tried to stop the Damascus, but nothing worked. Ever since, I vowed to save your sisters. Save my sisters? You are nothing but a monster, a murderer. Fate pointed her sword at Darkwood. The vampire lord said the only way to kill the Damascus is to kill you. You talk noble. If you really wanted to save my sisters, you would have killed yourself. I tried, but the Damascus won't let me. Every time I tried to take my own life, it took control of me. It wouldn't let anyone hurt me, including myself. Darkwood walked toward Fate, getting closer to the tip of her blade. But you can do it. Kill me before the Damascus takes control again. Don't think I won't. Do it. Fate clamped her hilt and thrust her blade forward. She stopped right as the tip touched Darkwood's chest. What are you hesitating about? The one who killed your sisters is standing right before you. She took a deep breath and tried again. She couldn't do it. She couldn't deny her heart, the feelings she had for him. He might be the monster who had sent the demon upon them, but she couldn't bring herself to kill him. As she decided to lower her sword, Darkwood jolted forward, looking at Fate with pain and remorse in his eyes. His knees hit the ground and he fell before Fate's feet with an arrow stuck to his back. Julian. The Sobian knight was standing at the edge of the pasture. He killed Darkwood. Fate could hardly believe what was happening. The Damascus trembled violently and stumbled toward Fate. Amid those devilish eyes and form, Fate knew Tempest was somewhere in there, looking at her. It reached its black misty hand out for Fate and tumbled onto the ground before Fate's hand could reach it. The Damascus was dead, so was Darkwood. Fate moved to the fallen demon and touched its indestructible black hide. Despite the fact that it was no longer the hunter it used to be, its surface was as tough as before and there was no sign of Tempest. Any remaining hope she had of saving Tempest died with the demon and its summoner. We did it. We killed the Damascus, Julian said, but Fate kept silent, looking at the motionless frame of the Damascus and Darkwood. Is that what I think it is? Julian looked at the glowing garden ahead of them. Fate wiped her tears and walked over to the sacred garden. Slowly, she laid her hands onto the soft grass that began to glow. The light from her hands soon turned the garden alit, and a flash of golden light ignited from the garden, spreading outward in all directions across Forbia. Wherever it went, the darkness lifted and life returned. The fleeing vampires screamed and melted into dust under the bright sunlight. Sybil wept as she hugged Graham's head against her shoulder, watching helplessly as the light moved to engulf them. 33. Deadly Revelations. Julian and Fate walked down the slope and found Mohort at its base. "You did it," he said, puzzled by Fate's grave expression. "What's wrong?" "He's dead," she muttered. Mohort opened his mouth to ask, but no words came out. He was as puzzled as he was shocked to hear that. "Our task is done. It's time we return to Sobia now." "Let's go," Julian interrupted, wrapping his hand around Fate's arm and urging her on. Fate didn't know what to say or feel. She had seen Darkwood as the enemy and wanted him dead. But now that he was dead, she felt empty and lost, even with the Damascus killed. She couldn't look Mohort in the eye, and he just stood there, watching as they walked off. They mounted Julian's horse and rode off. It was noontime and the sunset painted the sky purple and orange, spilling the beautiful hues on the mountain of Faye's Peak. Forbia's beauty was unequaled. An hour later, Fate found herself back at the cliff where Elizur had hit Darkwood off the cliff. As they passed through the cave to the village, Fate could see glimpses of Darkwood's figure and the others. When they descended the stairs to the lower levels, the villagers yelled in excitement and joy at their return. Sethos hurried forward to receive them, hugging both of them in tears. "You saved us all. Where is Darkwood and the rest?" "Darkwood didn't make it," Fate lowered her eyes. "Dead? What happened?" "I killed him," Julian said. "He was the one who summoned the Damascus. He got what he deserved." Sethos looked at Julian and then Fate, lost for words. "This is hard to believe. What about the others?" "They are at the vampire's castle," Fate said. "Still, we would not have survived the battle without his help." "It's a pity that he did not make it to see this day come," Sethos sighed. "Come, let's talk after you eat." "Thank you very much for your hospitality, but we have to go." "My father must be worried sick," Fate said. "Aw, I really wish you could stay. My people and I would like to hear about how you defeated the vampires and lifted the curse." "But I understand." "Funny, how nostalgic this is." "Nostalgic? What do you mean?" Fate said. "The night the curse happened, a traveler came past here. He wore an armor with the same crest as yours." Sethos looked at Julian. "Come to think of it, I kind of see a strange resemblance between you and him." "Who was he?" Julian said. "His name was Duff. I had asked him to stay for the night, and he, like you, said he needed to hurry back to Sobia. I still recalled he dropped red petals on the floor as he left." "Red petals?" "Yes. Duff. That name. Red petals. Could this person that Sethos saw on the night the curse struck be her father? Why were there red petals on his body? Could those petals be? The more Fate thought about it, the more the unthinkable dawned on her. With the vampires gone, the journey back to Sobia was a smooth one. Fate could hardly believe the places she passed were the exact same ones during her journey to the sacred garden. They looked like a different realm altogether now, the lake, the floating temple, and the mountain paths that led to the broken rope bridge. Thankfully, Sethos had told them about another route leading to the former evil woods, which didn't look evil anymore. It was sad she wasn't in the mood anymore when she had the chance to marvel at the breathtaking scenery. The last words of Tempest and the scene of Darkwood's death were still fresh on her mind. The bodies of the fallen Sobian soldiers still lay on the ground as they rode past. Moments of that night when she first saw the soldier's corpse came flooding back. That was the night of the recent Lucinda's Day. Being here again felt so unreal. So much had happened and changed, and she was no longer that same girl who ran from the castle. Soon, they saw movement among the trees. It was the Sobian troops. They rushed forward to greet their princess as soon as they saw her. The king must have deployed troops into the woods to look for Fate as soon as they witnessed the lifting of Forbia's darkness. King Eddorus was pacing in the throne room when the doors of the castle opened, revealing Fate and Julian with the accompanying soldiers. The princess had returned, the captain shouted, and the occupants of the castle immediately froze, unable to believe their ears. Never once had a princess who was taken by the black demon made it back. The happy news soon reached Eddorus' ears and he made his way to the castle entrance. Seeing Fate, he ran to her, observing her with eyes of concern and disbelief. He glanced behind her, hoping to see the faces of his other daughters before he turned back to Fate. "You came back!" He threw his arms around her and she held him tightly. "How did you make it back? Where is the black demon?" "It's dead," she said calmly. "Come, let's talk inside." The king ordered the servants to prepare a bath and a hearty meal for Fate and Julian, but Fate declined, for she just wanted to settle down. The king led the both of them to the throne room. At last, the three of them sat, but none spoke at length. Perhaps none knew where to start. At last, the king said, "Well, there's so much I want to know. Let's start with the black demon. How did you kill it?" Fate looked at Julian. "It was Julian who killed it." The king sent the knight a look of admiration. "But how?" "We've tried everything we could." Fate recounted her journey to the king after she escaped into Forbia. She told him about the castle, her encounter with Mohort, Darkwood and the others, Tempest's marks, and their ultimate battle with the vampires and the Damascus at the sacred garden. The look on the king's face turned grim at the mention of Darkwood's name. So, this Darkwood was responsible for summoning the black demon, or rather, the Damascus, and his death killed the Damascus? "Yes," Julian said. "Did this Darkwood say why he summoned the Damascus?" "He said he wanted revenge for his father, King Theo." "He said his father was betrayed," Fate said. The king went silent and looked away. "Betrayed? He deserved what he got." "What do you mean?" Fate said. "I mean, he was the one who lusted after the power of magic and brought upon the curse. He brought it upon himself." "What else did this Darkwood tell you?" "Nothing." "No matter what he told you, don't believe it. He is just as treacherous as his father." "But it's over." "The evil king is dead," the king said. "By the way, Sethos of the Fae's Peak asked me to send you his regards." The king froze at those words and Fate could tell from his face that they bothered him. "Sethos?" the king said. "Yes, the village chief. He said he saw you on the day when Forbia fell to the curse. He knew that you were the king of Sobia," she said. "How?" "He said that I have your eyes. He also said that you left an impression on him because of the rose petals you left behind." "Rose petals? That's absurd." "I didn't leave any rose petals," the king said without looking at Fate, his tone sounding flustered. "Anyway, both of you must be tired. You should rest for now." There was clearly something amiss about the king's reaction. Fate was quite certain that her father was indeed the stuffed character that Sethos saw on the night the curse struck. Sethos wouldn't have lied about the rose petals. He had no reason to, for he did not know that the person he was talking to was, in fact, the king of Sobia. And if what the vampire lord in Darkwood said was true, that Duff was the one who killed King Theo and stole the rose, then her father was the real culprit behind Forbia's tragedy, and he had been lying this whole time. The king summoned Julian to his chamber later that night. "You did well, Julian," the king said. "It's my duty and honor to serve you and the princess," Julian said. "Still, much credit goes to you for bringing Fate back. In return, I shall reward you. Tell me what you want. I will see that it is fulfilled." "My lord, my only wish has been to stay by Fate's side and protect her. I may be old, but I am not senile. I recalled that you confessed your feelings to Fate, and I said that you should know your place. I did. You were right, my lord. I take back what I said. My lord? I will give you and Fate my blessing, unless you do not wish to marry her anymore." Of course, I do. "Thank you, my lord, but..." "But what?" "There is something more urgent at hand. Darkwood is still alive." "Didn't you say you killed him?" "He is protected by the curse and can't be killed by mortal weapons. I fear he will soon wake up, or worse, he might already be on his way here." "Why do you only tell me this now?" "I didn't want to alarm Fate, so I thought I should discuss my plan with you first." "What is your plan?" "Darkwood seeks revenge only because he is angry that the rose was stolen from his father. If we return it to him, he might call off the attack on Sobia." "Are you saying that you think I stole the rose?" "Forgive me, my lord. Sobia has thrived under your rule all these years. I do not question your reason for taking the rose. Only the strong deserves to survive in this harsh world. It was Forbia's incompetence that the rose was taken. I was right about you. Yes, I was the one who took the rose. If I hadn't done so, Sobia would have been history long ago. But the rose can't save us now. It withered shortly after I plucked it out. But I don't understand. How did the rose magic?" The king showed his right palm to Julian, revealing a small scar. "I was cut by the rose's thorn when I was plucking it out of the ground. When I returned to Sobia after that, I realized I could heal any wounds and regenerate anything I see fit. Anything except the scar and the rose that caused it. Ironic, isn't it? Then let me return the rose to him in your stead. Darkwood might change his mind if I plead for his forgiveness. You will be returning a withered rose to him. What makes you think he will let this go? I will offer to trade my life for Sobia's survival. Darkwood might be bent on revenge, but he is not without mercy. I have journeyed with him long enough to know. You would give your life to save Sobia? Yes. I will do anything for Fate." The king reached under his bed and pulled out a tiny wooden box. He then took a key from a chest of drawers and opened it. Within it was the withered rose of the Fae. "Take it. If you should return, I will make you the next king of Sobia." Julian's eyes shone with joy and he bowed. Fate was gazing at her sword in her bedroom, unable to sleep when a knock came on the door. She opened it and saw Julian in the doorway. "Good evening, Fate." "Julian, if there isn't anything..." "I just wish to talk." "I promise it won't take long," Julian said. Fate let him in. Julian closed the door and walked over to Fate, whose back was facing him. You have been very quiet ever since we left the sacred garden. Are you still thinking about what happened to Darkwood? No. I know you well enough to know when you don't mean what you say. Sometimes I find it amusing that you would find more joy talking to a monstrous-looking man rather than me. Fate turned round. It's not what you. I have fought and won many battles, but in the battlefield of love, I've faced nothing but defeat. I was never one who would bend to failures. It's time I learned to accept that some battles are never meant to be won. Julian. I've learned to be true to myself. You should, too. You have feelings for him, don't you? If not, you wouldn't be so devastated after he died. I thought he was more than what he seems. Apparently, I was wrong. You aren't. Julian showed the withered rose in his hand to Fate. This is. I heard it from the king himself. He admitted that he stole the rose and caused Forbia's curse. Darkwood and his family were the victims all along, as well as the people of Forbia. Sobia was failing back then. To save it, your father stole the rose, but it withered right after he plucked it out, cutting his hand in the midst. The cut channeled the rose magic into your father's body and unto you and your sisters at birth. Fate could hardly believe what she heard. The worst had turned out to be true. She had wronged Darkwood. He wasn't the monster she thought him out to be. Her father had been the monster, the one that took everything from him. If she were in his shoes, she might have done the same. But it was too late. He was already dead. Or maybe he was only seriously injured. If so, she could heal him with her magic. She needed to return to Forbia. I must go back, she said. Why? There's still a chance he's alive. If so, I can heal him. Julian grabbed her arm as she headed for the door. Let me go with you. When they arrived at the castle gate, the guards bowed to greet Fate. Sir Julian will be taking me out for a walk, she said. But my lady, the king ordered that you should stay inside the castle after sundown. It's for your safety. The princess will be safe under my watch, Julian said. But Sir Julian, I am not fit to be a knight if I can't even protect my bride-to-be. Julian moved his hand and held Fate's. The king has given us his blessing. Forgive me. The guards stood aside to let them pass. When they were far away from the gate, Fate gently pulled her hand away, and Julian looked at her for an instant before looking away to hide his disappointment. I didn't mean anything. That was the only way they would stop probing. I know. Thank you, Julian. They headed to the nearby stable and borrowed their best horse for a hefty price. The stable master was more than happy to oblige. They decided to share a horse to minimize arousing attention to themselves. The town was still and silent as Julian rode to the town's exit. When they were riding out across the grassland leading to the woods at the border, Fate began to hear sounds of galloping other than their horses. She looked around and saw riders appearing from both sides and stopping several feet in front of them. A bad feeling rose within Fate as the knights eyed them in silence. The last rider to arrive stopped between the knights. For an instant, I was impressed by your resolve. You disappoint me, Julian, King Ederer said. You spied on me, Julian said. To become a ruler, you can't leave things to chance and trust. Not everyone is like that. You are afraid because you are such a person. You betrayed and robbed the person who trusted you the most, Fate said. Isn't that what you are doing? A knight pulled Julian from his horse and he fought back, landing a punch at his face before stabbing him with his sword. More knights charged toward him and Fate steered her horse to kick down any that tried to attack Julian. The horse neighed as the knights delivered a blow to its hind leg, and Fate fell off the horse. Julian managed to wound some of the knights before he was overpowered with a sword to his throat. The king dismounted and strolled to Julian. A knight searched Julian's body and took out the withered rose. "You could have made a great king, a hero of Sobia. Now, people would only remember you as the traitor who colluded with the evil king to invade Sobia." "No!" Fate cried as the knights captured her and lifted her to her feet. Her entire body was shaking with anger, and she glared at the man she knew to be her father all her life, the man whose noble exterior was merely a fake facade to conceal the real monster within. "One day, you will understand that everything I do is for you and Sobia," the king said to Fate. "Everything you'd ever done has always been for no one but yourself. You rule for power, not love," she said. "It was the power of magic that saved Sobia, not love. Sobia would have perished long ago if I had relied on trust and love. Do you think those days of luxury you and your sisters enjoyed came without a price? I'd rather live in poverty than sacrifice others' lives for luxury. You say that because you know nothing about pain and suffering. I did what was right for Sobia and united the people. From then on, the people made me king," the king said. "They only did so because they believed your magic was bestowed by the guardians. If they knew the truth, they would do nothing, because they were too worried about their own survival. Do you think they would take against me if they knew the truth? No, they would let things stay the way they were as long as my magic kept them safe and thriving. Before I had magic, no one would care if I lived or died. The few people who knew me would call me crazy old Duff. No one took me seriously." "You are Duff," Fate said. "No, Duff died long ago. I am Editors now, Sobia's hero and king. Changing your name doesn't change who you are. Deep down, you are just as despicable. Say what you want. From here on, you are not to speak a word of the rose and what happened today to anyone. If you do, he dies. Take him to the dungeon and escort the princess back to her room, and make sure she stays there." "Yes, my lord," the knights replied in unison. 34. The final prey. Although Fate was exhausted, she could find no rest that night. Her sleep was interrupted by dreams of Julian screaming, tortured, and killed in his cell. Julian had loved her since they were little. He had done so much for her, but she had never really given him much credit. She even found him annoying at times. It was nearly the same with Darkwood. Both men loved her and she had failed them. Would it have been better that she had accepted her fate and let the Damascus devour her in the first place? The night crawled by, and when day came, she was woken by a servant to have her breakfast and get ready. "Ready for what?" Fate asked. "The king is gathering the whole kingdom to celebrate your return, my lady." The servant smiled, her eyes lit with joy. "Everyone will be happy to know their princess has returned." Fate sat up on her bed. Only then did she notice the noises outside the castle. She was so deep in her reverie that she paid no heed of what was happening around her. Far below, as she peered through the window, the castle grounds were filled with people, mainly servants and guards walking around. After she was done with breakfast, the servant was tasked to dress her up for the ceremony. As she stared at her face in the mirror, she could see Tempest playing with her hair as she used to whenever she was dressing up for a big occasion. But when she turned round, Tempest was gone, and in her place was the servant, looking astounded. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" the servant said. No. Fate turned back to the mirror. When Fate was escorted to the balcony, the castle was awake with the voices of the crowd that had gathered at the castle grounds below. The knights led her to the doorway before the balcony. From there, she could see the back of the king and his deep red robe. The knight left her side and walked over to the seated king, bowed and took his leave while the king stood there, ready for his speech. "Good day, my fellow Sobians. I gathered you here for a reason much similar to the time when Sobia overcame its darkest days. Decades ago, this land was akin to a barren wasteland. We had little food and water and hardly any resources to build shelters over our heads. Then came the day when the fairies blessed us with the magic of life. Much like now, we stood strong and celebrated the dawn of magic, hope, and our future. Now is that future. Here we stand together once again to celebrate our next major victory. The past 6 years have been the most trying for all of us. I saw with my own eyes how each of my daughters, the future of our kingdom, was taken from me, from us, by the black demon. Year after year, hope seemed to have abandoned us. Weeks ago, my youngest daughter, Fate, was taken from us. I had thought that was the last I would see of her. But fate, it seems, always has a surprise in store. Yesterday, we all witnessed the lifting of Forbia's darkness. It was not a chance miracle but fate's doing. By her hand, fate defeated the evil king and ended the darkness that had haunted us for the past 7 years. At long last, the black demon shall tread our lands no more. At long last, the black demon is dead. The crowd cheered as the knights led Fate onto the balcony. The cheers grew wilder as the villagers saw Fate. Fate felt sorry for the people, that they had been deceived by their own king. She wanted so much to tell them the truth of what happened, but the thought of Julian stopped her. And that made her even angrier and helpless. Fate looked up at the sky and the region of Forbia that lay under it. How strange it felt that weeks ago, Forbia had been nothing but an evil kingdom she would not care to spare a look at. Now, it was the only place she wanted to be. No matter what happens, I, your king, will face and overcome it with all of you, the king said. Those words reminded her of Darkwood. No matter what happens, know that my feelings for you are true. That was what he told her back at Faye's Peak. He must have known what would happen when she found out about the truth. I'm sorry, Darkwood, she said under her breath. Amid the indistinct cheer, the cold wind brushed against her face. She didn't know why, but she sensed dread in the air. It was the same dread she felt on Lucinda's day. Or perhaps it was just paranoia. She scanned the villagers that were looking up at the king and her in high spirits. Men, women, and children were among them, the people who survived because of the magic of the rose, oblivious that their survival and peace had come at the expense of an entire kingdom. Amid the sea of colors, a gray-cloaked figure caught her attention. It slowly cut through the crowd toward the castle and stopped. He looked up, revealing his thin, cold face. Nikolai? He raised his hands to his chest, twirling his fingers. Seconds later, fine tendrils of black smoke appeared in the air to form the words, Fate, the Damascus still lives. The cheer subsided as the villagers noticed the floating black words, turning to Fate and back to the words, wondering if it was a prank or part of the ceremony. Nikolai was not one who would joke. What he said must be true. But she saw the Damascus die when Julian shot Darkwood. Did the Damascus somehow manage to survive without Darkwood? If so, then there would be no way to stop it. The castle guards glanced around for the person who conjured such a cruel prank but had no idea whom. Nikolai! Fate called from the balcony and Nikolai pulled down his hood. Are you here to warn me? What happened? The Damascus is on its way here, Nikolai said. You must be from Forbia. I will not allow you to cause chaos in my kingdom. Guards! Seize him, the king ordered. The surrounding guards readied their weapons and gathered around Nikolai as the crowd dispersed. They could not use arrows in fear of hurting the villagers. Nikolai stood his ground, pointing down his palms, and the ground around him trembled and cracked. The soldiers fell while others struggled to keep their balance. Stop! Fate yelled, and the soldiers looked up from where they stood. He's my friend. Anyone who attacks him has me to answer to. Fate crossed glances with the king and ran to the ground level to join Nikolai, who was standing at the center of the castle grounds. Nikolai, what happened? I thought we killed the Damascus. The arrow that pierced Master was infused with your magic, so his wound healed right up. Darkwood is still alive? Nikolai nodded. Where is he? Fate asked, and Nikolai turned back. Through the gap of the crowd, she saw Darkwood standing in the distance, looking at her, his black cloak blowing in the wind. Beside him stood Sybil. Fate was walking over to him when the king yelled, "Seize the evil king's servants at once." The soldiers looked to the king and back at the Forbians and Fate, uncertain whose order to obey. Some of them dashed toward Darkwood with swords raised but stopped when Darkwood roared. Stand down! All of you! Fate shouted. There is no evil king. If there is, he is my father, the king whom you all have been looking up to. Like you, I was fooled. Weeks ago, I entered Forbia hoping to find the answer to stop the black demon, but the answer wasn't what I expected. The evil king never unleashed the curse upon Forbia or set the black demon on us. Forbia was a thriving kingdom, blessed by a magic rose bestowed upon the king of Forbia, King Theo. My father was a close friend of the king. Then, Sobia was a decimated land, and to save it, my father murdered the Forbian king, his best friend, and stole the magic rose so that Sobia could survive. To cover up for his sins, he conjured a lie that his best friend whom he betrayed was the evil king that lusted for the dark powers and unleashed the curse. We weren't born with the gift of magic. It was the rose that gave it to us. It is time we right this wrong. It's time we clear Forbia's name. The villagers listened in silence and looked at one another in shock and disbelief. The soldiers still stood there with their weapons, facing the Forbians, but their former resolve was challenged. My daughter has been deceived by these Forbians. None of this is true. This ceremony is now over. Guards, kill the Forbians, the king said. Darkwood glared at the king. Fate moved toward Darkwood, facing the surrounding soldiers, ready to fight any that attacked. But the soldiers paused as a gust of chilly wind blew. It was the wind of death. They turned toward the looming darkness approaching at the far end of the street, past withered trees and plants outside the houses. The Damascus had come. The soldiers gathered at the castle gate to stop it, looking terrified. It won't work. The Damascus will kill you. Close the gate and stay away, Darkwood said. Nikolai! The soldiers pulled the heavy gates closed as the black mist flooded toward them. Nikolai stood and eyed the gates, gesturing a pattern with his hands. The gaps between the gates began to turn translucent until the view of the town was blurry like a vision behind a frosted glass. A loud thud sounded as the Damascus's black shape rammed the magical barrier Nikolai cast on the gates. Without it, the gates would collapse in no time. The eerie black shape of the Damascus smudged across the white misty barrier, like it was looking for a weakness. Under the darkening sky, the villagers rushed into the castle to get away from the battlefield until all that remained outside were the Forbians, the soldiers, and Fate. Raindrops tapped against their hair and skin as they eyed the movement behind the barrier. The black shape was still stirring behind the misty canvas. Suddenly, it went out of sight. Where did it go? It didn't take fate long to realize it, because the Damascus would navigate across all obstacles to get its hunt. And there was only one place it could reach her. Above the wall! Sybil shouted. Nikolai was already facing above the wall and working his magic. Dark mist rose behind the forming barrier, soon to overtake its ascent. Fate, hide in the castle. We will hold it back. Darkwood said. No, you will be killed, she said. Better me than you. Not me, us. Nikolai said. You don't have to do this, both of you. I started this and got you implicated. We didn't follow you all this way to run away at the most crucial moment, Sybil said. Thank you, Darkwood said. Fate, please. The Damascus will not kill me. Fate looked at the others and then back at Darkwood before nodding reluctantly. As she ran to the castle doors, they began to close from the inside. The soldiers slashed at any villagers that tried to enter, forcing them to step away from the doors. Fate cut through the crowd and hammered her hand on the door. It's me, Princess Fate. Open the door! No reply came, not even a single response. What's happening? Why are the guards slaughtering their own people? Clearly, this was their plan. She moved back to the gathering area and looked up at the king on the balcony. Father, let us in. He did not answer but looked coldly at Fate. Fate then realized what he was trying to do. Her own father had chosen to leave her to be killed by the Damascus to put an end to all this. Darkwood saw the whole thing and came up to her. Darkwood eyed the king, who merely smirked and walked away. Darkwood tensed as rage filled his whole being. His body started trembling. Not now, Darkwood said under his shaky breath, his hands clutching his head. Run, Fate. I don't want to hurt you. No, you won't. You are no monster. Don't let the darkness control you. Look at me, look at me. It's all right, it's all right. It's me, Fate. I'm sorry for the mean things I've said to you. I didn't understand why you said the things you said before, but I know now. You kept the truth to save me. You didn't want to destroy my image of my father. It's your turn to be saved. I love you. The Damascus emerged above the rising barrier and leaped over it and onto the castle grounds. Fate walked up to the Damascus while it turned its eyes toward her. Fate was ready to do what it took to save Darkwood. When the Damascus devoured her, the summoning would be complete and Darkwood would return to the way he was before. The Damascus rushed toward Fate as the others looked on in pure horror. Nikolai tried to immobilize the Damascus, but it was too strong for his magic to hold back and it threw him back several feet with a forceful swing of its arm. Fate closed her eyes, waiting to join her sisters. The black demon covered her entire vision and the world seemed to have stopped at that moment. The Damascus leaped out of sight as she remained standing. She looked up and saw the Damascus perched on the balcony above. It let out a blood-curdling growl while staring at the person that stood before it. Her father. Fate could not understand what was happening. Wasn't she the Damascus's final target? No, someone help. Fate, tell it to stop. But no one answered his call. The king drew his sword and fought the demon, slashing at its attacking arm. Darkwood held his arm as a new cut appeared. Growling, the black demon's form shook and its entire form bulged. A pair of sharp horns protruded from the sides of its head, winding through the space, and the bottom of its head jutted out. The king shivered in fear as he stared right at the face of the devil. Of all the forms the Damascus had taken, this was the most terrifying, like the devil come to life. Perhaps the Damascus's form mirrored the heart of its prey, and this was what the king's heart truly looked. King Ederer slowly stepped back toward the doorway, and as he got close enough, he turned and ran. That was when the Damascus lunged forward. The king screamed and fell as the Damascus bit his right arm off and devoured it. As its black mouth rushed to engulf the helpless king, the Damascus halted and twitched. Down below, Fate watched in horror as Darkwood had picked up a nearby sword and driven it through his own heart. "It controls me, no more," Darkwood said, smiling weakly at Fate as he collapsed. The Damascus stumbled back and fell off the edge of the balcony, crashing onto the ground below. At length, the earth shook with the demon and its summoner dead. Then, the rain lifted. The Damascus's remains lay on the ground like a large monstrous heap, and black mist poured out from it and shot up into the air, evaporating into nothingness. The villagers and soldiers watched on, not knowing what to expect. The Damascus's solid form gradually faded until nothing but black ash remained, leaving a smell of burned paper. Fate rushed over to Darkwood, joined by Sybil and Nikolai. Fate placed both hands around Darkwood's chest. Tears streamed down her face as the golden light from her hands channeled into Darkwood's chest, engulfing it in its soft glow. Darkwood, however, did not move, but Fate kept trying. "Fate, Fate." "It's no use," Sybil said after watching Fate's futile attempts at reviving her master. She touched Fate's shoulder. "He's gone." Fate could not control her tears as she knelt there, weeping beside him. Sybil blinked, looking away to fight back her tears while Nikolai stood there in silence. Without warning, the earth shook again. Fate and the others looked around them and at the Damascus, expecting something bad to happen. But the Damascus lay still as ever. This time, it was Darkwood that moved. His features and the fur on his face were shifting. The transformation accelerated and his arms, body and head shrank and regained their normal sizes. His fur shed, nearly all at once, and the sword trembled and ejected from his chest, flying to the far corner of the castle wall. Darkwood's fingers moved and he slowly opened his eyes, blinking. "Darkwood!" Fate called. "My chest feels tight," he said, moving his hand to touch his chest. "Am I dead?" "You were, but you came back to life," Fate said, laughing in tears. "The Damascus. Where is it?" Darkwood asked. "It's gone. This time, for good." "You did it. You broke the curse," Fate said. "Me? No, you are the one who did it." "Me? He's right," Nikolai said. The Damascus was born out of hatred. It was that hatred that fed the demon and strengthened its hold over Master. When Master sacrificed his life to save your father from the Damascus, he abandoned hatred. If not for you, he couldn't have done it. You showed me that mercy can be so much more powerful than hate. Without you, I would have lived out the rest of my days as a monster blinded by revenge. Thank you, Fate. Darkwood sat up, turning to look at the heap of ash near him. Is that? Fate nodded. Darkwood stood and walked over to it and the others followed. In groups, the villagers began to scatter across the castle grounds to gather around the Damascus's remains. Some of them were still too traumatized by the prior events while others observed the ashen remains in bewilderment. Then, Darkwood noticed a group of villagers stepping away from the ash in a panic. What happened? Darkwood walked over to them and asked. It moved, one of the villagers exclaimed. Darkwood examined the ashen remains and indeed, saw a part moving. Darkwood carefully reached his hand down to wipe away the outer layers of ashes. To his surprise, he saw a face with long hair, smudged in black. It was a girl in a dress. Fate could not believe her eyes. Lucinda? Fate? The blackened Lucinda said. Without further ado, Fate wiped away the surrounding ashes and pulled her sister out with Darkwood's help. Where am I? You're home. Fate smiled and wrapped Lucinda in a tight hug. Darkwood could not help but smile at the heartwarming sight. Then, more people sighted parts of the ashes moving. Leave it to me, Sybil said to Fate and went to investigate. Sybil and Nikolai each headed to different parts and revealed more girls emerging from the ashes. One after another, Fate hugged her sisters, unable to contain her joy. As she was hugging her fifth sister, a familiar voice called to her and she turned round. Tempest? Fate said and they cuddled together. I was so scared that I was going to kill you, Tempest said, as tears escaped her eyes. I'm so sorry. It's all right now. What matters is that you are back, Fate said, choking on her words out of joy. How did you do it? How did you break the curse? Tempest said. It's a long story, I will tell you all about it later after I get a good sleep. You haven't changed a bit, sleepy Fate. Tempest teased and Fate giggled. But there's something I must settle first, Fate said. The castle healer was tending to the king's wounds when Fate and Darkwood went up to the balcony. King Eddor's face was pale from the loss of blood and grim from the pain of his wound. But the worst was the pain of defeat. Come to finish me off, have you? The king said to Darkwood. If I wanted you dead, I would have let the Damascus kill you, Darkwood said. If you don't kill me now, you are bound to regret it, like your father did. You're wrong. My father would have not have regretted what he did. If he were to live the events over again, he would have done the same. You speak of him as a noble man. Deep down, he's no better off than me, he's just as selfish. The only difference between him and me is I dare admit it. The rose was bestowed upon my father by the sacred Fae when he showed the courage to fight against the vampires. He knew the rose magic could only work on Forbian soil. When you fell out with him, he regretted his decision. He did not want to lose you as a friend. The night when he died, he had planned to give you the rose. But you didn't give him the chance. With that, Darkwood walked away. I don't believe you. No, it's not true. He couldn't have. After moments of endless muttering, the king began to laugh hysterically as tears fell from his eyes. I was wrong about you, Theo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha, I killed my best friend, Arg. 35. The Lord of Sobia. The rest of the day felt like one of the longest in a long time. Fate had so much to catch up with Darkwood, Sybil, Nikolai, and her sisters. When Fate asked about Mohort, she was relieved to hear he was at Darkwood's castle. Nikolai had teleported them to the dark room where Fate first suspected Nikolai was a villain. How long ago that felt. It was all thanks to his portal that Darkwood and the others were able to outrun the Damascus to Sobia. Now that her father's crimes were exposed, Fate ordered the guards to free Julian from the dungeon. He was happy and sorry to see Darkwood alive after what he had done to him at the sacred garden. Not only did Darkwood not blame him, he was thankful for his bravery to expose the king's evil doing and clear his father's name. Everyone was happy, but Fate could see unspoken sadness in Sybil's eyes, though she tried to hide it. Her heart ached at the thought of Graham, who perished with the other vampires when she lifted the curse and restored light to Forbia. Sybil deserved a happy ending like her. Graham was everything to her, and he was gone again just when she had found him again after so many years. Fate could not help but shed tears when she saw Sybil drifting into her thoughts. After an evening of cleaning up and a hearty meal with her Forbian company, sisters, and Julian, Fate retreated to her room. It was a refreshing change to experience the silence of her room after the hectic day. What made the biggest difference was that Tempest was with her again, just like the old times. "This feels so unreal," Fate said. "You've said it 1,000 times, Tempest said, laughing. "Sorry," Fate said. "Silly girl, there's nothing to be sorry about." "Tempest, thank you so much for everything you did. I wouldn't have made it on my own without the marks you left for me. Because of you, I was able to find my way to the floating temple. I knew that the Damascus would get me sooner or later, and you will be our last hope. There's something I don't understand. How did you get to the temple with the Damascus hot on your trails?" "I didn't get that far. When I ran away from Darkwood's castle, I only made it to the mage's village before the Damascus got me. When I was inside the Damascus, sometimes I was conscious while other times I wasn't in control. I guess that's what happened to our other sisters too. They must have remained conscious not long after they were devoured. So, I journeyed to the floating temple and left signs for you along the way as the Damascus. That explains why the sword symbols leading to Lake Rira looked different from the earlier ones. You were using the Damascus's body to draw them. You realized they were swords." "Good observation skills," Tempest said. "I learned that from you. By the way, how's father?" "He's asleep now. The physician stopped his bleeding, but he is still unstable. Sometimes he would laugh, sometimes he would tear up. He must have felt ashamed and guilty for what he did. With father's current condition, he won't be able to rule. The kingdom needs a new ruler." "You're right," Fate said. "We've discussed, and we think you are the best candidate." "What? Me? No way. I can't even take care of myself. Besides, I am no ruler material. You survived the perils of Forbia and reunited 2 enemy kingdoms. If you aren't ruler material, who is?" But someone knocked and Fate went to open the door. It was a dashing, young man with dark copper hair and blue eyes, like a prince right out of a fairy tale. "Are you going to ask me to come in, or are we going to stand here staring at each other all day, which I have no complaints about?" Darkwood said with a mischievous smirk which was so unlike him. Sorry." Fate let him in and Darkwood greeted Tempest. "It's been a long while since our last meeting," Darkwood said to Tempest. "We looked for you after you left, but we failed to find you." "I'm sorry." "You are not to blame. I was rash. I ran away not because I didn't believe you, but because I feared what you said was true. I couldn't accept it. It's all over now. Let this night be the start of a new future for both our kingdoms." "You're right," Darkwood said. Tempest took her leave, sneaking a wink at Fate when Darkwood's not looking. Fate made a face at her, which Darkwood noticed but pretended not to. At length, Darkwood looked into her eyes without saying a word. "What are you doing?" she said. "Shush, I want to savor this moment." He reached his hands out, wrapping them around Fate's waist. "I miss the look in your eyes. It seems different now. By the way, had you always known that I can break Forbia's curse?" Fate asked. "No. I never saw your sisters use their magic before me. I only realized it when you fought Sybil at my room. What if I fail and my magic didn't work? If so, I would bring you back to my castle and make you my prisoner, so you can never leave, Darkwood said. How dare you? Fate said, and Darkwood smiled. What's the matter? He said. It's just I am not quite used to seeing you in this new look, Fate said. Do you prefer the beastly version of me? And if I said yes? Then you shall have it. Darkwood grinned and moved his lips to join hers in a passionate kiss that sent heat through her whole being. That kiss reconnected her with him, just like that time at the Fae's Peak. Slowly, Darkwood allowed his lips to part from hers, feeling her breath on his face. He moved in for a second kiss, and this time, Darkwood's firm hands snaked their way across Fate's neck and body. They fell on the bed with Darkwood above Fate. Doesn't this seem familiar to you? Fate said, relating to the time at the woods where Darkwood covered her scent with his body to prevent the Damascus's detection. Certainly, except it's just the two of us now. Darkwood moved to kiss her forehead, brushing her wavy hair gently. Something on your mind? At the castle gates today, why did the Damascus go after my father instead of me? I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch. You see, the Damascus's objective was to torment your father. It only hunted your sisters and you because, Darkwood paused and added, I wanted him to feel the pain of losing the ones he loved most. When your father left you to be killed by the Damascus knew devouring you would no longer hurt him. Hence, it attacked him instead, that being the only way to hurt him, because he no longer loved me. Darkwood sensed Fate's sadness and cupped her cheek with his warm hand, keeping silent. I'm fine, Fate assured. What are your plans from now on? Darkwood rolled to her side, looking at the ceiling. I plan to rebuild Forbia and reunite the survivors. I will continue the legacy that my father left behind. When are you leaving? That depends on how long you want me to stay. Forever? Is this payback for me keeping you at my castle? If you say so. Both of them laughed. Several days went by and the day of Darkwood's departure soon came. In the meantime, the entire kingdom of Sobia was getting ready for another historical event, the coronation of her new ruler. Once again, like several days prior, the Sobians gathered at the castle grounds. This time, however, the mood was much different. The people bowed as Lucinda stood at the castle balcony. My people, my friends. Sobia has always been known as the Kingdom of Light. Until recently, we learned that light was not a gift bestowed upon us. It was taken from our former ally kingdom we had so gladly labeled as our enemy for countless years. Because of the sins of my father, the black demon was unleashed upon us. We all owe the rulers and people of Forbia an apology, that which has long been overdue. But an apology is not the end of it. It's only the beginning. From this day henceforth, we shall do our best to restore this long-lost alliance and stand as one people. No more borders. No more kingdoms of light and darkness. To realize this vision, we need a wise ruler to lead us. The recent events have showed us that the highest power lies not in the strength of arms or magic, but in love, wisdom, and forgiveness. My sister, Fate, taught us that. She was the most underappreciated, the one least expected of great things. But we were wrong, because she did what we could not. She faced the demon which none of us dared to. She ventured to the places where no Sobian had never survived and returned, reborn. Like her name, she changed our fates forever. From now on, all Sobians will live to fulfill the vision she has set for us, rulers and citizens alike. And the one to lead us toward this vision will be our dear sister, Tempest. Tempest stepped up, and at first, only some people applauded. The others gradually followed as they were expecting Lucinda to call Fate's name. Nevertheless, Tempest gazed upon her people, smiling, and then at the far horizon where Forbia lay. Miles away at the fields was Fate on her horse, looking back toward her castle in the distance. "Fate, if you want to, it's not too late to change your mind," Darkwood said, steering his horse next to Fate's. "I've decided. Sobia will thrive under Tempest's rule," Fate said. Out of the woods ahead came Sybil, Mohort, and one other person covered in a black cloak. They rode toward Fate and Darkwood. As the figure in black approached, Fate saw a pair of green eyes framed by a pale face. "Graham? I thought you were dead?" "I still am, or rather, undead," Graham replied, smiling. "But how?" Fate asked, looking at Sybil. "I thought he was a goner, too, when the darkness lifted. Thankfully, Nikolai was quick enough to teleport him to the castle. 1 second later and the light would have reached us," Sybil said. "Why didn't you tell me?" Fate said. "You didn't ask," Sybil said, casting a sarcastic look like she used to. Fate pressed her lips and Sybil broke a wide smile. It was so rare to see her so happy, though, she could still do better. Perhaps it was the knowledge that her brother could never turn back to the human he once was. Being a vampire meant he could not travel as freely to sunlit areas with Sybil without covering himself with a cloak. But it was the best anyone could ask for. "Are you ready?" Darkwood said, looking at Fate and then the others. "Let's do it," Fate said. "All right, this way to rebuilding Forbia." Mohort turned his horse and rode off toward the woods. Fate spared one more look at Sobia's castle and rode on, following behind them. Epilogue. The left half of the golden double doors opened and a girl slipped through the gap. The noises outside quieted as she gently closed it. Lunar was alone in a large room filled with grand chandeliers, potteries, bookshelves, and odd-looking artifacts. She must hurry and find them. The young silver-haired Fae inhaled and proceeded to the shiny brown desk at the center of the room. She pulled the bottommost drawer at the side of the desk, but it did not budge. "Tisk," she scoffed, forgetting to take the key first. Her eyes moved to the globe atop the corner of the desk and lifted it up to reveal a small silver key hidden beneath its metal base. The drawer clicked as she turned the silver key in its keyhole, and she pulled it open to reveal several boxes of various colors. Immediately, she reached for the black box and opened its lid. Within was a golden key with a spindle design at its top. Got it! Her job was only half done. There was one more thing she needed to find. Her eyes turned to the huge horizontal painting hanging on the wall left of the golden doors. She ran toward it and grabbed the sides of the frame, looking at the vast ghostly landscape with faint gray mountains in the background. She tiptoed to unhook the painting, her hands trembling under its weight. As she laid it flat on the floor, the door opened and a lean and stern-looking guard with long emerald hair and cladded in golden armor shouted, "Lady Lunar, you are not supposed to be here." Not now. There was no time for an explanation. There was none anyway. Her hand grabbed at the back of the painting where a piece of paper was tied, struggling to slip it out. The guard ran toward her as she finally managed to slip the map free. With the golden key in her left hand and the paper in her right, she blinked as the guard reached out to grab her. Lunar's eyes opened, and the guards were gone. Gone, too, was the grand-looking room. She was lying alone on her warm bed, staring at the beautiful ceiling of stars. Then, something glowed beside her bed. A shiny golden key and a piece of paper were floating in the air, as if lifted by magic. Lunar sat up and reached for them. She browsed the drawing on the piece of paper. It was a map that showed the layout of the 6th level of the castle, and her eyes traced the lines of the blueprint to a special spot colored in red and marked with a drawing of a golden key with a spindle design. "That must be it," she muttered. The castle was quiet. It was just past midnight when Lunar left her room, headed for the stairway. But along the way, a guard standing at the hallway outside her room saw her. "Lady Lunar, where are you going?" The pantry. "I am hungry. What would you like to eat?" "I will ask someone to get it for you." "No, no. I would like to take a walk alone." "Then let me escort you." "It's the king's orders. After what happened few days ago, he is taking stricter measures." "I understand, but I need a breather. We already can't go outside. I will go crazy if I can't even be allowed some freedom in my own castle. Besides, there's no way I can go anywhere near my father's room without being noticed. That place must be packed with guards now." "All right. Please don't wander off and return as soon as you are done. The king means well." "Okay," Lunar said and headed down the corridor leading to the stairs. After descending several levels, she arrived at the 6th level. Making sure no one was around, she took out the map from beneath her dress and navigated toward the red spot. Strangely, there wasn't really a corridor, only a niche where a statue stood. She checked her position again and was sure she was at the right location on the map. She entered the niche between the statue and its wall to examine the area behind the statue. It was just a wall facing the back of the statue. Gently, she knocked her fist against the wall and noticed that the sound was hollower than the other parts. There must be a passage behind the niche. She looked around for a lever or something that might open the wall and found a small square depression at the statue's base. She touched it, and it receded with a push of her finger. Something clicked. She turned round to find the wall turning inward, revealing a dark narrow passage that led to a circular space at the end, surrounded by dark walls. As she stepped on the circular ground, the ground and walls began to glow blue and purple. The ground trembled and began to move, like it was descending. When the descent stopped, a doorway stood before her and a bridge stretched across a vast darkness to a structure at the other end. She could see even without torches in this secret place due to the light from the glowing walls and floor. A door was at the center of the structure that resembled a huge tower. It was locked. She took out the golden key and unlocked it. Towering structures appeared behind the door, aligned across the interior. The walls and floor of the interior lit as she entered, and she realized the towering structures were bookshelves packed with book, lined along the circular wall, spanning numerous levels upward. Why was there a library hidden within the castle? There must be something about this place. Lunar feasted her eyes on the mountains of books on the bookshelves. There was nothing unusual about the books except for one thing, one similarity. All the titles were names of people. The end. Subscribe now to support this channel so Mira Crest can create more free audiobooks for you.